A secure breach. Alright, getting everything set up. How do you do and how do you do? Thanks for the like, Jazzy. How do you do? How do you do? Welcome, welcome, welcome. How you do, sleepy boy? Welcome, welcome, welcome. Appreciate y'all for coming by. Much love. Much love. We're just getting everything ready. I was a little too sick yesterday to stream, so I apologize for my absence. Just started earlier today, but procrastinating is a bastard. So you know what I mean? Security breach. Never played. It's my first time, so hopefully I don't get stuck as much as I would Poppin', man. Hopefully it'll be a little bit more of a cleaner experience. Hopefully, you never know. You never know. Might be worse. Nah, I think overall, I think Five Nights is at least more of a polished and better told story, I think, than Poppy. So far, Poppy is a little imbalanced, but I still enjoy it. Still enjoyed it. I think it's just a little bit there, a little bit of an imbalance there, a little bit. But how's everybody doing? How's all day been? Appreciate y'all for coming by. Let me make sure I got everything here set up correctly. What's up, Makana? I see you. Giving everybody a moment to come in. See, people are starting to show up. People are starting to show up. Staying alive. Staying alive. Let me see. Should I have? I noticed that there's a reticle. I don't know if y'all ever played. Do you recommend reticle or no reticle? I might actually like check to see the difference, but I'd like to see what y'all recommend because I'm thinking about it. That'd be easier to know where my mouse is. Yo, already 700 likes. Y'all are despicable. Much love. Let me see, there's enough light coming from each side. That's a little dark because the ring light's too far away on that side. It's unfortunate with the way my setup is. I can't have it any closer. Oh well. Hope everything is lit well enough. Let's see how we doing over here on this side. 1K likes. Y'all amazing, bruh. I glitched it so I can see both apps move. That's funny. Alright, alright, alright. Hopefully this stream does well, man. I was wondering because I know Poppy was kind of popping off, no pun intended. I'm just hoping that Five Nights kind of has kind of gives the same impression, you know? Hopefully. Let me start recording this for the YouTubes. I'm probably not allowed to say that. I probably already screwed up TikTok. I'm so sorry. I'm supposed to say YouTube. And then like the purple apps. Y'all can find me on each one. Anyway. Selfish promo. Alright, so welcome to Five Nights at Freddy's Security Breach. It's my first time playing the game. I played Secret of Mimic earlier this year, about 8 months ago. That content is on the YouTubes too if you want to watch that. It's all edited down and all that. Pretty sure the live streams still exist too, if they're on there, I think. You can find the VODs on the YouTubes. You can't find them on the Twitch because they haven't been. Oh shit, I said it didn't get gone. Oh no, I said the purple ass wicked name. This you should play the Ruin version. I'm absolutely going to. I'm going to play the DLC. I gotta get the story. I played Mimic and I enjoyed the hell out of that. And I have some experience with Five Nights. It's been a while since I played, but I played 1 to 3. Never played 4 or 5. This one's old. No, I know. I know. But hopefully, it's got its patches and all that because I heard it was really buggy. So, hopefully it's a better experience. Going in. Is it loud enough? I hope it's all clear and be able to be heard.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, Fazbear Entertainment would like you to put your hands together for the one, the only, Freddy Fazbear.
Let's go. I low-key do miss the 80s aesthetic and sound, bro. That music was so good. We just rocking out. Is that what this is? We just rocking. We got Chica. I don't know the crocodile. I don't know the wolf lady. Although I do know aspects because of Mimic, so kinda do, kinda don't. The newest FNAF was Secret of the Mimic. I had so many bugs with that game, but my playthrough, it basically showed all the good highlights. I had so many moments with that game. Is it too loud or y'all can hear me just fine over this music? It is really loud. Is it just a music video? Really? Well, we have a defect. Oh shit. I was enjoying that though, coming low key. Unfortunate. Banana, banana, banana. Safe mode. I'm getting rebooted. I'm getting rebooted. Banana, banana, banana.
Showtime already? I am experiencing a malfunction. The recharge cycle is not complete.
Shh! Will you shut up?
Who said that?
I did! And down here.
Down where? I still do not see you.
Okay, listen. You were sleeping, so I opened the stomach hatch and climbed inside.
My stomach hatch? That place is reserved for oversized birthday cakes and piñatas. It is not a safe play area.
What the hell? I get out. Okay.
There you are.
Hi.
Scanning complete. How odd. Your guest profile is unknown to me. Who are you?
I don't know.
I'm Gregory.
Gregory.
I will notify the main office. Oh. Connection error. I cannot connect to the main network.
It's her. She cut you off. She's not going to let you call for help until she finds me.
Who? Who is looking for you? Your mother?
Shh! I hear footsteps!
Look out the window.
That is the security guard. She can help.
No, I don't trust her.
Why not?
I don't know who she is, but she's trying to get me. Isn't there some other way for you to communicate with me besides talking so loudly?
Take this. It is a novelty Freddy Fast Watch.
Yo, I got a watch. I got a whole E to collect. Ta-da! Yo, are we having frame rate issues?
I am sending you an encoded message.
Give me a second, sir. I might have to lower some of this stuff because I feel like I'm having issues. Technical difficulties. Ray tracing. Turn that off. Is that why? Hold on a second. Oh, hold on a second. Do I even need that? I don't. We're gonna just work with it. Can I do any of this? I would have to still restart. Alright, for now, we'll just deal with it. We'll see how it goes. Continue without saving. Just... Look at my sneeze. Oh no.
Hello, Gregory. It is me, Freddy.
Okay.
I will escort you to the main entrance. However, I am unable to leave this room. You should have no problem. There is a button on the wall that will open the door to the back room. I will make it accessible to you now.
Find the button. I shall find a button. Where is such a thing? Well, I can feel the lag. All right, let me restart this. I'm gonna reset this. I can feel it. I am running too much. Which is funny because you think I'd be able to handle, but I think it's just because of the fact that I'm running live and like OBS and everything. Like, it's just too much. I think it might just be too much. Can I keep at least some of this at ultra? I would love to. Shadows can be lower, I guess. post-processing, maybe just have that at low. So I wouldn't mind if I could. I want textures at least higher, you know what I mean? Like, come on now. Keep textures at ultra. I'll lower everything else. Except for view distance, I suppose. I can lower all of this. I don't know why. I think that was... Okay, let me restart this. Ah, unfortunate. The fact that I gotta actually, like, restart the whole game. Gotta love it. See, I feel like I already killed TikTok by saying the purple ass wicked name. I truly feel like I have. Oh no. I feel like I might have. We'll see. We'll see. Continue. I feel like I want to sneeze. Oh golly gee. So they're gonna restart the... Okay, okay. I gotcha. That's fair. Not mad at it.
Showtime already? I am experiencing a malfunction. The recharge cycle is not complete.
Shh! Will you shut up?
Who said that?
I did. And down here.
Down where? I still do not see you.
Okay, listen. You were sleeping, so I opened the stomach hatch and climbed inside.
My stomach hatch? That place is reserved for oversized birthday cakes and piñatas. It is not a safe play area. There you are.
Yeah, see, I know I see more
Complete.
pixelation. I mean, at least they're
How
running.
odd. Your guest profile is unknown to me. Who are you?
I'm Gregory.
I'm Gregory.
Gregory. I will notify the main office. Oh, connection error. I cannot connect to the main network.
It's her. She cut you off. She's not going to let you call for help until she finds me.
Who? Who is looking for you? Your mother?
Shh! I hear footsteps.
That is the security guard. She can help.
No, I don't trust her.
Why not?
I don't know who she is, but she's trying to get me. Isn't there some other way for you to communicate with me besides talking so loudly?
Take this. It is a novelty Freddy Fast Watch.
What was that?
I am sending you an encoded message.
Hello, Gregory. It is me, Freddy. I will escort you to the main entrance. However, I am unable to leave this room. You should have no problem. There is a button on the wall that will open the door to the back room. I will make it accessible to you now.
Beautiful. Find the button. Alright, it's not as laggy anymore. It feels a lot better. Although I'm having a lot of screen tearing without VSync. That might be an issue. Jeez, why does it look like that? Like when I go to it... Is that in-game too, or is that just the screen tear? Wow, hold on a second. I'm clicking E for flat changes. No, see, it's so much slower. So no VSync, not on windowed full screen. It doesn't have 4K, so if I put it at full screen, it's gonna fuck the aspect ratio of everything else. So I feel like I gotta keep it where it is. Wait, I messed up. Turn you off. Is there anything else I can do to make it just not look like crap? I mean, that's... No, it still looks like it warps. It still looks like it warps, like a drunk driver. Does anyone see that? That almost hurts my fucking eyes. I'm not gonna lie, Fazbear, I don't know about this. Where's the button, Freddy? What happened to me in the trap? The shadows are non-existent now. Oh my lord. Oh my lord, hold on. That's a, hold on. No, that can't be. It has to be this. Let's try to get him to look a little more natural, right? Like, can we do that? Oh, boy, oh boy. Boy, oh boy. Hold on. I mean, we're almost there. There's a chance. There you go. I mean, the best we can get. It looks more natural that way, at least. Oh, excuse me. So I got a stamina bar. Where's the button at? Wouldn't happen to be here, right? Oh, there you go.
Well done, Gregory. There is an open-air vent inside the maintenance room. You will have to climb through the ventilation system and release me from the outside.
Good to know. I'll be right on it. Hello? What the hell? Doesn't hold E to save your progress. Take some time. So keep an eye out. Okay. Oh, not specifically. This is how I save? Funny. Crouching. Yeah, video games have taught me everything I need to know. I am prepared for this. That's my silhouette.
Your performance was perfect tonight. Thank you. Your hair is beautiful. Your tail is beautiful. Everyone was watching you. Everyone loves you.
Everyone loves me, man.
Everyone wants to be you.
Good to know.
You are the best.
You really are.
Thank you.
Yes, no,
I
you're
am
welcome.
the best. I am the best.
I am the best.
Your fans are watching you right now.
You ain't lying.
I know.
Is she good? Is she chill? See, even like moments like that, I wish we were in Poppy. More moments like that. Just seeing a character talk and having some dialogue or something. There's things that are just missing in Poppy, in my opinion. Story could carry that shit, in my opinion, but it just, you gotta get like through the comics and stuff, I guess, from what I hear. So maybe at some point I'll stream like me watching one of those like lore videos. I think that'd be kind of cool because I do kind of want to watch those, but it's like I spend so much time. Are we good? Are we chill there? Are we okay? Sincerely, like, sound scurry back there. I ain't gonna hold you. That was kind of scurry. I'm sorry, bro. You guys are gonna kill me a lot because I'm just gonna sit there and listen to rock and roll and stopping midway. And then in the middle of a chase and you're just running or just chilling, dancing to it. No one in there? I don't even think I can go through that. Oh, Sheikah rocking. Did it. I think that might be a little too low for you, though.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for visiting, and we hope you enjoyed the show. Freddy and the gang are pretty tired, but they'll be back again next week after a few days of scheduled maintenance. Please make your way to the front of the building, where you will be given novelty glasses, a voucher for 1 free soda refill,
Very fucking
and where you
freaky.
will sign a releasing us of all liability for anything that might have happened during your visit. Have an awesome night, and we'll see you again soon.
Was that turned? Were you turned to me, bitch? Pretty sure I saw that move. Am I tripping? Chica? I can just see her rocking out, I guess. Get it. Somebody's going in. Oh, 5 security pass, huh? Sounds like they're fighting. Yo. Level 10? What's he doing in there? The thing for the follow bird? Yo, it sounds like Croc is fighting somebody. What the hell? What is my objective actually? Release Freddy from his room. How would I do that? I gotta just go out and go back to his room? Geez, I swear, it sounds like they're fighting, bro. That is so loud. Where the hell would, where's your door at for Freddy? Requires backstage pass. Maybe it's all the way back. It's all the way down the hall. I did go through a long vent, I suppose, so. I'm assuming his room is right here, somewhere? No. Right there, has to be, right? Am I tripping? Yep. I'm not tripping.
The stupid door won't open.
Oh, you are going to need a photo pass to open the door.
Really?
Apologies, I assumed you had one already. Well, you should be able to find one at a convenience counter.
At the convenience counter? Boy, if you don't get out of here, boy. I don't have a map yet. Or do I? Apparently I do, actually, kinda. I might be able to use that. What? I can't move the rest of it. Alright, I mean, that's something. Yo, Belora, welcome, welcome. How do you do? How do you do? Good to see y'all. Yo, welcome, welcome, Luke. Monty is being an entitled Karen. Trust me, Chica looks innocent, but she'll have your soul. That's hilarious. I have no doubt they all will. I have experience with the Five Nights games, more or less. Don't remember much of the lore too much or know how you put it all together, but I have experience with these monsters. Never played Security Breach before, though. It's my first time. Holding? Party foul? Customer complaint. We paid for the Glam Freddy Mega Deluxe Party Package, and Freddy broke down as soon as he got on stage. We paid to have him at the table and sing happy birthday. He was supposed to give her the cake. My daughter's birthday has been ruined. I demand a refund. Okay, whatever. Go be a Karen somewhere else, buddy. Oh shit, running into a curtain. So he's at counter. Cheryl ain't here, so let's go up. Did you finish Poly Playtime? I did. So far, my opinion on the series. Kind of a mess, but I love the idea of it. I just feel like the story could be told better. The game could still use some more polished game design and more, I think kind of more importantly, level design and the world. Like, it needs to be done a little bit better. But besides that, though, I still love the series. I think it was really cool and fun. What the hell? Okay, so y'all turn. That's fucking hilarious. I didn't notice that. Where's the counter? Am I tripping? It wouldn't be here. This is just Roxy's room. Did you see Huggy and Misty meet? Yes, I did. And in Sally, they seemed like they died. But I'll assume they didn't die. I'll assume they, because you saw them move a little bit before they fell, so my prediction, they come back. Through here? Where is Freddy? What the? Okay, I mean, I guess, sure, yeah. Ooh, the loading though, every couple seconds. Didn't realize I can go through there. Hello? You said counter, and I'm at a counter. Guess it's not this counter, specifically. Ta-da! Oh.
Good job. Now, please come let me out.
Yeah. What's something happen? What's about to happen? Yo, Jancy, welcome. Yo, thanks for the share, Norse. I appreciate you. Much love. Actually, it was over there, wasn't it? Ready? I got you, buddy. I got you. Don't worry. I got you.
Way to go, superstar.
How do I jump scare myself?
I knew you could do it. I know how to get you out of here.
Ready.
Climb back into my chest cavity. There is still time, but we must
Don't ever
hurry.
say that again.
If I am spotted, I will certainly be taken back to my room. I will escort you to the main exit through the utility tunnels. It is the safest path.
Okay, but you better be careful moving around. I don't want to be crushed and twisted into a meat pretzel.
Well, I'm gonna be turned into a meat pretzel. Let's do it. I'm down for that. Can't get me if I'm already dead, am I right? So, Freddy, we opened this door. That much I've learned. Oh, Jesus. The loading. Hold on. So far, it feels good. Doesn't feel too janky. Mimic? Was that you? Hold on a second, sir. Hold on. I need some explanation.
Hello, little boy. If you're down here, say something.
She's down here. We have to go back.
Do not worry, Gregory. Even if we are spotted, you are safe with me. She would never suspect we are traveling together. However, we should still do our best to avoid her. If I am sent back to my room, we will never get to... I feel you are broken.
Don't worry about it. I'm fine.
No.
Yo, Rock,
I
thanks for the
feel that
follow.
something is wrong.
Much
I
love.
am taking
Much
you
love.
to
How
the
do you
first
do?
aid station.
There's no time. I'm fine.
I'm not in control. What is going on? Okay. Sir? What the hell? Anything, that's kidnapping. Can I just hide in here? Oh, I guess I could.
Freddy, you're supposed to be on lockdown.
Officer Vanessa, I do not know how I got here.
Well,
just did.
You totally blew it tonight, you know. Your system crashed and you ruined the show.
Thinking you want
our
the
team
candy's
services have you on
wild.
reduced power. They said it's a safety precaution.
By the way, I believe you're my 100th follower
One
on
more thing to
TikTok.
deal
Much
with.
love. Welcome
I
aboard.
apologize.
Okay. Look, we're like 15 minutes from closing and some kid is sneaking around backstage. If you see anything, notify me immediately. I already alerted the others. Now, go back to your room.
Get out of here with your dumb ass. Don't look at me like that.
I told you she was after me.
I said nothing. I will keep you safe. Let us go.
You look like a monster. I mean, you are technically a monster, so I mean, I ain't wrong. I'm not going back in my room. I wouldn't either. Do I just break you now? No? Crocodile not welcome here? That's hilarious. Why is Monty not allowed there? What did Monty do to not be allowed in certain sections? Chica's not allowed in here. What you mean?
Where are we?
We are now under the Pizzaplex. These utility tunnels connect all the attractions.
We can go anywhere in the building?
Correct. Fazerblast, Monty Golf, Roxy Raceway. They are all accessible to staff, with high enough clearance, of course.
Guests are never allowed down here, but yours is a special situation.
Low power? What you mean, babe? We need a battery. Nope. I need a battery, Freddy. Ah, shit. Yeah, he's unable to start for, until the start of the next
I
hour.
am terribly sorry. The recharge cycle had not yet completed when I found you. You must continue without me. I will guide you on your fast watch in case you get into any trouble.
I don't know if I can do this alone.
Oh, fuck, what the hell? Jesus Christ. What you watching me for, son? I'm in the lobby. Stop looking at me. Stop it. Dude, you scary, even though you're an ally. That freaked me. I ain't gonna hold you. Terrifying. That wasn't cool. Food storage. Attention, kitchen staff. All food materials must be securely stored at closing. Chica has been caught eating. Oh no, from the kitchen garbage after hours. The maintenance repairs are costly and will come out of the kitchen staff paychecks. Management's asking them to take care of Chica. What do you want, son? I ain't want none, son. Why you still watching me, bro? Oh, my people, I see you leaving. Going to the lobby, going to the lobby. Da, da, da.
It's Chica. Maybe I could distract her with something.
Noise makers. Press E to knock objects over and distract bots. Don't get spotted. Well then. This puts us in quite a predicament. Kind of funny how I did the little chicken dance song and then all of a sudden there's Chica right here. Actually, I didn't realize. Means the bot is permanently looking at you. Red means you have been found. Crouching, the bots are harder to find. Okay, I'm just gonna do that. And why are you looking at me? Exactly. Yo, box, welcome back. Here's off limits. Hold on, don't turn around, bitch. I didn't realize there was a wall. Okay, don't. Yo, leave me alone. Yeah, I get it. Yeah, I figured that. You think I wouldn't be trying to run since going down that hallway for a fucking card? Hold up, where are we going? Door? Do you open? Oh, it does. What secrets lies in the storage room? Jeez, doors are so... Why are doors scary? Why are doors scary? Security fascinating. Level 1 security clearance. Alright, I'll be getting that soon. Don't you worry. Lord have mercy. So, yeah, nothing in here, huh? Nothing? No? I suppose not. But I'm too short to be even looking up at this point, so... We saving at least. They're generous about the save points, I suppose. No! Bruh? Bruh, dude, I'm supposed to be running. Why are you chasing me, bruh? Oh my god, I slowed down immediately. Run, who told you to slow down? I don't got anything. Don't mind the business. Mind the business. I was completely hidden according to my silhouette, so I feel like I'm being lied to. Guess it is what it is. Is he slower than I thought? Don't waste stamina. What are you doing, you fool?
There you are!
You're not allowed down here, Monty. Don't you see the signs? Okay, he's definitely not as fast. I can slow down a little bit, get my stamina back. No. Chica, weren't you the one on the other side? Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Oh god, the choppiness, it loads and stops. Just keep swimming, just keep swimming. Come on, choppiness. Stop it with the chop. Stop it with the chop. Stop it with the ha 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 ha. Am I supposed to go? You're supposed to.
Well done, Gregory. You found a security office. You should be quite safe here. The doors were designed to keep our highly trained security staff safe in the event of an emergency.
I would hope so, buddy.
As long as the doors stay closed, which they will. As long as there is ample power.
Freddy! The power's only at 15% and they're pounding up.
I feel like. Hold on. I am covering the subtitles with my face. I don't like this. I don't like this at all. So I'm gonna fix this. Let me do that real quick. There you go. There you go. Did I
The
fix it?
door! How am I gonna get out of here?
Do not panic. You should see an interface on the security desk. Hold on while I make it accessible to you.
Brother.
You can now activate security protocols.
Cool. Thank you.
Your fast watch is now connected to the security camera system. Check the map on your fast watch. Those boxes on your mini-map are nearby security cameras. When movement is detected by the camera's motion sensors, you should see red alert icons. Switch between the cameras to find a safe path out of the office and to the main lobby.
Wait, there... Chica's chilling here too? Wait, so if she's there... But she went from there... Which... I can't tell if that's the way I'm looking. So I'm looking straight this way, which would mean... I don't know what that means. What angle am I looking at? Brother, I might just have test my luck and go out there. I'm just saying. I'm gonna save though. Oh, if I look away. Okay, I guess. If I look away, it stops. Unfortunate. But next to a hiding place to escape the bots. Warning, a bot that watches you hide may instantly find you. So I guess I can go in here. Does that mean I get to look in this? Where am I? Where am I? Do I see myself on here? I don't. Does that mean I'm over here? I suppose I'm over here. Now she's over there now, so that means I can get out. You literally put this right here where I can get caught? Evil, despicable move. Chica Pinata. I mean, I guess I'm just gonna walk on through and not get caught at all, huh?
Freddy Fazbear's Mega Pizzaplex is now closed. Initiating nighttime protocols.
Initiating nighttime protocols. You heard the man.
No, wait, I'm still here. Now what am I supposed to do?
How unfortunate, Gregory. You missed your chance.
I'm on walls right now. I know I'm gonna get in trouble. Oh no.
Escape when the security doors reopen at 6
Don't be
a.m.
doing that.
Until then, keep moving and try not to draw attention to yourself. If there is another way out, I will help you find it. I promise.
Brother. I mean, if you say so, but I don't know, man. I just don't trust. Hey, you chilling? So it's not instantaneous, but you can't be standing in front of them forever, that's for sure. So I'm just gonna go this way. Hopefully you don't turn. I'm gonna see if I even can go this way. Come on, they need me. They need me to protect the galaxy. No? Alright, I suppose not. Well, then, see you later, I suppose. What about here?
These turnstiles require a complimentary Pizzaplex entry pass.
Of course they do.
There should be one located near the main entrance.
Oh, really? Is this the main entrance? No, this is the exit. Makes you wonder. So, the main entrance. Where the hell even is that? That's the parking. That says come back soon, so I'm assuming that's the exit. I got out of there, so I ain't going back. I believe I'm supposed. Wait a minute. What camera is this? I'm looking at this. I need to go through here. Maybe I can go through this, like whatever room that is. Impossible. Yeah, impossible right now. Is it not near here? Well, this is the main end. It has to be the main entrance. So it leads through here. This is the exit and the entrance. No, nothing. Come on, buddy. Come on, buddy. I need to know. I need to know. Where is it at? Come on. Let me out here. Wish I could ask that bot for directions, but I feel like he'd skin me alive. I'm at a freaking loss. Is it on the bench somewhere? Like just sitting on a bench? I'm assuming it's in the present, which is why I wanted to check that one room because there was a present in there, or a little box. Okay. Not around here. The entrance, he says. Confidently. As I'm looking around like a lost child looking for his mother. Come on, Britt. Okay, wait. Maybe over there. Maybe. Just maybe. There is a present. Thank you. Don't look over here, buddy. There's nothing to see. You might hear a little jingle. Jangle. But that's nothing to be worried about, sir. I get to leave. I get to leave. Do I even have to be quiet? No, right? So, take it don't work there, so I guess it just works over here.
Well done, superstar. You have access to the lobby. Unfortunately, that complimentary entry ticket does not allow you to enter the pizzeria. You can find an upgrade machine in customer service.
Nothing to see here, buddy. Not the upgrade machine. You're making fun. Well, at least now I know. Do I head up? Chica must have went up here. Where's Chica's? Nope, keep your fine ass over there, okay? Keep your fine ass. You have seen nothing. You saw nothing, and you will have nothing. You hear me? No way.
Your family is looking for
There was nowhere to hide. I didn't know where I could hide. I didn't see nowhere to hide. I just saw that they wanted to grab me, and it didn't. Well, fun. Do I already have the card? Are we good?
These turnstiles require a complimentary Pizzaplex entry pass.
We got it.
There should be one located near the main entrance.
Yep. Get a complimentary entry pass. It's literally written right there. Yeah. Yeah.
to
And she just
supply.
happened to show up here.
Unfortunately, that complimentary entry ticket does not allow you to enter the pizzeria. You can find an upgrade machine in customer service.
I feel like I should follow her and just go where she's going. That way I'm behind her, not in any way in front of her.
This area is off limits.
Doesn't that mean, since that's right there, doesn't that mean that there's... Right here, right? Isn't that it? Yes, it is. Maybe I can go in? Or do I not have clearance? I do not have clearance. So I will... And there's spots up there, too. I will be going up this way. Stop watching me, bro. So they were all fine rocking out until she started like going bonkers and eating trash, huh?
Employees only.
Shut up.
This ticket doesn't even work. It says, good for entrance to the lobby shops. Upgrade options available at customer service. Also good for one free prize from Glamrock Gifts while supplies last.
I wonder what the free prize is.
We're excited for a free prize. Who cares? Distraction.
The store needs a daycare pass.
Use security cameras to locate enemies. Security cameras can be viewed on your fast watch. Yeah, I get you. I get you. Is there something in here? Oh my god. Alright.
Staff only.
Must be tripping. What do I look like? See, I know you bullshitting because I'm hiding right there and I don't see myself. It just show me. Oh, it does show me. Hey, I see the little me. Making my way downtown. Wait, what? Wild work.
Let me take you to your parents.
No, 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 stop. I'm trying to grab the item, no.
Freddie, I found the free gift. It's a crappy Mr. Hippo fridge magnet? Lame.
I am sorry, Gregory. I am truly sorry.
Gregory.
Listen, chica, it ain't me, it's you, okay, buddy? Okay? Hear me out.
Who wants candy?
Ain't no way, man. Who want candy? That's why you be saying that, huh? That ain't funny. Oh, thank goodness. She opened the door?
Employees only.
She opened the door because she's an employee, huh? She got
Family is looking for you.
all around access. I'm going upstairs. Going back the way I came, because I ain't having that. Do I go back the way I came? Do I go back the way I came? Evil work. Where do I go down? Do I go down? What am I supposed to get? Or go from here? Back the way I came? No, of course not. Okay, yeah, we're good. Back here. That's good. That's actually good. But it's a hippo. What do I need a hippo for? Is that an item? Is that a thing? Don't look over here. Ain't nothing to see. I'm just a little boy. Easy money. Stop it. My cousin worked here. He said magnet screw with the ticket machines. Just head up to the fast pad and you can get down to customer service through the back door and grab a stack of tickets. I'll be waiting for you outside. If you hear any robots, just hide until they leave. Shut up.
This area is off limits.
Uh-huh. What about it? I'm just gonna go this way again. Rongo! Rongo! I'm gonna go this way. You going downstairs or not? What are you doing, ma'am? Can I hide? Can I hide?
Who wants candy?
Fuck that. Yo, Mikasa, welcome back. How do you do? You're on that security breach. She has to be right in front of me. Do I even have to be back up here? I at least got down and around, but... Hell nah. You cheated. That's evil, and you know it. That is absolutely evil. You slowed. You peeked through slow. Are you serious? That is just absolutely the worst. You knew that was disrespectful. You knew that was you took your time. I don't even know how she didn't see me that first time, man. I have no clue. But all I know is that was not fair. There's no way I gotta do all that again. You lie. No. I mean, I guess? Wow, is there not a saving nearby? Was that on me?
Well done, superstar. You have accessed the lobby. Unfortunately, that complimentary entry ticket does not allow you to enter the pizza. You can find an upgrade machine in customer service.
Just take me.
Our friendly security staff can help.
You know, I don't like it. Just take me. Oh wow, okay. I gotta find a save point. I didn't realize I had to do all that, but sure. There's a save next to the gift box. I can't believe I didn't take it. Oh, I'm so unfortunate. Well, there's the one right here. That I know about, but well, I will save anyway, just because, you know, now that I got that, we don't have to redo that 1,000 different times, I suppose. I can't believe I could have saved by going through back over here at least, at the very least. But now I gotta avoid that and that and that.
Unfortunately, that complimentary entry ticket does not allow you to enter the pizzeria. You can find an upgrade machine in customer service.
Robots coming this way. I'm just gonna dip. No. Grab this. Get it out of the way early. Now she went that way. I can hide where over here? In here?
Family is looking for you.
I guess I could do that. I didn't realize I can. I'm small enough to fit in here, in a baby's crib. She's on the right.
This ticket doesn't even work. It says, good for entrance to the lobby shops. Upgrade options available at customer service. Also good for 1 free prize from Glamrock Gifts while supplies last.
I wonder what the free prize is.
I'm gonna go back through here. She's going downstairs, I suppose. So I'm gonna go up in here. She's right there. Alright. Oh, alright. just gotta deal with this again like I did the first time. Nah, dog. Nope. Nope. Ain't having it. Last time I had that deal with Chica coming through here and all that good stuff. Not this time. Not today. Not today, good sir. At least I know I can hide in cribs.
Freddy, I found the free gift. It's a crappy Mr. Hippo fridge magnet? Lame.
I am sorry, Gregory.
Well, let him ask what to do with this.
Truly sorry.
Well, now that that's done, am I able to go through here and go straight to the save, or is that not a thing? It is a thing. Let me go straight to the save. I don't trust you, sir. So at least I don't gotta do that again, at the very least. So even if I get caught up, it's good. We made progress. Made actual progress. Can I go through here now? Yes, I can. Anytime, anywhere, any place. That's good to know. Do I go that side now? If that's the case, since.
Where are you?
Damn. Nope. 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 But there's still an obstacle up there if I go that way. Doors open now? I guess. Making my way downtown, running fast, bitch. Do I even dare go this way? Do I dare?
Who wants candy?
Bullshit. Oh shit. Bullshitter. Bullshittery. Evil work, evil work, evil work, evil work, evil work, evil work, evil work. Yes! At least I'm safe. At the very least, we safe, man. Let's make it out. You got a present. Give me a key, bruh. I need a card. I need a pass thing to get to room to room. I don't need toys. We truly didn't leave Poppy's playtime. We're still living the nightmare. Of course. See that shit? Oh, that ain't fucking cool. Hold on. What's over here? Anything? I see a bag. What's the goods? Hi, Dave. You should fire Dave. He sucks. It was my first day, bruh. It was my first day on the job. I can get better if you just believe in me. I mean... So... Open this. Easy peasy, yes. Lemon squeezy. What's over here? Hold on, before I go through. That's not a save, so...
It ain't my pass!
Try that terrible magnet you found.
Totally by accident, by the way. Hold on.
Yes! The magnet scrambled the machine!
Yeah, boy, teabag on that
Oh,
hippo.
man. Now it's some kind of daycare pass?
That is great news. I
What I
will meet
need.
you in the daycare. The
That's exactly
entrance
what I
is
need,
on the
kid.
second floor balcony.
Can I actually... Let me see. I feel like I want my mouse sensitivity to be a little higher. Wow. Wow, 18%? Really? Is that what we work with here? Well, that might be a little too fast, actually. Daddy, chill. Controls. We're gonna put it down to 30. Let's see how that goes. Okay, that feels good. That way I can make a full 180 when I turn my wrist. Bitch.
This area is off limits.
Mind your business. See, that's cool. At least I can see her going through. I don't trust. So now I just gotta make it to the other side. That's all we gotta do is follow her. She gonna go that way.
Your family is looking for you.
Oh, fuck. She didn't see. She didn't look. She just assumes I went back here, right? She just assumed I went around and then went downstairs.
Employees only.
Guess what, DigidyDon? I be in 4820 mode on UCN on console. What the hell are you talking about? What even is that? 4820? What? I must be out of the loop. 'Cause I don't get it. I hate this part of the game so much. You're not gonna like the vacate part? Am I not? Is she in front? She has to be right there, bro. What about the daycare part am I gonna hate? What's wrong with it? Because if that's the case, I'm gonna get mentally prepared and eat my hot and spicy Cheez-Its while you explain the story. Go on, buddy.
This area is off limits.
I hear you, bitch. We good? Ain't nothing wrong. I didn't save. Dog. I didn't save. I didn't save. Please tell me there's a save in here, bruh. There's gotta be a save in here. Hello? Bro, y'all hiding? Gregory, we need... Who the fuck are you, buddy? Come on, man. Sunny drop energizing candy.
Staff only.
There's no way you walk through there. There's no way you walk through there. Oh, where's a tablet, bruh? I need to save. Evil world. There it is. Bolted it. Get my arm on it, man. Looking like you're having the stroll of your life, buddy. Progression. We made it. We doing good. So far, I'm having fun. I see. So this is based around your clowny ass. Okay, hold on. That's why I'm seeing all the sun drops and the moon. What is that, moon drop and sunny drop? And I'm gonna guess because of the way their face looks that they're both one person. Even though they look like they're two different characters, I don't believe it after the statue I just saw. I see a moon and a sun in that thing, and that thing looked like it give you nightmares.
Gregory, I am unable to reach you. Check the daycare security desk for a security badge, then let me in.
Who said this was okay for kids? Who in their right mind said this was okay? Meh. What is this song? What is this song? God, I'm so short. I'm amazingly short. Hold on. Oh, hey. Where's the cam? Hey, buddy. How you doing? Let's see if I can get closer. That's not a creepy little kid at all. What the hell? I didn't expect to see, like, the actual character. That's kind of cool. feel like ever since I said the purple app's name, TikTok kind of slowed down on the whole sharing around and stuff. Makes me kind of want to restart the live on there, I ain't gonna lie. It really did seem like it kind of like slowed down because it's only 110 views and I know it can grow faster than that. Who's still in chat? Who's still up in here? Out of curiosity. So I'm guessing it's just you? Because I might restart the live on TikTok, low-key. Just maybe. Because I feel like ever since I said that purple app's name, it slowed down momentum huge. Let me do that real quick, Vox. I'm gonna restart the live studio and then try to not say the purple app's wicked name ever again. That is wild. But it does feel like it slowed down, like, amazingly. Like, it ain't even funny. Alright, give me a sec. Being right back in 3, 2, 1. Man, that kind of got. Hold up a second. Anyone still on the YouTube side? I hope you're doing well. If you're still around, I appreciate you. I'm resetting the live on TikTok because I can't say Twitch's name or YouTube's name, otherwise it just dies in its tracks for some reason. So let's go live again. Appreciate you for coming back, buddy. Appreciate you. So hopefully it does well. The TikTok, you notice it just dies. Unless it just, maybe it's security breaches ain't popping off like that, like Poppy is right now. It could be that too. Slide into fun. Get ready, because it's gonna be hell, I bet. It's gonna be hell. Going in 3, 2, 1. That's a lot of balls. Textures can be a little better. Oh no.
Hello? New friends, you're sure I'm late. Are we having a slumber party? Where are all your friends? We can finger paint, tell stories, drink fizzy fast until our heads explode, and then stay up all night. There is only one rule. Keep the lights on. 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 Are you having fun yet? Are ya? Are ya? Oh, no, no! What a mess! Oh, which was the bottom? Where is the top? Clean up, clean up!
What am I looking for? Oh shit! Shit! Leave me alone, buddy. Listen.
New friends! This area is off limits! You're gonna get us in trouble!
Press and hold E to recharge your flashlight, but be careful, it takes some time to recharge. Hold E to close the trunk. Did I just glitch the game? I think the game just crashed. Yo, Springtrap, welcome. How do you do? How do you do? Son, my baby. I think I crashed the game. I'm gonna have to do it, apparently. I don't know what happened. Oh my lord. Okay. Let's reboot. See, all the bugs haven't been polished. It's all good, though. We take those. We take those L's and we just rejoice. Be glad we're here. But welcome. I appreciate you for coming by. How do you do? How do you do? So JJK, welcome back. Appreciate you for liking the live, my boy. Alright, everything's running okay. We're good. Straight back into it. It's a good thing we saved when we did, and a good thing it didn't crash before we saved when we did. Lord have mercy. Alright, back into Crazy Town.
Gregory, I am unable to reach you.
Alright, nothing in here
Check
before I go down there?
security
Second
desk
check.
for a security badge, then let me in.
And I'm already out of stamina. Holy kid. You need to go do better in your PE classes. Yay! Don't you love doing things twice?
Hello? New friend, you're sure I'm late. Are we having a slumber party? Where are all your friends?
Not here. And you ain't one of them.
Finger paint. No, no, no!
Peace out, bitch.
Oh, where's the bottom? Where is the top? Clean up, clean up.
I don't know, and I don't care. Wait.
New friend, this area is off limits.
Choose another save slot. Yeah, new save slot.
Get us in trouble. Don't you want a puppet show? I have glitter glue.
See, it didn't crash this time.
You like glitter glue? Googly eyes?
I got no choice but to go in here to make space. Oh shit! That's not where I go. Go, go, go.
No, no! What a mess! Oh, where's the bottom? Where is the top? Clean up, clean up.
Where? What am I supposed to? Is it there? Who would do that? Oh shit! No, you're a wild animal. Welcome to the chat, Tree Gamer. I appreciate you for coming by. How do you do? I'm being tortured. Can you even walk in a straight line?
No, no, no! What a mess! Oh, where's the bottom? Where is the top? Clean up, clean up.
Wait, you're telling me that
No, no, no! What a mess! Oh, where's the bottom? Where is the top? Clean up, clean up.
I don't know where to go. Is it somewhere around here? What the hell? Can you not get me while in here? Actually, don't see him. This might not be so bad. Down here? Son? Son? Do I click the generator to something? Well, I'm safe. What do I do with it? Am I in the right place? I'm so confused. Get the security badge behind the counter. Are we real? No. Gotta do it again? You sick fuck.
No, no! What a mess! Oh, where's the bottom? Where is
I got
the top?
robbed.
Clean up,
What the hell? Behind the counter. He said behind the counter. We got it. Why do I feel stuck?
No!
Why am I stuck?
No! Why would you do that? Lights on! Lights on! I warned you! I warned you!
What the hell?
Naughty boy. Naughty boy. It's past your bedtime. You must be punished. 99.
Wait a minute, listen, we can talk about this. Listen.
Gregory, I do not know what you did, but the lights are out in the daycare. You need to find the emergency
He's
backup
dead.
generators and turn them on. They are in.
He's dead. Charge the battery. It's time. It ain't time. Am I a new viewer? Need more people? Yo, you are. You are a new viewer, and I appreciate you. I would love to have more people. I would absolutely love to have more people. Look at the likes. Yo, thank you for getting it back up there. We had to restart the TikTok stream because I think I said the wicked purple app's name and it kind of killed the momentum. So hopefully, you know, things go better. But you guys brought it back up. It was 1,300. So you guys got it back up. I appreciate you. I love you. Y'all are amazing, sincerely. Oh man, okay. Time to go boogie in the dock. He's still distracted, actually. I should, That's cruel. Where is it?
Bad children must be punished.
Where is it? Where is it? It's gonna be that way. No, that way. We're trying to go up. Does this go up? No, it slides down. Where the hell do I go, Bray? We got one. That's 5. What do you take me for? What do you take me for, huh? What the hell?
Bad children must be found.
Oh, wait!
Hide away. Clean up, clean up.
Nope, I don't want to clean. All I wanted was a Pepsi. But my mama wouldn't give it to me. Wait, what the fuck?
Clean up, clean up.
Purple, purple, purple. We're going, we're going, we're going, we're going.
Bad children must be punished.
At least I know I'm safe in here. I don't trust going down the slide. I'll be real with you, I don't. Trust more going back the way I came.
Children must be punished.
Am I not going out? I am. Fuck no! Where is anything? Where is anything? Where's the distractions? I don't have a distraction in here. I don't have a distraction in there. He's afraid of the light? Oh, so I can actually keep him away. When you point the light at him, he goes away. Okay, good to know, good to know. Good to know. I feel powerful in that case. Back up, bro.
Children must be punished.
Lied? I was lied to? No, it is not. That's Cap? Yo, why would you lie to me? JJK, why would you lie to me, bro? I felt like I was safe. I felt like I was powerful. And he just kept coming. I'm like, I should have turned. That's why you don't trust chat all the time, guys. I've already been let down. I thought, you thought, you silly putty cat. It's all good. I gotta do all that again though. That is lame.
New friend, this area is off limits. You're gonna get us in trouble. Don't you want a puppet show? I have glitter glue. You like glitter glue? No! Why would you do that?
That's so odd.
Lights on! Lights on!
Gregory, I do not know what you did, but the lights are out in the daycare. You need to find the emergency backup generators.
So that's all the way up there. Hold on. That's I'm gonna go through here. Ah, fuck! You gotta clean. You gotta clean up, bitch. Don't act like don't act like I'm more important. I'm not. Oh, bro. I had the remedy. That was scary. I ain't gonna hold you, bitch. The fact that I had like 3 of them, it hurts that I got, and I'm not even going the same route. This hurts. And I'm wasting more battery. Hold on. Does this lead to any of the Jennies?
Children must be punished.
Okay, that's on. That's red. Okay, good. All right. Well, it's the one I didn't have before. So blue, green. Green is not there. Green is up. If it's even a part of the same structure. Over here?
It's past your bedtime.
Can I do that? No, it just leads back to the other Jenny. Okay. Maybe through here. Oh. I recommend that you need to go out the tunnels from time to time and just put out the distraction from him. That's how I beat it. It's really not that hard. Around like 3 Jennies, he starts crawling in them, I think. Oh, really? Alright, well, good heads up. Because I had like 3 Jennies done before, but... I found the other 3 so easily. See, now I'm going back down. Alright, maybe we'll find a Jenny down here. Fuck it. There it is. Yeah, okay. Would it be through here? Wait a minute. Am I stuck? I'm actually stuck. That's crazy. Can I go through here? Apparently not. Okay, we go this way. Really? Well, we need the blue one anyway. We got that. Let's just progress. Yellow's over on that side. The green's right here. Maybe I do gotta get out. I might have to. If I was able to go through there, it'd be a different story. Oh shit! How do I get to the green? I did it from this side, right? I think I did it from this side.
Clean up.
Was it not? Was it fucking not? Oh, I'm tripping. Yeah, I was tripping. Hold on. Move through here. I'm wasting a lot of battery, I think. Maybe not. Maybe I'm good. Where does this lead to? Toward the pink, I feel like, but I still need green. Wouldn't happen to be through here now. I hear ya. I don't see ya. No, I went through the same one.
Past your bedtime.
I can definitely see why this one's annoying to people. You get a little lost. Down here? Thank you, son. Alright. Excuse me? Oh, I can't go through there. It's a moon shape. Oh, fuck. That. He is gonna start crawling. Fuck that. I hear it.
Clean up.
Pink, 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 pink. Wait, I need battery. Fuck! It's not gonna be enough time. I need battery.
Clean up.
Recharge. Move! Move my way. Alright, I got green, I got blue, I got red.
Clean up.
I need jello, don't I? Don't I still need jello? Let's get that. Is pink the last one I need? Yes, it is. Come on, it's just pink. GG's! Yo, Sean, welcome to the chat. Hope you're doing well. Oh my lord. I'm safe now, right? I'm safe? Was that? I saw the poltergeist. I hear horrors. I hear nothing but scary sounds in the darkness. Am I supposed to go through here? Am I tripping? Hold on a second. Yo, I am lost. Okay, there's there. This leads down this way. I guess I don't go through here. Other way? We're gonna save, that's for sure. Let me just do that. We're probably go through these doors. Now go to where the light flash charger is. Click and click the button. Got you.
Rule breaker. You are banned from the daycare.
It ain't my fault, brother.
Security alert!
Gregory, jump in. We need to get out of here now. They have found you.
Yeah, just keep.
Go upstairs. And do not.
Where the hell did Martha
They
show
cannot
up?
find you while we are together.
I mean, shit. Okay, let me go into the boys' bathroom.
I bet you don't even have.
That's the mean thing to say. I mean, I got like 2. I think I got a cold. My nose has been driving me nuts. Let me see. Ain't nothing in here. Sorry, I don't mean to violate terms and services or conditions. And anyway, Lucky Stars. What we got in here?
Lost?
Don't ask me no stupid questions, Roxy. I'm just trying to find the goods. Know you got something back here for me. Can I get out?
Gregory, where are you going?
Hey, don't worry about it. Thank God and shut up, bitch. Yay! So go to where there's like just the next door. Well. Is there anything else that I'm missing? I need level 10 security pass. I need level 10. Alright, fine. It's not here. Thanks for the like, Mai. Welcome back. How do you do? What's up, the FBI remembers you, of course. What kind of question is that, mate? How do you do? Glad to see y'all returning. We're kind of in a pickle. Is there anything down here to collect? I don't see a present. Nope, level 2. Being a little picky, huh? Alright, I mean, if there's nothing here, then I'm just gonna go. I don't think my battery for Freddy's gonna run out, right? Because why would it? So let's start heading upstairs, I guess. There ain't nothing here, right? Don't worry about me, Chica. Stop looking at my cheeks, bruh. Anyway. Keep an eye out on the time at the end of each hour. Get into a recharge station or you will get caught. Stations are marked on the Faz map. Brother, if you don't get out of here with the bull, I gotta worry about.
Almost out of time. We need to get to a recharge station immediately. Every hour the power is diverted to the recharge stations. When that happens, the lights go out. And when that happens, the daycare attendant is free to roam the building.
Oh! So don't get out of Fazbear at all. You will be freaking punished. What the hell? I was trying to get the collectible, dude. You better have saved. I don't know if I did. I did save actually before going through that door. So at the very least, we're good. At the very least, we're good. That was horrifying. I didn't expect the literal just getting caught for getting out of the suit. That is wild. How's my battery looking? Oh. Oh no, it needs to be charged. Let's do that real quick.
Rule breaker, rule breaker.
This is just what we got as a torture with every time if I lose.
Security alert! Security alert!
Gregory, jump in. We need to get out of here now.
Yeah,
They
yeah,
have found
yeah.
you. Go upstairs. And do not worry. They cannot find you while we are together.
Wait. One thing I forgot. The fact that I was able to grab what was in here with no problem, but then I go...
I can help.
But then I go out there and I die immediately.
Where are you going?
That shit was hilarious. Like, are we real? I guess because the light was out, right? That must have been the reason. Because the light was out and Moon Guy was just around instantaneously. Alright, we'll just go up. Do not worry about that.
This area is off limits.
I don't give a damn.
It's almost out of time. We need to get to a recharge station immediately. Every hour the power is diverted to the recharge stations. When that happens, the lights go out. And when that happens, the daycare attendant is free to roam the building. It will find you.
And it will kill you. I ain't falling for it again, so let's get the hell up out of here.
I know you're here.
Yeah, I see you, buddy. Am I able to get through here? Get back in! I accidentally clicked E, bro. Oh my god, are you real? You get instantaneously punished for pressing a button? That is ridiculous. I did not mean to do that. Oh lord, it has begun. The torture has begun. Let's save after I do the flashlight, right? For the love of God. They made sure it wasn't instantaneous for anything. You have to hold.
Rule breaker, rule breaker. You are banned from the daycare.
I do not give a damn.
Security alert!
Evil prick.
Gregory, jump in. We need to get out of here now. They have found you.
Trying to click in, it was not going. Stop sucking. You know what?
Upstairs. And do not worry. They cannot find you while we are together.
Don't you love having to repeat yourself every time you die?
Gregory, where are you going?
Same thing from Tattoo every night, Pinky. Trying to take over the world. Alright, let's get the hell out of here. And keep my finger away from the E button now. Right? Brother.
We are almost out of time. We need to get to a recharge station immediately. Every hour the power is diverted to the recharge stations. When that happens, the lights go out. And when that happens, the daycare attendant is free to roam the building. It will find you.
Wait, so you can still get me even in the suit? What? Okay, okay. Alright, fine, sure. Yeah, whatever. I guess even Freddy himself ain't. You said I was safe with you, buddy. Lying to me.
Rule breaker! You are banned from the daycare! Security alert! Security alert!
Gregory,
That kid's so
jump
wild.
in. We need to get out of here now. They have found you. Go upstairs.
Oh my god, okay, dude. Alright. Last time, right? For real this time? I'm gonna start leaving this thing behind. I'm not even tripping on it for real.
Where are you going?
Taking this one last time, bro. If I die after this, I'm not worried about anything anymore. I'll leave this behind. There ain't no way, man. There ain't no way, man. I'm gonna wait until I'm on that side to go upstairs. Right? Save some of the battery, ain't that right? What do you call that, a smart decision? Huh, chicken? Anyway.
We are almost out of time. We need to get to a recharge station immediately. Every hour the power is diverted to the recharge stations. When that happens, the lights go out. And when that happens, the daycare attendant is free to roam the building. It will find you.
Alright, we're leaving. Alright, I guess. What the hell? I suppose.
What was that?
That is a fountain. A fountain is a decorative reservoir used for discharging water.
Not the fountain. You didn't see the dancing rabbit lady right in front of us?
No, I did not. There is no rabbit at the Mega Pizzaplex. Not anymore.
What
This
the
is
hell?
crazy. It's like the whole place is trying to get me.
I am not.
Why?
What happened to Bonnie?
Do not know. I want to help you. Maybe they want to help you too.
I doubt it. For some reason, you're different.
Good news. The front doors will open in 5 hours.
Good news? 5 hours? I'm not gonna last 5 minutes!
Do not panic. If we get separated again, you can always call me on your fast watch. As long as I have power, and I am able to reach you.
Call Freddy for help, huh? I'll keep that in mind.
We should get moving. You can access the main atrium with your new security badge.
I mean, I suppose I could. What a moment. What a moment. So he doesn't see the rabbit lady. Oh, hey. Kinda sounds like I gotta do this every time I wanna grab a collectible though. I gotta get out. Hello, how do you do? Welcome back, everybody. Got the sun plush. I mean, at this point, I save again, right? So I don't have to keep grabbing the present. Okay. Let's make this quick. I can see where the more annoying parts of this game lie. It's just getting in and out and then doing the same thing over. Now that we got everything in here, Let's get the hell up out of here, up out of here. Who's in the parties? No, nobody. Okay. Am I safe? I'm assuming we're safe. Ain't no one around here. Do I have level 2 clearance yet? No. What do I have, bot? Do we just go back to our room? Hell, I actually really legitimately don't know where I'm going right now. Oh, we chopping. This was the safe room again. So obviously we don't go in there. Done. I don't have a mission right now, apparently. Map? Still no map. 3K likes? Y'all are crazy, bro. Appreciate y'all. Jesus. I mean, one of the highest rated likes, I think, out of all my streams so far. That's pretty goddamn insane. Y'all be multi-tapping. Wait, I can go... No, I can't. I've been through this one before. Where do I... Would I rather go back the way I came? There's no way. Why would I do that, right? So... Elevator?
Gregory, I have identified 2 possible exit points. The main loading dock is located under the food court on the 1st floor. There is also a fire escape in the 3rd floor prize counter. Check your fast watch. I will mark both locations on your fast map. It appears that you have no fast map. You should be able to obtain one from the greeter on the center balcony.
It's only me. It's been coming and going. Like sometimes Mikasa and the others are in the chat. Seems like you're alone for the moment. They might come back. Who knows? Map loading dock under the... Wow. Okay. Brian's counter security office on the 3rd floor. Collect the map. Where would I go for all that? Can I just click this and go? No? Does that mean I gotta... Let me click the button. I mean, I suppose. Dun, 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 dun. Uh-oh, we chopping. We're chopping. Monty's Gator Golf. Kids Cove. Mazer size. Chica's delicious path to fitness. Laser blast. That's kind of ironic considering she was eating through a lot of trash.
Hi. Please take this map. Take a map.
I'm gonna slap the Mary Poppins out of you, bitch. That was
Thank you.
awful.
Please enjoy.
That wasn't
Free
fun
map.
for me at all. Why did you just pull me out of his anal cavity? Why would you do that? So you knew I was in there. You knew I was in there. Who are you? Who are you? That was fucked up. I was not expecting to be grabbed out of freaking Freddy, bro. Freddy's words literally were, "You are safe with me, Gregory." Man, that was the biggest lie in the book. Unfortunately, I don't see where I'm at. I'm on the left side here, I'm assuming. Let me see. God, my nose is still bothering me, boys. Feels horrible. Oh, Lord have mercy. Oh, hey, Foxy. The hell? Wait, can I see his face from over here? It's Foxy. Still rocking the pirate stuff and all that shit, like in Secret of Mimic.
Good news. It looks like the door to El Chips is open.
El Chips. I do love, like, this is what I like about the game. Like, look at this environment. This is sick. Like, the fact that you can actually explore this whole thing is kind of dope in its own way. I was always interested in playing this and just never did.
I must warn you, when you enter an area where you do not have a locator map signal, I will be unable to reach your location. You can update your minimap at a security office. Be safe.
Whatever you say, buddy. I'm making it out of El Chips with this one. God, I feel like I have allergies, but it's just a cold bothering my face. I ain't having that shit. Keep your distance. Pointing at me. What are you looking at, you hockey puck? Busy fast Monty, huh? I got myself a drink. I don't think I gotta charge the flashlight, do I? Okay, let's do it. Let's get it over with. Mind your business. You're kidding. I was about to say, like, you ain't starting that shit with me.
Nobody will miss you.
No!
You can't outrun me.
Don't tell her I'm here. Don't you dare. You're gonna give away my position. How did he get in here and yet you can't get your fat ass in here, Freddy? What plot twist was that? Where the hell do I go with El Chips? That door. Right? I'm supposed to go to that door.
You think you're better than this?
You were not in here. You didn't go through no door or nothing. Oh my lord. Come on, eh? Damn near made me piss myself. The worst part though is I'm leaving the thing behind and I don't. Jeez, it's the loading. Oh my lord. You're so cheating, you know that? It puts you in like the worst spot where they know you're gonna alert fucking Roxy, bruh. It'll be their turn. I'm crouching. You can't see me. I'm the gingerbread man. Alright. We manage. We manage. Let's make sure we recharge. Same strat. We're gonna just go right around crouching. Cause I'm walking. I'm more so short. You'd think they would miss me anyway. Get strapping out for a second. I'm gonna move it. Oh my god.
Well done, Gregory. You are in the East Arcade. You should be able to get to the prize counter through the security office. Look for the door with the security badge symbol on it.
Oh my god. Oh, bullshit. I don't deserve it. I don't deserve it. Maybe after I grab the objects, I saved. Otherwise, I'm gonna have to keep grabbing the objects over and over again. Would have been nice if it auto-saved when you did grab objects, at the very least. Apparently they don't notice me even if I'm right in their face as long as I'm crouching. Yay! Yay! Yeah. Alright, we're gonna just save. We're just gonna get it out of the way. Yo, Shadow, how do you do? Welcome back. Hope you're doing well. Much love, much love. Get up out of here. I'm gonna move it. Cause I don't gotta grab the thing anymore. I saved it from there, so we good. Hot. If my face wasn't bothering me so much, this wouldn't be half as bad.
Well done, Gregory. You are in the East Arcade. You should be able to get to the prize counter through the security office.
I'm not allowed to go through that way. He caught me last time, so we'll just go straight. What are we looking at? Anything over here? Is there anything like... Oh my god. There's gotta be like a present, right? There's something. I know there's something in this little corner over here. Nah, I don't see it in there. Alright, we're just gonna leave it. Stop it. I'm gonna walk over here, don't mind me. I'm just staying on the floor. Just a stain on the floor. Just a stain on the floor. Wait for him to walk away. Bruh. Okay. What the hell? Okay. There's gotta be something in here. Why you got so much security for no reason, bruh? Like, there's a wild amount of security in this room for no reason. You go through here? I mean, I guess. And Roxy's back up here somewhere. What is she, in there? Why is there so many bots? Oh, there's Roxy. Bullshit!
Keep searching. He can't hide forever.
Keep her away from me, man. I see the light. Why? This is life. Howdy, Jack. How you doing? Welcome back. That was wild. She took so long to actually, like, pull me out of there. I thought she maybe didn't actually notice. Can't hide forever. They are so disrespectful. They make you think they left, and they don't. The bright side, I don't need to go for the fucking thing anymore, so I can just go straight there, bruh.
Well,
Great.
John Gregory, you are in the East Arcade. You should be able to get to the prize counter through the security office. Look for the door with the security badge symbol on
I'm
it.
going through here this way this time, bruh. There's too much security. Too much security. What if I go kind of... Let's wait and see. Go. Wait. Making our way downtown. Am I supposed to go to that door? Am I supposed to go to that door? Or am I just going deeper and deeper into hell? My nose feels like it's on fire. Oh, there's the badge. Fucking bitch.
Freddy, it's not opening.
How unfortunate. Head past the Superstarcade wall to the back of the arcade. There is a roll-up door at the very back which leads to the prize counter.
Leads to the prize counter. Leads to the prize counter. Leave me. Oh, fuck off. Fuck. Does that mean I gotta go that way? Behind the arcade. So the way I was gonna go, is that what I'm getting out of this? Because that's what I'm getting out of this. I'm gonna go this way. Don't go this way. Screw you. Thank you. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Alright, at the very least, we safe, right? We safe. At the very least. I think I'm heading where I'm supposed to go.
Nobody will miss you.
That's wild.
Keep searching. He can't hide forever.
She's about to pull me out again. This is exactly what she did last time. 3,
Sneak away,
2.
little coward.
Oh, she didn't get. Evil. Take care, JJK. I appreciate you for coming by, my boy. Much love. You have a good one, alright? I'll catch you on the next one. That's horrible. That is horrible. So I gotta do all that, and then to think I'm gonna come back to El Chips every time. And I'm gonna have to hear this. Over and over. Yo, welcome. I love you for the like, man. How you doing, Will? I'm destroyed. I'm being destroyed. Fuck you. Who you gonna call? Huh? Who you gonna call? Stupid B? Anyway. Mind your business.
Well, John Gregory, you are in the East Arcade. You should be able to get to the prize counter through the security office. Look for the door with the security badge symbol on it.
We got this. We got this. Wait. What was I gonna say?
Freddy, it's not opening.
How unfortunate. Head past the Superstarcade wall to the back of the arcade.
I'm just bolting it. I don't give a fuck
Roll-up
anymore.
door at the very back, which leads to the prize counter.
Where were you? Where are you? I'm not foolish
I
enough.
bet I'm your favorite.
Fuck that! You're not my favorite for anything. Leave me alone!
Keep searching. He
Stop
can't
it! You
hide
can't keep getting
from-
away with this! Alright. At least I know it's safe. Oh my lord, bro. That is wild. Give me just a second. Oh my god, my nose is bothering the hell out of me. And it's warm. Let me see if I can work my hair up a little bit. Oh gosh. I feel like I'm not doing it right. I feel like I got it. Yeah, I still got a piece of hair right there. Warm and everything, dude. Apologies. I'm so sorry. Give me a second to breathe. Like, it gets incredibly warm for, like, no reason. Let me see here real quick. This game definitely seems a little bit more punishable. That's for sure. This game will punish you for not being on your A game. Wait, is this stream not even working? Oh, it is working. I was about to say. Making sure everything's running good. Oh my lord, my nose. Well, I hope everyone's doing alright. My fault, man. Gotta be the best host I can, but I am freaking dying right now. Oh my lord. How's everyone doing? Like, it is hot. It is hot for no reason. I do not get it. Actually, how's that on there? I'm having a chance, and then we having a chance, and then I'm dancing with myself. That's what that song I think sounds like. Dancing with myself. Oh, 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 oh. 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 Saw that, Berg. Thanks again for the like, my boy. Appreciate you. How do you do? You know, we're just taking a little tiny break. I am cooling down. It is hot as heck in my room. Hope everyone's doing alright. Good. That's good, bruh. Glad to hear it. This game's been kicking my ass. I gotta run all the way back over there. I wasn't getting caught. At the moment I ran in front of freaking Roxy and it was just all over from there. There's no getting away from that. The fact that they can still like trick you too while you're hiding, like, oh, we didn't find you. Oh, psych, we did find you. Like, oh, come on. Come on, that is evil. That is evil work. What part you on? Right now, I am currently, I don't know if you recognize it, because I wouldn't really know. Well, actually, so I'm in the arcade. So I'm not in the LCHS. I forgot I didn't get caught yet. Right now I'm hiding from Roxy in the arcades. I was waiting for her to walk away.
You are nothing.
See, she's still at it. Calm your tits somewhere else, bitch, because I ain't trying to hear it. I need a break. What the hell is she doing here anyway?
Are you hungry?
How do you still sound like you're right here? And if I pop out, you're gonna be right there. I wish there was like a little window so I could see where they walk away from, but they don't. Is it back this way? I do see a bag. I should not be smoking. Oh my lord. Oh, I should have to look at the cameras. Are we ballsy enough to do it? I think so. I did it. Move out the way, bitch. Oh my god. Is it even this way? Is it even this way? Oh my god!
Hey kid, come on out. We're only trying to help.
No, you're not. Stop it. Can't see it through the. I was hoping he already had turned around and started rolling away. That is so cheap. Oh god. He showed up immediately with the quickness. Am I the only one in chat? Currently, you might be, yeah. Some people have come and gone, so you might be the only one right now. Piece of shit. We're just gonna run through this. Walk away. Walk away. Walk away.
Well done, Gregory. You are in the East Arcade. You should be able to get to the prize counter through the security office. Look for the door with the security badge symbol on it.
Oh my god, choppy. Oh, shit. Hold on. It's gonna tell me that I can't open the door, and I don't know if I'm supposed to do this every single time, but I'm gonna do it.
Freddy, it's not opening.
How unfortunate. Head past the Superstarcade wall
Wait,
to the
wait.
back of the arcade. There is a roll-up door at the
Gotta
very
go that
back
way.
which leads to the
Dip,
prize
boy,
counter.
dip. Gonna run for it. Don't like you motherfuckers. Fuck you. Where's Roxy? Every time I see her, it's over here. Damn near every time.
You can't hide forever.
Beat bitch. We're going right around this. I ain't dealing with it.
Nobody will miss.
I'm not even going for the package. Screw it. Or no, do I? Fuck it. I second guessing myself. What does it say at least? I know, it's live. Wait a minute. I don't think I can run straight past these ones. Stop looking at me.
Locked again? Why does
Really?
a pizza place need so much security?
They are required safety measures due to past issues. Look for another way in.
Another way into the security office. Where, bro? Where? They're killing me. They are killing me. They tell you to go one place and you go to the next place and then there's another place. Like, bro, come on. Come on. Really? I suppose so. That is my luck, mate. That is my luck. But where do I go then? Like, it was obvious to go back here. Anything else? I don't know. Like, is it... The worst part about it, too, is if I get caught now, I gotta do all that again, right? One place to the other place, and... Okay. Where is she? Am I supposed to go?
Are you lost?
No.
Hey kid, come on out. We're only trying to help.
Like maybe this way? Like the other side? I didn't really check. The only other thing I can think of is maybe going this way. Oh no, that's where I came from. Wait a minute. Right? Am I tripping? Because if I go through here, it's where the package was. Okay. But there's nothing else over there, right? So maybe that door? Maybe? The fucking bathroom with security in it. What the? You gotta be fucking shitting me, dog. And I go into a bathroom where it's not safe at all. Yo, Jordan, welcome to the chat. How do you do? I'm trying not to get caught so I don't have to do everything all over again. Where am I supposed to go, bro? So much security for no fucking reason. Why? Is the other way in here? No, it's just another bathroom. Right. I'm assuming I don't go back. I was supposed to go through that door, which I did. I went there. Is there somewhere else I'm supposed to go? Like, oh my lord. Like, any further deeper in?
You are nothing.
No. Evil.
I heard that.
You gotta be fucking kidding me. No! Stop it.
Sneak away, little coward.
Catch my ass, bro. It's over. No way, bro, right? There's no way. Fuck. Somehow I got lucky. Somehow I actually, like, got really lucky. I already checked. There's nowhere else around here, right? Nowhere else? I already tried going through there, so I can't... Wait, the vent. Get me out of here. I saw the vent. Thank you, dude. Alright, at least. What the fuck is that? No. You leave me alone, you little critter. I want nothing to do with it. I am not gonna die until I get to a save point. Fuck you, dude. Fuck you, dude.
Yes, found it.
Get out of here. Oh my god. I need a save. Thank you. Get me out of here. Oh my lord, that was something else. That was quite the experience. Tell you what. Give me that goddamn security badge, bruh. Damn it, Timmy.
Emergency lockdown activated. This area is off limits to guests.
No. Freddy, I don't know what happened. All I did was take the badge.
Do not panic. That office is now on lockdown. I can deactivate the alarm, but it will take some time.
Bet you don't even have friends. Nobody will miss you.
Evil work.
You are nothing. I bet I'm your favorite.
Yo, I'm about to die.
I can help.
Oh my god. Oh my god. It's inevitable. What the hell?
Sneak away.
We're only trying.
I think the game bugged out. No, my energy from my door ran out. I don't understand. Oh, that's just how it be, bro. That's just how it be. That is so funny. At least I saved and I'm in that room. On the bright side, so something, you know. That's a bright side. Something to look, you know, cup half full kind of thing. Oh, all right, give me one moment here. Thankfully. Actually, let me check that out real quick. What? Let me check that out real quick. What? How we doing over here? Oh my lordy. I do gotta start uploading the other shorts and stuff though. Actually, how's that going? Did alright. That did alright. That didn't do too bad. What about this one? That one did good too. Not too bad. Not great, but not too bad. Let me see if I look over here. So that's this side and this side. That's facing back that way, behind the room. And then this side is just what? You can probably actually see them over here too, huh? What's this? This is the door? Yes, it is. Can't really change it from here, but at least I know this one's this side and that side and that side. I get it now. All right. Well, let's hope for the best.
Emergency lockdown activated. This area is off limits to guests.
No, no, no! Freddy! I don't know what happened! All I did was take the badge!
Do not panic. That office is now on lockdown. I can deactivate the alarm, but it will take some time.
Hide forever. You are nothing! miss you.
I don't remember which side this was. Oh fuck! Fuck!
I can help. I bet I'm your favorite. Hey kid, come on out. We're only trying to help.
Nope. 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 I got a smidgen of juice left. A smidgen.
Are you lost? I bet you don't even have friends.
Well, guys, it was nice knowing you.
Come on now.
How long is this section? How long is it? Is it a time thing where I just gotta like wait them out or something? Because it kind of feels janky. I don't know what to say. I don't know what to feel. It feels like a freaking disaster. Like, how long? I'm terrible at this. Where's that at? I'm curious, is that all I gotta do? So, 4. Well, try this again.
Emergency lockdown activated. This area is off limits to guests.
No, no, no! Freddy, I don't know what happened. All I did was take the badge.
Do not panic. That office is now on lockdown.
my god! I clicked E, you bastard! I clicked it! I freaking clicked it! Whatever. Maybe I want them to kind of be there, and then I close the door on their face. That way, the least energy being taken, and I know they're right there. That was my strat, but then the E didn't pop up, so that kind of caught me. That caught me kind of dirty. Evil. Freaking evil.
Emergency lockdown activated. This area is off limits to guests.
No, no, no! Freddy, I don't know what happened. All I did was take the badge.
Do not panic. That office is now on lockdown. I can deactivate the alarm, but it will take some time.
Hide forever. I can help.
Come on now. We're only trying.
How about no? I was hoping I could get to it in time. I'm gonna wait as long as possible before I have to use the doors so I can save the energy. That is evil.
Emergency lockdown activated. This area is off limits to guests.
No, no, no! Freddy, I don't know what happened. All I did was take the badge.
Do not panic. That office is now on lockdown. I can deactivate the alarm, but it will take some time.
Nothing. I bet you don't even have friends. I bet I'm your favorite.
Evil work. Oh, I don't think I like this part at all. It is not my thing. I am bad at this. Oh, I am bad at this. Like, I'm trying to keep track of the... Ugh. Oh, my lord. Alright. Yo, Matt, welcome. How do you do? Welcome to the chat, man. It's nice to meet you. Glad to have you. I am getting kind of snorkeled right now, but it's fine. Totally.
Emergency lockdown activated. This area is off limits to guests.
No, no, no! Freddy, I don't know what happened. All I did was take the badge.
Do not panic. That office is now on lockdown. I can deactivate the alarm, but it will take some time.
I'm gonna try. Where? Okay.
I bet
gotta
you
come
don't
in.
even have friends.
When she starts moving, he's gonna start moving. I'm just gonna start. Do they even wind up on this side at all? No, right? Just that side. They're both there.
Sneak away, little coward.
Alright, I got the right door closed at least still, so.
You are nothing. Are you hungry?
Where's she, bro? I don't see Roxy at all.
You can't hide forever.
Oh my god! No wonder it wasn't letting me open it. She was right there, I guess. What the heck was that, bro? What the heck was that? Lord have mercy on my soul, bro. I don't think I got it in me to keep going, dude. This is breaking me down. This is breaking me down bit by bit. Lord. Ugh. You a bitch. Where you go, bro? Half the time she just freaking disappears. Like maybe she went through here and that's why I can't see her. She goes through like whatever this room is, I guess. Cause it feels like she just disappears from here. This is the most useful like camera. You literally got a blind spot on this fucking door. Right, is this one? This one's with a blind spot. Like, is there any? Maybe the blind spot's because I gotta turn this shit. Like, I gotta turn this shit. And then even when I do, let's see. Even when I do, no, it's still a blind spot. It's still a blind spot. That's obnoxious. Because it's literally a blind spot. Whoa, man, what do you say, bro?
Emergency lockdown activated. This area is off limits to guests.
No, no, no! Freddy, I don't know what happened. All I did was take the badge.
Do not panic. That office is now on lockdown. I can deactivate the alarm, but it will take some time.
You are nothing.
Gator didn't even show up.
You can't hide forever.
Oh, there you are. Guess you were on the other side.
I bet you don't even have friends. Hey kid, come on out. We're only trying to... Are you hungry?
All done. See? That was not so bad. If
Oh,
the path looks clear, head to the prize counter.
bro. Yo, thanks, David, for the share. I love you, bro. How you do? How do you do? Oh, my
I
lord.
bet you don't even have friends.
Let's save, just so I don't have to do all that again, dude. That was stressful, to say the least. My lord, man. Don't even know where to begin. They seem to still be out there. No?
Are you...
Hey, kid, come on out. We're only trying to help.
They keep disappearing when I do find them, funny enough. They're like teleporting off cam. Story deleted them.
Give up.
And yet I still hear them. Why?
I know you're here.
That is so spooky. What the heck? I mean, I guess. I guess. Oh, fuck! You can help. Ah. My fault. I forgot if I walk up to the door, it just kind of does that. At least I saved. But that explains where they are. And why they still sound like they're so freaking close. Oh my goodness. That is hilarious. Let me check something out real quick.
Give up.
That is so funny. That is so funny.
Nobody will miss you.
The problem with me standing around with not pausing is they still move around. Hope everyone's doing alright, man. My bad for slowing down. If I wasn't still sick, kinda, I think I'd be doing better. My nose is driving me insane. on, give me a sec. Ugh. Go to the restroom real quick. Everyone take a little quick second to themselves. Like a part of me, let me think. The part of me's thinking, I'm taking a break, but while we do that, like maybe I get something to eat or something, and while we do that, we watch like Poppy Lore or some shit. That's what I'm thinking. Because sincerely, Security Breach took more out of me than I thought it would so far. I am exhausted. I don't think it helps that my fucking everything is bothering me right now. Oh my lord. $3 and 15 minutes. There's no way it needs to be that long to explain. Is it early? There's no way. There's no way it's that long, bro. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. How does this video go so far?
Of the Poppy Playtime series. This will be including events that were alluded to prior to the chapters themselves, and also content shown on the Mob Entertainment YouTube channel. I will be showing the events shown chronologically, while also giving a play-by-play of the events that occur within the 5 chapters released thus far. Please keep in mind that the full story of Poppy Playtime is not yet released, so new things will likely be added as future chapters come out. Let's get into it. An aspiring young inventor by the name of Elliot Ludwig founded a toy-making company, focused on creating great products for children to enjoy and keeping parents all around the United States happy. Playtime Corporation, or better known as Playtime Co., soon became the biggest and most successful toy manufacturing company in the world. 1930 would also mark the creation of a construction company.
What? They go deep. Hold on. Hold on. Let's say I was to change this. Could I do that? I'd rather have this. Let it just be this one. Is that possible? Let's say I had that. But I just gotta grab this. What am I doing? Oh gosh. In one moment, my fault. That is horrible. Yeah, see, I got a cold or something. Still got a cold. I sneeze and it blows up. That is ridiculous. My bad. Let me grab this. Where'd I put the other one? Over here. Close that. Because if I can just have window capture, specific window, source, it works, and it doesn't show anything else. Let's say I have, I don't know, anything else on screen. It's not gonna just pop up on there. No, it doesn't. All right, good, good. So let's say I'm trying to make this full screen. Landscape mode, put this underneath. Whoops. Stop recording for right now. I think what I'm going to do is go on here. Let's see if I do this real quick. Kind of cheating, but I'm switching it to Poppy Playtime while we watch that, right? And then, I'm assuming we do that with this too. Let's save that. Alright, I gotta check this out. Whoops. Oh, I'm clicking the wrong button. Of course I am. How's it look if I do this full screen? Is that too much? Oh no, that's perfect. Alright.
Warren Bark Construction by Darwin Silver. They would go on to help build much of the Welcome to the complete timeline of the Poppy Playtime series. This will be including events that were alluded to prior to the chapters themselves, and also content shown on the Mob Entertainment.
Well, before I even do that, actually, I gotta do the same thing for Twitch. So give me just a moment. Go to that. Or go to the lore. Wait, it worked, so why didn't? Oh, I see. No offense, buddy, but this is my stream. Let me, I'm still there. There you go. Man, such a, so fuck it. He gets what he wants.
Welcome to the complete timeline of the Poppy Playtime series. This will be including events that were alluded to prior to the chapters themselves, and also content shown on the Mob Entertainment YouTube channel. I will be showing the events shown chronologically, while also giving a play-by-play of the events that occur within the 5 chapters released thus far. Please keep in mind that the full story of Poppy Playtime is not yet released, so new things will likely be added as future chapters come out. Let's get into it. An aspiring young inventor by the name of Elliot Ludwig founded a toy-making company focused on creating great products for children to enjoy and keeping parents all around the United States happy. Playtime Corporation, or better known as Playtime Co., soon became the biggest and most successful toy manufacturing company in the world. 1930 would also mark the creation of a construction company, Warren Bark Construction by Darwin Silver. They would go on to help build much of the facility for Playtime Co. in the coming years. On the 6th of March 1946, future Playtime employee Edward Ritterman is born. Playtime Corporation took the world by storm due to its innovative toys. It was in the 50s that Elliot would create a doll inspired by his daughter Poppy Ludwig. He would call the special doll Poppy Playtime. The doll had a special ability to hold a full conversation with a child, a truly remarkable feat. You aren't just purchasing a toy for your child, you're giving them a friend that they can actually speak to, and it speaks back. It helps with social skills and relationship building, something that you simply couldn't get with any other child's toy. The doll would prove so successful that it would hold the position as the company's most popular toy for 34 consecutive years. It's really no surprise that Playtime Co. found the success that they eventually did. Playtime Co. has many different employees, all of which joined the company at different times, but we know that one employee, named Thomas Clark, would join Playtime Co. in 1955, working as a pediatrician for the children that resided within the place Playtime Co. named Playcare. In the late 1950s, a brand new toy was introduced to the public by Playtime Co., DigidyDon. It would be the second major commercial hit for the company, and would be revamped every decade there on out. Plus, you could get the added bonus of morphing Doughy the Doughman into whatever your imagination could think of. The 60s proved to be a critical turning point for Playtime Corporation. After the huge success of Poppy Playtime for the past decade, it was time for Playtime to expand even further. Elliot dedicated himself once again to creating special toys, and before long, Playtime created the Make-A-Friend machine. It had the ability to autonomously create toys without outside intervention. This creation of a Make-A-Friend machine was just a glimpse of Elliot Ludwig's incredible ingenuity and would prove invaluable for Playtime. Jimmy Roth would become the chief marketing officer for the company, responsible for promoting the company's new toys to families around the country, while Pierre would be the head of innovation, a high position in the Playtime chain of command. With the pursuit to create the next Poppy Playtime, the toy of Bron was created, using the fact that dinosaurs were incredibly popular in the 1960s, and market research suggested that a Brontosaurus being the most popular of choices. Playtime would make the small red dinosaur. Unfortunately, Bron wouldn't have the commercial success that Poppy did, and would prove its usefulness decades later. Get a look at this guy. This is Boxy Boo, a toy created 5 years after the creation of Bron, based around a jack-in-the-box that could spring out from the top and sides. Unfortunately, Boxy Boo was also a bit of a commercial failure, not selling nearly as much as Poppy, or Bron for that matter. While not dated, we do know that it's during this rough period of time that Elliot Ludwig founded the Young Geniuses program for Playtime Co. The purpose of the program was to gather as many intelligent children as Playtime could and have them solve impossible questions. Once a child was accepted, they would be sent a letter from Elliot Ludwig congratulating them on their acceptance into the program, where they would be joined by their colleagues at Playtime to create something incredible for the future. One of these children that participated within the Young Geniuses program was a young boy named Harley Sawyer. We can see a note written about Harley, presumably by Elliot. It talks about Sawyer's lack of friendships and how serious he is about everything regarding his work. He sees a drive that he has never seen before, and he is incredibly intelligent to boot. Sawyer is the embodiment of what Elliot was looking for when he created the program. Another interesting point noted is that Sawyer almost never smiles. However, the few times that Elliot has noticed him smile is when he's working on an invention or an experiment with Elliot. Elliot has tried to get to know the young man better, but he doesn't give away much, saying that he clearly doesn't think much of his home life, by the way in which he speaks about it, saying that he feels sorry for Sawyer. But Sawyer told Elliot that being here with him, doing the things that they're doing, is all that he ever wanted. Elliot expresses his admiration for the boy, saying that he wants to keep him around, considering him something special, and if he's correct, he could be the one to lead science into the future. It's hard to know exactly how long passes between the notes, but we know that at some point, Elliot Ludwig actually removes Harley Sawyer from the Young Geniuses program, despite how much it pains Elliot and how he doesn't want to discourage or hurt Sawyer, saying that his mind is brilliant, probably the most brilliant that he's ever known in fact, reinstating that working with Sawyer has been one of the most rewarding experiences of his lifetime. But despite this, he cannot continue to lie to himself or hide a very glaring flaw in Sawyer: his lack of humility. He states how science should serve humanity, and that progress for the sake of progress does more harm than good. And throughout Sawyer's time in the program, Elliot has tried to temper his humility much like he had to do with himself in his youth, but it only incites anger in Sawyer, saying that Sawyer lashed out at Elliot in the evening and stormed out of the lab, telling Elliot not to be soft and how progress doesn't care about how anybody feels about it. This way of thinking scared Elliot, and he was lost in finding a way to convince Sawyer of the alternative. He began reflecting on his own youth, where even he himself had a similar outlook as Sawyer does, saying that the one thing that changed him and gave him a new perspective of things was seeing the world and people bouncing back from rejection and hardship through connection, saying that rejection can sometimes be the best thing for us. It reminds us why actions matter and who they're for. It made him a better person, and as such, he hopes that by removing Sawyer from the Young Geniuses program will make him better too. He finishes the letter by challenging Sawyer to head for home and to look at the people around him, try to look for a new perspective, and to better know why progress actually matters, hoping that one day he will understand and perhaps even thank Elliot. The response to this letter from Elliot didn't go down well with Sawyer, as we can see writing on torn pieces of paper. It mentions how Elliot took everything, and how Sawyer thought Ludwig actually cared, but it turns out nobody cares, nobody understands him, stating that Elliot Ludwig is a soft, pathetic, small-minded backstabber, and nothing more. It even appears by the smudges of the paper that Sawyer was actually crying when writing these notes, clearly affected by what he felt was a deep betrayal by Elliot. Again, while not specifically dated, it is roughly around this time that Elliot Ludwig would lose a loved one, very likely being his daughter, Poppy Ludwig. Elliot would begin experimenting on dead rats, notably seen with the earliest numbered experiment 814, with the belief that poppy flowers held life-altering properties and revival could be possible using them. While experiment 814 would fail, we know that the purpose of these experiments were Elliot Ludwig's attempts to revive his deceased daughter Poppy Ludwig. There is no confirmed date for the creation of experiments 1006 and 1007, but they are believed to have been created between the 1960s and the 1980s, so for that purpose, I'll mention them here. After numerous failed attempts at using poppy flowers to revive organic tissue, a breakthrough would occur with the creation of experiment 1006, later known as the prototype. This would mark the first successful experiment, mixing both organic and mechanical components to create a new life from an old one. It's also quite interesting, since 1006 is the only known experiment that doesn't require any kind of food or water for survival. Playtime would recognize 1006 as a prime example for the type of vessel of which they are trying to create. We also know that 1006 was created from a child named Oliver, who shares a close bond with Playtime creator Elliot Ludwig. It is presumed that Oliver was possibly an adopted son, given a conversation between the two briefly after Oliver was turned into the prototype, with Ludwig referring to him as his boy. Oliver initially believed that Ludwig was trying to help him go to a better place, but would later realize that he was simply being used as a test, or prototype, for Elliot Ludwig's greater plan, to bring his dead daughter back to life. This would infuriate Oliver, who would eventually take on the prototype as his name, but he was assured by Elliot Ludwig that he and his daughter Poppy would get along, and once he successfully brought her back, they could all live as a family together. We know not long after this that Elliot Ludwig would be successful in his attempts to revive Poppy Ludwig, revived in the body of the toy that was inspired by her. This would be experiment 1007, Poppy Playtime. Near the end of the 60s, Eddie Ritterman would be hired at Playtime, in the role of the head of research. Thanks to a wildlife conservation campaign, Playtime Co. released yet another toy to their line in the 1970s, this time being Yarnaby. He would go on to have multiple releases as the years went on. Unfortunately, no creation date is mentioned, but we do know that another toy was released around this time called Pianosaurus. He was actually a part of a toy line that featured an entire band. But again, unfortunately, we still have not seen the other band members as part of the band. But Pianosaurus did get his own commercial, targeted towards music-loving kids. In 1972, Playtime Co. signed an 18-year contract with Cyril Warrenbach of Warrenbach Construction Company to build and create anything that Playtime needed in relation to their Playtime facility. This would be overseen by Elliot Ludwig. In 1976, Playtime created their most ambitious creation yet, Playcare, an orphanage created below the Playtime facility that was founded by Elliot Ludwig to house orphans. Whilst it was meant to care, teach and help the orphans, it was secretly used as housing for future test subjects, used by Playtime for their experiments. To hide this fact, Playtime would actually interview certain orphans to potential adopters, seemingly allowing some of these children to actually go through a proper adoption process. However, the children that either couldn't get adopted or showed promising results from the game station would be chosen to participate in the Bigger Bodies initiative. This is something that we'll touch on more extensively shortly. In 1979, the toy Candy Cat was born. At this point, Playtime was being criticized for being too old-fashioned, so they wanted to create a more mischievous and free-spirited character. Candy Cat's tongue was the main selling point, as children could roll it up and place it back into its mouth, along with a hatch on her back that children could store their candy. It was in 1983 that we had our very first big confirmed failure of a toy idea, notably Kick Me Paul. I mean, look at this abomination. Somebody just drew a face on an orange and gave it arms and a hat. It had been intended that kids could hit or kick him, but Playtime recognized the stupidity of the design and rejected the toy, believing that it went against their brand values, mentioning how the toy was laughed out of the presentation and that, well, nobody liked him. Despite its rough reception the first time around, it was actually resubmitted for consideration. Jimmy Roth, the chief marketing officer, believed that the sellability of the toy would be impacted more on its name rather than its appearance. Despite attempts at renaming the toy, it was once again denied, and Kick Me Paul would take its rightful place in a room later known as the rejection room. Within this same rejection room were many more toys that never made it to the full production line of Playtime, and while many do not have exact dates of creation, I feel that this would be a fitting time to show many others that joined Kick Me Paul in the rejection room. Let me introduce Sir Poops-a-Lot. This Garfield ripoff would be rejected due to its negative reaction by Playtime focus groups, who viewed the toy as disgusting. I mean, I can't say that I disagree. The designer for this toy would be fired, by the way. The design group at Playtime really just decided not to to even try when Pet Stone became an idea. But despite the design team thinking that it was an ingenious and probably
Ridiculous.
cheap idea, the focus group couldn't believe what they were seeing, believing it to be a joke on behalf of Playtime, thus causing it to be rejected. A little more work was put into Owen the Oven. While this grumpy guy doesn't look all that bad, for some reason Playtime decided to make this guy a fully operational oven, capable of temperatures of 400 degrees Fahrenheit. Ultimately, this resulted in children getting third-degree burns.
Of course.
I do not want to even imagine the lawsuits. Love Bug is a design found within the rejection room, and to be honest, this looks exactly like something Playtime would create. And while we don't have any information as to why the design was rejected, we do know that it never made it to full production. A similar design that looks right up Playtime's alley is Petite Pooch, who also never made it beyond the concept stage. Sunny Buddy sports a carefree, laid-back look, and that's probably because he will never have to worry about making it to the production line. We also don't know why Buddy never worked out, but I for one would like one of these guys on my desk. The egg-shaped surprise here would also not make it to commercial shelves. Intended to be cheap so children could purchase them with their pocket money, and designed to be a collectible, Playtime would shelve the idea as they pivoted towards larger toys. Daisy is probably the most notable rejected toy design, with the documents mentioning how Playtime had begun a big advertisement campaign for the would-be new toy, placing her all around Playtime Factory on posters and company branding. However, early tests with children resulted in many of them actually crying. Due to the negative opinion the toy was getting with kids, Laith Pierre would order the removal of Daisy from all commercial and branding and reject the toy. But we know that, for whatever reason, Daisy was not fully removed from branding and can still be seen throughout the facility to this day. There are hopes within the company that they might be able to revive the character in the future with a less creepy form. 34 years after the creation of Poppy Playtime will come the second major selling success in Playtime Corporation's lifespan, this time the creation of a toy named Huggy Wuggy. The purpose of the toy was its ability to give children hugs, using its long arms and pleasant and welcoming demeanor, with the toy's ability to hug you forever being a major design point for Ludwig. It would become one of Playtime's most successful products, and was quickly considered a signature toy alongside Poppy Playtime. The company looked to take a double dip on Huggy Wuggy's concept, releasing a feminine counterpart called Kissy Missy.
You know what I think is the saddest part? The saddest part is I have to watch this to get the story. You know what I mean? It's starting to become clear, like, Poppy was the revived daughter of, like, whoever the fuck he said earlier.
However, on how well Kissy Missy sold, since it's never mentioned thus far. It is around this time that the grab pack was invented, designed to make the job just a little bit easier. See, Elliot Ludwig was getting older, and getting around the factory was progressively getting more difficult. So the grab pack offered a solution: 2 extendable hands with multiple functions depending on which hands are used. While initially meant for the aging Ludwig, grab packs become common use for every employee at Playtime due to their usefulness and ability to help deal with a bunch of tricky situations. October of 1986 would mark the month that Rowan Stoll was hired at Playtime. Only 2 years later, in 1988, thanks to a post made by Rowan Stoll, we know that he was now the head of information technology within Playtime. It's not until the late 80s that Playtime released their new series of toys named the Swapimals. The concept was essentially 2 animals mixed together. Genius. The 2 new toys released for this line were Catbee and PJ Pugapilla. Catbee was designed with a loving and playful look to make her more approachable to children. She would become incredibly popular amongst kids, and Catbee would be one of the toys that they could manufacture themselves in the Make a Friend room. PJ Pugapilla has 22 segments and 44 legs, with Playtime taking special care that no PJ went out of the factory with too few or too many legs, since children do notice and they've received letters about it before. 1989 would mark the debut year for the Smiling Critters toy line, launched alongside a cartoon series based around the characters that aired every Saturday morning during the summer of '89. A group of animal friends with distinctive colours and symbols as pendants, alongside different scents that correspond directly to each toy. It was key to Elliot Ludwig that each toy had its own personality and expressed key values that he believed in. The toy line consisted of Leader Dog Day, an energetic, upbeat and welcoming sort. He represented the values of friendship and support, and sports a sunshine charm around his neck, and the scent used for him is vanilla. Bubba Bubbafin is smart and knowledgeable, representing the values of studying and reading, often making observations, and loves to share knowledge to his friends. He sports a light bulb charm, and his scent is lemongrass. Bobby Bearhug is the caring and loving of the bunch, showing her values. She is the one to calm her friends down if there's ever any conflict. She loves hugging and
Literally
always
a Care
suggests
Bear.
activities that help build bonds between one another. Her charm is a heart, and the scent used for her is rose. Hoppy Hopscotch can be a handful to deal with, impatient and loud, but also energetic and a positive attitude, being a big motivator to her friends. Her values are getting out of your comfort zone and trying new things. She sports a lightning bolt charm and has a peppermint scent. Kickin' Chicken is all about having fun and being active, skilled in skateboarding and generally having a cool, calm demeanor, but deep down he does scare quite easily. He shows the value of being able to face your fears head on, sporting a star charm and has the scent of ylang ylang. Crafty Corn is the artist of the group, a little shy and awkward socially, but she loves to express herself. Her values are creativity and seeing the beauty in ordinary things. She sports the color wheel charm and has a scent of jasmine. Picky Piggy is a foodie through and through, always making sure her friends are eating properly, showing the values of eating a balanced and nutritious diet, and reminding people not to skip meals. She sports an apple charm while having a citrus scent. Finally, we have the biggest controversy that until now Playtime has ever faced. Catnap, created as the silent type, but is a reassuring presence for others, and helps put them to sleep at the end of the day, sporting a crescent moon charm and using the scent of lavender. Initially, they were incredibly popular, likely due to their cartoon series becoming the main mascots for Playcare. However, Catnap would prove to be the toy line's downfall. It was found that many Catnap dolls were being shipped out not with the lavender spray that was intended, but instead spraying out a mysterious red mist that was causing children in contact with it to have strange and violent nightmares. It wasn't long before this made its way to the media, with news channel reporting on this nightmare-inducing children's toy. This would force Playtime to recall all Catnap dolls, and in an attempt to save the entire toy line from the negative press, removing Catnap entirely from the Smiling Critters cartoon, advertisements and branding. Following the incident, Playtime would hire Jared Lockhart, a private investigator, to do an investigation into the previous members of the Young Geniuses program and analyze their current status and professional significance since leaving the program. The name list includes many names, with most of the previous members of the program not achieving anything of note since leaving, but two names are notable: Dr. Bruno White, sporting an impressive list of published papers, and Dr. Harley Sawyer, who has his name circled and has many years of practical experience and is ABNS certified. It is around this time that Playtime decided to follow up on the Smiling Critters toy line, releasing a sequel series, The Nightmare Critters, getting their own commercial. I must say, a very interesting toy line and name for a company that is dealing with an aftermath of a toy giving children nightmares. But sure, similarly to their Smiling Critter counterparts, they each have a scent and charm associated with each of them. The toy line consists of Icky Licky, a poison dart frog with a challenging personality, sporting a biohazard pendant and the scent of coffee. Raby Baby is a pink and white bat that loves gossiping, sporting a blood drop pendant and the scent of bubblegum. Alistair Gator, a lazy, chill alligator that enjoys spending his days doing a whole lot of nothing. He sports the crossbones pendant and has the scent of sandalwood. Bubba Chops is the black sheep of the bunch, that she prefers her own space. She sports the skull pendant and has the scent of anise. Simon Smoke, the popular and boastful dragon, sports the $sign pendant and has the scent of wood smoke. Poe, this night-dwelling raven, enjoys hanging around graveyards, sporting the thundercloud pendant and has the scent of cinnamon. Tui, the self-proclaimed trash rodent, loves collecting garbage. He sports the fishbone pendant and has the scent of petrichor. Rounding out the list is Maggie Marco. She loves her foods, in particular sweets. She has the shark tooth pendant and rocks the scent of chocolate. Nothing is noted about the success of the toy line, or if there was any backlash over the name, but they are quite the addition to the Playtime roster. We know that it was in 1989 that an incident happened as written about by Joel Sinclair of the Playcare department to Stella Graybar, involving an orphan named Theodore Gramble. Theodore was found by Sinclair rummaging through his file cabinets in his office, while he was meant to be at the Playhouse during this period of time. Sinclair was initially angry with Theodore, but quickly realized that the boy barely knew what he was even looking for. He would question the boy, with Theodore telling him that his friend told him to take a look. Originally, Sinclair thought another orphan was daring Theodore to act out, but when asked who the name of his friend was, Theodore told him that he doesn't know what his friend's name is, and that nobody else even knows that he exists. He was told to look for a file, but he couldn't remember which one specifically. Sinclair was told that Theodore has an imaginary friend, hardly rare for a child his age, but something about this feels different. An imaginary friend asking for something so specific is strange, not to mention the worrying trend of behaviour exhibited by Theodore noted by Playcare staff. He decides to pull Theodore Gramble into a special counselling session to find if there is a deeper reason or motivation for his actions, and regularly draw pictures of them together. As it turns out, Sinclair was right in thinking the circumstances of this imaginary friend were strange, since it wasn't imaginary at all. It turns out that the friend speaking to Theodore Gramble was Experiment 1006, the prototype, the first ever successful experiment and highly intelligent, gaining the boy's trust and would convince him to steal 2 grab pack devices alongside 2 green hand attachments with the goal of escaping the Playcare facility by opening up the maintenance door. However, during their escape attempt, Theodore, due to his young age of only 7 years old, would overcharge the grab pack, electrocuting himself and requiring immediate medical attention to live. Interestingly, despite having his opportunity to escape, the prototype would choose to save Theodore's life instead, grabbing him and taking him back to the office of Thomas Clark. This whole encounter shocked Clark, who wasn't even aware of what the prototype even was, and he couldn't believe what he was seeing. This act by the prototype would save Theodore Gramble's life, but in the process, revealing himself. After the incident, Thomas Clark and Joel Sinclair would speak to one another, talking about the burns that Theodore had had from his injuries and stolen grab packs. They wonder how a 7-year-old boy would even know what to do with grab packs in the first place, with Clark mentioning this thing that he saw that brought him to his office was possibly this imaginary friend that Theodore was speaking about, pointing out that whatever it is, it's real. The prototype would be captured in the lower levels by security, but private investigator Gerard Lockhart, who conducted an investigation into Theodore Gramble's incident, concluded that the prototype cared enough for Theodore to give up his own freedom to save that boy's life. While no year is given, we know that at some point by 1990, Elliot Ludwig, the founder of Playtime Co., is dead. He was found dead inside of his estate alongside an eviscerated young child, which tarnished his reputation and legacy within the public. After the previous investigation into the old members of the Young Geniuses program and being provided a list of names and current status, one particular person stood out for Laith Pierre, even circling his name, Dr. Harley Sawyer. He would send a letter to Sawyer, introducing himself.
It's bad if you're in water. Oh, it's an Elder Guardian. Oh, okay, I'm staying out of the water. Yo, get away from me.
Harley Sawyer, a neuroscientist of little reputation. Ouch. He points out that Sawyer is not a major player in his field, but he does have ambition and grand ideas. He offers Sawyer a chance to put those grand ideas and ambitions to the test, with a project of a lifetime. He asks Sawyer to meet him in person to discuss the details on January 15th of 1990, stating that this is Sawyer's way to get ahead, the opportunity that he has always been waiting for. We know that shortly after this meeting with Laith Pierre, Harley Sawyer would begin taking part in Playtime experiments after learning that Playtime Corporation, the biggest toy manufacturing company on the planet, was actually doing special experiments on rats. Finding Elliot Ludwig's research on experiment 814, seeing that Elliot was changing its feeding cycles and submerging it within a gel-like mixture made from poppy flowers. Elliot believed that the properties of the poppy flower offer life-altering effects and is attempting to revive the rat after a week of being submerged within this gel. This particular experiment failed, but he is interested in the idea that something larger could yield different results, along with records of previous smaller level employees seeing experiments and coming in contact with things that in reality they should never have been able to see. Fascinated by the scientific possibilities, along with the fact that the company could face bankruptcy if the public were to find out about these experiments, Harley decided to find a solution to the problem. Declining profits, along with lower level employees that should have no knowledge of such experiments actually witnessing it with their own eyes, was a lawsuit waiting to happen. So Sawyer proposes an idea of developing large toys that will increase the workforce and cut staffing costs at the same time. It also lowers the chances of an employee talking to an outside source about what they've been witnessing within Playtime. It's a win-win all around. He calls his solution the Bigger Bodies Initiative, and requests that he oversee and lead the project, something which Playtime eventually does agree to. They would promote Sawyer to the head of special projects, and he would begin his work to recreate Elliot Ludwig's previous work. Experiment 1015 was the first mentioned. Its neuronal reactivation failed, and while the use of systematic tissues seemed initially promising, it ultimately yielded no results. The subject failed, but this does not discourage Sawyer. This is a new field of science after all, and there is no clear path. Experiment 1026 was alive for only 45 minutes, with 3 of those minutes actually containing anything resembling a conscious state. During its first signs of awakening, 1026 sat upright as if startled by something. It began blinking at the other end of the observation room. The staff quickly began checking equipment and proceeded to ask 1026 questions, but they would get no answers. It did, however, look at the person speaking to it and was able to track moving objects, such as a staff's index finger when prompted. 1026 would then lay back and close its eyes. Only a few minutes would pass before its blood pressure began to fall and would eventually die. Attempts at resuscitation were not successful. Experiment 1160 would mark a huge change, and the first success of the Bigger Bodies initiative. They are no longer tied to the size or morphology of their test subjects, meaning that all experiments prior to 1160 were actually contained to the size of the child that was being used to create them. 1160 represents a new approach to this project, proof that it can be done. It would mark the first of this new initiative, the best of these big bodies. There is no information on the test subject that was used to create 1160, otherwise known as Boxy Boo, but the experiment would be used to get rid of employees who found out about the things that Playtime were doing without having clearance to do so. They would continue to improve their procedures, and on top of that, Lath and his money men would be happy. They will have their investments and see money saved, which means that Sawyer will be able to continue on with his work. He views the findings of 1160 extremely promising. It is during 1990 that Playtime Co. and Warren Bark Construction Company would renew their previous contract, this time with the added print that Warren Bark Construction will build anything that is requested by Playtime Co. and will be finished within a reasonable time frame, while also being reasonably compensated for the work if done within said time frame. They would be asked to build 2 facilities, one a laboratory, ordered by Eddie Ritterman, and asked to be kept under wraps, and preferably completed within a 17-month time frame. The other is a facility within Playtime called the Game Station that would work hand in hand with the Bigger Bodies initiative and Elliot Ludwig's earlier experiments. This required the testing of human subjects, notably orphans, but Playtime Co. built another facility much earlier called Playcare far below the Playtime building. Playcare acted as an orphanage, housing orphan children in a manufactured sphere. Elliot believed it was a place that could help any child muster a smile. It contained a school, housing, and a play area for the children. The children of Playcare would be sent to the newly built game station to play games, but in reality they were being tested. Each orphan would have a Playtime Co. toy assigned to them. Think of it almost like a moniker. They would go through 3 games presented within the game station, and proctors would assess the brain speed, efficiency, reaction time, problem solving, physical endurance, agility, and the strength of the child, rating them on a scale of 5 stars using nearby observation rooms. This, of course, was something that the orphans were unaware of at the time of playing, instead thinking that they were just simply playing games. It is unknown when this employee was actually hired, but at some point Playtime Co. hired somebody by the name of Stella Graybar. Little is known about her other than the fact that she was responsible for the assessment of children from the game station. Proctors would send their assessment forms to the orphans to Stella for review, who was also in charge of Playcare. If the orphan performed well, and Stella signed off on it, the child would be taken from Playcare from Dr. Sawyer and used in experiments associated with the Bigger Bodies initiative, a procedure that was incredibly difficult and required the use of poppy gas, refined from the earlier experiments of Elliot Ludwig. We also know that sometime in 1990, Thomas Clark was diagnosed with terminal lung cancer, as well as the creation of Experiment 1163, Pianosaurus. Not much is mentioned about 1163, but it was deemed a failure by Sawyer. Experiment 1166 was the next in line in August of 1990, created as the Toy Yarnaby. He was created using Playtime's preferred orphan for the toy, Quinn Navidson. Quinn was considered a troublesome child by Playtime staff, usually ripping the heads off toys or switching them with other toys. In fact, it was even noted that Quinn once bit off the heads of the plushie toys during the Wacka Wuggy game at the game station testing. He was considered average in his game station tests, nothing great, nothing bad, but it was of the opinion of Dr. Harley Sawyer that Quinn was possibly holding back deliberately in the tests, believing that Quinn wanted people to have lower expectations of him. Sawyer would take an interest and be able to successfully manipulate Quinn into believing that he could see the real him hiding inside, convincing Quinn to perform at his very best, unhindered, and give everything that he had to succeed during his next testing. He would go on to perform considerably better at all of the tests except for the musical memory, and as such would be selected to become Yarnaby. After the surgery to turn Quinn into Yarnaby, we can see a prisoner profile written by Dr. Harley Sawyer. It mentions how he lacks higher cognitive function, complex reasoning, and is generally unable to process simple speech. Physically, he is strong and agile, but Sawyer was hoping for a smarter mind behind the beast. 1166 does, however, show an odd sense of loyalty towards a select few security staff, much like a dog or a cat would act towards a trusted owner. He wants to bend and twist that loyalty, saying that improvements can still be made, but 1166 is a funny little creature. It sits in the corner and watches, something that Sawyer gets a good laugh out of. He plans on isolating Yarnaby, giving him no contact with anybody except himself. Since he is extremely important to the program, it is only right that he is protected at all times. Not to mention how he can always get a laugh out of the pathetic little sounds that it makes. By the time he is done with it, Sawyer will be his entire world. It will know nothing else. It is unclear exactly when the facility was built or when it became operational, but we do know that it was prior to Experiment 1170, so I felt it best to be added here. It contains bedrooms, schools and playgrounds, along with secure rooms that had televisions playing specifically made videos from an employee of Playtime called Miss Gracie. As soon as a procedure for the Bigger Bodies initiative has been completed and the subject is deemed stable, they are moved to the reconditioning facility. The goal here is to watch and observe behaviors of the newly turned children, now inside of their new toy bodies. They must condition the experiment to believe that they are and always have been a toy, while also testing their cognitive and emotional stability and ultimately making them subservient to Playtime. They must bring joy to others, and if they don't adhere to the conditioning, then they are simply just bad toys that must be disposed of. While it isn't stated, it is suggested that majority, if not all Bigger Bodies Initiative experiments have gone through this same reconditioning. Playtime has also managed to create a machine capable of capturing small isolated moments in subjects' short-term memory, and then being able to replay those memories with whomever is within the machine, allowing them to experience it firsthand. Sometime after the creation of 1166, Yarnaby, the next experiment noted is 1170, Huggy Wuggy, created from one of the most successful toys in the Playtime toy line. 1170 would be placed inside of the reconditioning facility, forced to do numerous tasks to gauge his emotional stability. 1170 would fail almost all of his tasks, and even kill a Playtime employee called Lewis, when he manages to break free from his chair and corner him in a hallway. In November of 1990, Playtime would create another experiment, this time being 1172, called Kissy Missy. When she had her procedure, it left her extremely stressed and having episodes of shaking, heavy breathing, decreased concentration, and emotional deregulation. 1170 and 1172 at some point were placed within the same environment within the reconditioning facility, likely as a way to calm down the incredibly aggressive Huggy Wuggy. This seemingly worked, as Huggy Wuggy would be placed as a security guard within Playtime, while Kissy Missy would be taken to the shelf for further testing. This month was a busy one for Playtime. It would also mark the creation of Experiment 1174 and 1176, PJ Pugapilla and Bunzo Bunny to be used within the game station. Both were considered successes overall, but 1174 really intrigued Sawyer, while 1176 didn't particularly interest him. The 7th of November would also mark the creation of one of the most notorious experiments thus far, 1188. Otherwise known as Catnap, was the next in line for the Bigger Bodies initiative. Numerous orphans were considered for the toy, but ultimately it was decided that Theodore Gramble would be the one to undergo the procedure, the same child that was severely injured after his failed escape with the prototype. The procedure is said to have taken 4 hours longer than expected, but overall was successful, thus turning Theodore Gramble into the Bigger Bodies version of Catnap. They would give 1188 an adjustment period and place him inside of a cell. However, due to a critical error of the security team, they failed to properly secure the lock to his cell. 1188 would get loose and kill 6 people while injuring 8 others, hunting each one of them one by one. It was described as a massacre scene out of a horror movie. They would eventually subdue him after using several tranquilizer darts, and on the 22nd of November 1990, he would be sent to reconditioning. It was deemed from the beginning that he would need extensive work, forcing him to watch numerous conditioning videos. After each day, they would ask him a simple question: who are you? For 49 days, he would answer that his name was Theodore Gramble, but after consistent reconditioning, he finally acknowledges himself as Catnap. His reconditioning was now deemed complete, and he was transferred to Playcare, where he would act as a type of protector for the children within Playcare and have the ability to help the children sleep using the red gas developed by Playtime. This would also assist staff in taking different orphans away during their sleep, so as to not rouse suspicion from the other children, blaming their absence the next morning on illness. Not long after this, scouting for candidates began for Experiment 1198, Raby Baby, with a girl named Jane being looked at as a great candidate after Sawyer was impressed after how she managed to make PJ Pugapilla lose her during the statues game. Finding out that she deduced that PJ would hear and smell to find you, so she buried her clothes in the foam pit to distract him. The next experiment is 1199, also known as Bron. This one was a unique case, since it was actually an employee of Playtime that had volunteered to be the subject for the experiment instead of an orphan child. 59-year-old Thomas Clark, who 6 months earlier had been diagnosed with terminal lung cancer, would undergo the procedure. They would place his organs, eyes and brain inside of this Bron toy. Tests done shortly after the procedure showed that 1199 was disorientated and having no recollection of memories or what was going on around him. Interestingly, he would also be introduced to the other experiments, and they almost immediately were able to recognize that 1199 was not an orphan, resulting in him being attacked by Boxy Boo and other experiments. They would completely consume his voice box and thyroid and severely injure him. He would be saved by the research teams, and it would take 12 hours of surgery to finally stabilize him, eventually placing him into solitary confinement away from the other experiments for his own safety. An employee named Paddy Hall would be disciplined for sabotaging a retail shipment, mismatching 57 paint canisters, resulting in a huge amount of toys that would not be able to be sold. The revenue loss was significant, and Playtime Co. suggested that they had enough evidence to show that it was an act of defiance against the company. Paddy would be demoted and sent downstairs to storage for further inspection by Sawyer, very likely being sent to be killed by Boxy Boo. At some point, Playtime employee Richard Lovitz is demoted to the rejected room due to his complaints about being unable to locate boxes containing Huggy Wuggy toys. He would, however, have a good turn of events, as his co-worker, Stuart, selected Richard to be a potential replacement for him when he retired. When Stuart did retire, Richard Lovitz would become the head of shipping within Playtime. He would become a kind of people's champion to many of his co-workers, as well as drawing attention and eyes to things that really shouldn't be looked into. Lath and Eddie would discuss the possibility of dealing with Lovitz to stop the suspicion, but believed that if anything were to happen to him that he would become a martyr amongst the employees. So they planned to promote Lovitz further, giving him a new title, maybe a parking spot or even a new car, thus isolating him from the staff and making it appear that he has sold his soul to the company, losing his support and destroying his reputation all at once. We know around this time that Experiment 1202 was created, called Giblet. We don't yet know the human used to create 1202, but we do know that they had some kind of history with Poppy before all of this went down. Somewhere in the 90s, we know that a young girl named Michaela Hyssop is used as a subject for an unnumbered experiment of Candy Cat. We can see the results of her game station performance, but we don't know anything further. It isn't stated exactly when, but Playtime were working on some new toys behind the scenes, specifically two, an orange robot toy and one that they called Mummy Longlegs. They would decide to continue working on Mummy Longlegs, but it remained in the design stage for a while. However, in early 1991, Playtime would begin working on Experiment 1222, using the still in development Mummy Longlegs as a body, due to their want to test a new elastic plastic material that they had just created. They would choose orphan Marie Payne for the procedure, and before long, Mummy Longlegs has now come to life. She possessed the ability to stretch any of her limbs for several hundred feet and displayed a unique personality, acting as a mother figure towards the children and other bigger bodies experiments, incredibly caring and protective. However, towards staff she was incredibly hostile, but it was deemed appropriate to integrate her into the game station due to her positive behaviour with children. An interview between Jessica Newman and Mummy Longlegs would commence, where Mummy Longlegs would get aggressive, mentioning the name Maria, and how Playtime took Maria away from her. The interview was cancelled, and Playtime attempted to try and use another experiment to try and calm her down, similar to what they did with Huggy Wuggy. Now, along with Mummy Longlegs' design, Playtime also created a family package, including Daddy Longlegs and Baby Longlegs. While it isn't stated, the experiment that 1222 was sent to calm her down was the experiment done straight after her, 1223. It was very likely that this was a Daddy Longlegs experiment, but it isn't actually confirmed. Regardless, this would end up not working, with the implications showing that Mummy Longlegs actually would kill 1223, but after Sawyer eventually found a way to fix 1222, she would be returned to the game station. On February 20th, 1991, Stella Graybar, Harley Sawyer and Laith Pierre discussed their thoughts on 1188, aka Catnap's introduction to Playcare. Stella mentions how half of the children were terrified and broke into tears when they saw Catnap for the first time. Stella had reservations about 1188 being in Playcare, but the children have since warmed up to him, now regarding him as a friend. Catnap is gentle and even shy, but Stella is pleased with his overall impact thus far. Laith Pierre is glad that Catnap has finally calmed down since his incident, but mentions his concern over the relationship between 1188 and 1006, aka Catnap and Prototype. Whenever the two are in the same room, Catnap follows Prototype around like a lost puppy, and Prototype doesn't seem to mind. He worries about the risk that Prototype could somehow influence Catnap in the future, much like he did to Theodore when he was still human. On March 21st, 1991, Marcus Brickley, played wonderfully by fellow YouTuber Jacksepticeye, has an interview with Laith Pierre regarding a sighting of a long creature with 50 legs during his shift at Playtime. This was later revealed to be the monster version of PJ Pugapilla, the toy released in the 70s under the Swapamals toy line. This gives us our first example that not all employees at Playtime were aware of the Bigger Bodies initiative, and that it was only on a need-to-know basis within the company. On March 30th, 1991, the head of information technology, Rowan Stoll, makes contact with Laith Pierre about the possibility that Huggy Wuggy, who is disguising himself as a statue during the Playtime tours, could potentially hold nanny cameras within its eyes. Multiple guests have been complaining that the Huggy Wuggy statue was staring at their children. While it sounded like a joke, Stoll believed the guests. Interestingly, this shows that Stoll was unaware of the Bigger Bodies initiative at the time of this report, despite being a high-end employee at Playtime Co. It would be on May 28, 1991 that Rowan Stoll attempts to go back on his earlier reports to Pierre, after seemingly finding out the truth about the Bigger Bodies initiative, saying that he interviewed the maintenance guy and found out that he failed to lock Huggy Wuggy's eyes in place, causing it to dangle out, informing Pierre that there would be no more videos about these instances from him. On July 15th, 1991, Rowan Stoll made note of an old employee confidentiality agreement, stating that he would soon be killed. He feels that Playtime Co. are aware that Rowan knows about the initiative, and has been writing him up for disciplinary measures constantly since his last report in May, mentioning that only 4 days prior, somebody loosened the bolts on his car wheels, causing him to almost die in a car accident. He plans on escaping, but intends first to expose the Bigger Bodies initiative to the world in just 1 week's time, using the server maintenance shutdown as his window to upload the evidence. He is aware of a creature that eats people, and believes that he may be the next target of this creature, even mentioning how Laith Pierre is now a completely different person to his normal self, and is clearly very scared of him. Rowan would write a goodbye message to his mother, essentially telling her that he isn't coming home and giving her a code to get onto his computer that will contain information that needs to go to the police before asking for forgiveness. We know that Rowan Stoll died July of 1991, as seen on camera footage being eaten by Boxy Boo, the same creature that he had heard about eating people. Playtime would release a memorandum, stating that they will be doing a thorough sweep of the Playtime computer database. In other words, deleting sensitive information. They would use Rowan Stoll's name to sign off on the memo, but this is very likely a cover-up by Playtime, since we know that he has already been killed by this point. It's in 1992 that Playtime, after seeing how popular 1222, aka Mummy Longlegs, is with children within the game station, deciding to create the Mummy Longlegs toy along with her family counterparts Daddy Longlegs and Baby Longlegs to the public. On May 5th, 1992, we can see a painting titled Heyday of the game station filled with children, the train, and even Mummy Longlegs. It's on June 18th, 1992 that Subject 1170 escaped the Playtime factory through a ventilation shaft, being witnessed by 2 employees. By 10:30 that night, a retrieval team was sent to get 1170, but he was already half a mile away due to his incredible speed. They did eventually manage to track him to a forest, with one team member shooting him with a tranquilizer dart after Huggy smashes into his windscreen. 8 minutes later, at 10:38 PM, 1170 was found at a railroad crossing with the team shooting him with more tranquilizer darts, but he still manages to escape them once again. It ended up being a 4 square mile search radius around the local residential areas, with 1170 being found again at 3:38 AM outside of a house. They would finally apprehend 1170 and take him back to the Playtime factory, but this incident resulted in the death of 5 members of the retrieval team, and 6 others have yet to be found. Lath would be furious about the incident and shut down the factory on the 19th of June on short notice to the public and to clean up this issue. It is here on Christmas Day of 1992 that a young kid named Jack Ayers would receive a Doughy the Dough Man toy as a present from his parents, including an invitation to visit Playtime Co. A month after the invitation, Jack, along with his mother, would attend a tour of Playtime. Jack, while being extremely curious about the vats below, would actually fall down into the vat, containing dough that was used to create the Doughy the Dough Man toy. We could actually see an incident report regarding what happened to Jack by the employees that were guiding the group through Playtime. Brendan. He mentions how he struggles to remember what happened, and that it's all jumbled up in his head for some reason. He talks about how they usually have no problem on walkways around the vats, but since the group was so big, the back of the group dragged behind and he heard a scream. He cites some possible reasons as to the incident occurring, such as bad safety equipment, or poor parenting, or maybe Jack is just a stupid kid. He finishes the report by asking that none of the consequences for what happened come back to him, telling Playtime to take whatever they want, but not to tell anybody that it was him. He's just a kid. He has a future and he does not want this to hang over him. Tell the parents, news, and everyone that it wasn't his fault. The injuries to Jack Ayers were obviously horrific, but Playtime had an idea. They were in the process of creating Experiment 1322, Doughy the Dough Man, as part of the Bigger Bodies initiative. However, they were looking to break new ground. They wanted to put numerous children inside of one single toy, balancing the consciousness of the experiment, but select specific children to mesh together and not allow a misregulation of emotions. It was decided that they would use Jack Ayers, the young boy injured during the tour, along with 2 other orphans currently residing in Playcare, Kevin Barnes and Matthew Hillard, to create Experiment 1322. The parents of Jack Ayers would receive an anonymous message stating that their son could live and ask them to return to Playtime Co. in just 6 weeks' time. Both parents would return to Playtime 6 weeks later, unaware of their son being turned into an experiment. Both parents would die in the meeting, after Jack's consciousness would be overtaken by Kevin's. One of the worst instances in Playtime's history took place at some point in 1993, promptly called the Theatre Incident. It is mentioned that numerous visitors of Playtime, 66 or more people, died during this very incident. Not to mention that 12 or more of the extraction staff also died during the incident. It created such a controversy that a meeting took place between Laith Pierre, Eddie Rinneman and Stella Graybar, while investigator Jared Lockhart investigated the incident to find out who was responsible. Stella is feeling guilty about the whole thing, asking if they did the right thing covering it up. Laith Pierre points out that they did do the right thing, and that whoever is responsible will be killed. Eddie reminds Laith to remain calm and to wait until all the facts are presented. It isn't long before Jared Lockhart interrupts the meeting, giving evidence to the group that the person responsible for the theatre incident was none other than Dr. Harley Sawyer. Laith Pierre would immediately order that Harley Sawyer be turned into an experiment for his role in the theatre incident, and orders Dr. Bruno White to carry out this procedure. It isn't stated how they managed to capture Harley, but we do know that he was turned into Experiment 1354, otherwise known as the Doctor. He would realize quickly after awakening that he has been betrayed by Playtime, calling them all traitors, especially by his right-hand man, Bruno White. It isn't long after this that Playtime would order the construction of the Shelf, a prison facility where Playtime could house their most dangerous and problematic experiments. After the theatre incident, Playtime would send in a team of resources.
Fuck. If my nose wasn't bothering me so much, I think I'd be way more energetic. My nose is insane. And it seems like TikTok died. So I don't know what to do. I actually do want to check something. Maybe there's another game or something I can play. Security Breach right now, like, I don't know, I'm not really feeling it, funny enough. Actually, let me check something here. I'll be back, everybody. I'll be back. Play this in the meantime.
Extraction specialist to unsecured areas of the factory to retrieve toy parts in an effort to create more giant toys. However, little did they realize that experiments 1160, 1170, and 1222, otherwise known as Boxy Boo, Huggy Wuggy, and Mummy Longlegs respectively, were sent to kill them by a mysterious voice, which is theorized to have been the prototype, instead directing the body parts that the retrieval team was sent to get to a feeding area for other smaller toys to eat. In 1993, Playtime Co. releases the BoogieBot toy to their toy line, which was said to be a big success with its customers. We see that Warren Barr Construction has issued a warning to all people involved in construction in the lower levels of the Playtime facility to be cautious of using heat-based methods or any kind of combustion in areas containing red smoke, saying that it is highly combustible and that the lower levels of the facility are not yet equipped with the appropriate filtration system to make these areas safer like the upper levels. On August 8, 1994, one of the Playtime orphans, Riley, writes her first entry into a journal that was given to her by her counselor in Playcare. She is tasked with creating 2 lists, the things that are currently most important to her and why. This is used to help Riley deal with more trauma of losing her parents and help her open up more. She wants to be more comfortable at Playcare and find out if her life really matters and if the lives of her parents really mattered, since she is scared that since anything can happen in an instant that can just leave you with nothing truly matters. While not dated, we do know that at this rough period of time, 5 experiments were created. The first was Experiment 1391, who was a mini green Huggy toy made from an orphan named Cassie. The second is Experiment 1393, the second known Bron doll used in an experiment. He would be created from an orphan called Timmy. Number 3 would be the second known Bunzo Bunny experiment, 1395, created from an orphan named Danny. Experiment 1398 is the second known PJ Pugapilla created as well, but unfortunately we don't have any information on who was used for this particular experiment. Let's not forget Experiment 1399. We also don't know the name of the subject used to create this Bubba Bubbaphant doll, but all of these experiments are found deceased. We see a weekly checkup on the 16th of October 1994, as Dr. Carmine McCabe checks up on Experiment 1166, aka Yarnaby. 1166 has been eating very little, sits in his cell and performs below standard on all physical tests. They believe that this is likely due to the removal of his master, Harley Sawyer, falling into a deep depression since losing Sawyer. He compares Yarnaby to a dog, wandering around an area where their old master's scent is strongest, hoping that someday they will return. Whatever is left of the boy used in the experiment is likely scared and broken by the isolation, and deems 1166 a failure by design due to Sawyer's own paranoia and ego. He leaves 1166 to sulk while letting somebody higher up deal with him, saying that Yarnaby can continue to wait for a master that guarantees doesn't care for him even in the slightest. Speaking of checkups, Laith Pierre would go on to check up with 1188, aka Catnap, taking over from Sawyer since he is now gone, and quickly praises Theodore's 4th year in his Catnap body. Catnap wouldn't respond, as Laith asks a nearby worker if his voice box is still damaged. Catnap would quickly tell him that the prototype will save them all. This annoys Laith, as he tells Catnap that he belongs in his cell and only occasionally Playcare, and that the prototype is only allowed in the labs, and to get used to his new life as a toy. There would also be a checkup on the 23rd of December of 1994 on subject 1172, aka Kissy Missy. They would look into how 1172 was dealing with the high levels of stress that actually stopped her from being able to complete the many tasks given to her by Playtime. She has shown gradual improvements after being allowed supervised socializations with other subjects within the block, and has now shown much less emotional episodes and shortened durations when they do actually occur. Thanks to the improvements, 1172 would be moved to Storage B to work quietly, without further procedures needed to rectify the emotional abnormalities. On the 15th of September 1994, Eddie Ritterman has a check-in with his physician, Dr. Michaels. Ritterman is struggling with walking and growing weakness in his grip strength and legs. He is dealing with near falls almost daily and experiencing a more rapid physical deterioration. The doctor believes that he has Kennedy's disease, with supportive care and pain medication being prescribed going forward. On January 14th of 1995, Riley would write her second entry into her journal. She speaks about how the children around her are talking about being chosen, something that Riley struggles to understand, thinking that they mean chosen for adoption. She decides to think about whether she wants to be adopted, and tries to feel what the other kids are feeling every day, since if she was happy like them, then maybe she could appreciate everything more, and then she might want to be chosen too. In January of 1995, another experiment, 1424, would be created. January 24th, a meeting is held to see who would be fired for the 1994 sales figures. On the 1st of February, a bunch of new orphans have arrived at Playcare. February 10th, 1995 is the final dated journal entry from Riley. The rest are all undated. She has been chosen by Dr. Bruno White, and for a while she hasn't known where she wanted to be, but finally she is happy. She has had a bunch of interviews and many didn't like her, saying that she's too quiet or too anxious and that she doesn't get along with the other children. However, somebody must have taken a liking to her finally, since they've agreed to let her keep her journal. She hasn't felt like this since before her parents' accident, and Claire Harper, her counsellor, has helped her a lot in recent months dealing with her grief. She looks forward to trying to grow into a woman her parents would want her to be, and to make them proud. Also to make more friends and to stay happy. Even considering the idea of opening up her own orphanage, a lot like Elliot Ludwig has done here with Playcare, to help care for and teach children in the future. March 9th of 1995, Playtime Park, an amusement park created by Playtime, would have an inspection. March 13th, Playtime employee Preston Willard meets with lawyers to discuss their latest lawsuits, with another lawyer meeting on the 15th to discuss an injury that one of the other lawyers sustained during their visit on the 13th. April 21st, Experiment 1424 has a checkup. While we do not know what this toy represents, we do know that they suffered with confusion, memory loss, and thought disorders shortly after being made. They would have fleeting moments of true awareness, with his speech being incoherent, mumbled, and rare, struggling to move its limbs or react to stimuli, and only reacts to their birth name. But even this is rare. On May 26th, Preston Willard would meet with Harley Sawyer, who is now an experiment. July 18th, a meeting to change Playcare's schedule, and on August 3rd, Preston Willard was on the verge of quitting Playtime but was eventually persuaded to stay. In July of 1995, we see a shipping manifest for two projects, Broader Horizons in the United States and Garden World Play Park in Asia. Broader Horizons are already weeks behind schedule, and Play Park requires more than they're currently able to provide. The shipping list includes 10,000 red corn poppy seeds and 1,000 poppy pickers, plus a variety of construction supplies. On August 6th, Experiment 1468, aka Lily Love Braids, would be proposed for the Bigger Bodies Initiative. It mentions the use of materials for 1468 would be changed significantly to use horsehair, used for its increased strength, durability, and flexibility. The neural protocols have shown promising responsiveness, showing a cognitive link between the mind of 1468 and the hair. Lily would be able to use her mind to manipulate every single strand as if it was one of her limbs. August 8th, 1995 would be a date that lives on in Playtime's history, probably more than any other. Experiment 1006, aka the prototype, has been reported missing from his home within the labs, and initiated an event later known as the Hour of Joy. We know that it was Playtime employee Preston Willard that secretly released the prototype to bring an end to the experiments taking place at Playtime. This was the equivalent of Playtime's version of Order 66 from Star Wars. Every single toy from the Bigger Bodies Initiative simultaneously turned hostile and began murdering every single human within the facility. This also correlated with the transportation of Kissy Missy to Playcare as part of the Bigger Bodies contingency plan, but she would go on to break free from her constraints during the Hour of Joy and murder the employees tasked with moving her. We also know that it's during the Hour of Joy that Experiment 1199, aka Bron, who was created from an ex-employee, Thomas Clark, was ripped apart and killed by the other toys after his solitary confinement cell opened up. It is also during the Hour of Joy that the prison warden within Playtime runs to experiment 1354, aka the Doctor, Harley Sawyer. The warden is in absolute disbelief that this could even be happening, due to all of the failsafes created that would need to be broken for the experiments to be getting out. Sawyer explained that Playtime is full of traitors, but the warden points out that the only people with the clearance to get through executive access are Laith Pierre, Stella Graybar, Eddie Ritterman, and himself. Sawyer promises to help the warden get out of this alive if he gets him the Omni Hand, thus enabling him to control doors, opening and shutting them to create a safe pathway from the rampaging experiments. The warden would give Sawyer the Omni Hand, not wanting to wait around and die. The toys would go on to dispense of the employees' corpses by dragging them down to the lower levels of the factory and using them as a source of food. We know that the player character was not present during the Hour of Joy, even though they were an employee of Playtime, and we believe that Laith Pierre is also still alive post Hour of Joy, with him also not being present. In terms of people that we do know that survived the actual Hour of Joy event and were present for it, are two Playtime employees, Preston Willard and Jessica Newman. They would hide for 10 days in a barricaded room using a map to attempt to escape. It is here where we find out that Preston was technically the one responsible for the Hour of Joy happening by releasing the prototype. When they attempt to escape, Huggy Wuggy would find them and chase them off, resulting in them both being separated. The prototype would hunt down both employees. He would find Preston Willard, the same man who had freed him, and would do him a favour for always being kind to him, turning Preston Willard into a toy. However, Jessica Newman would not get the same treatment, as the prototype mentions that while Willard was kind, Newman was not, and he kills her on the spot. Following this incident, Playtime would officially close. Unknown to the general public, many experiments and live toys still live underground beneath the Playtime building. We have notes dated shortly after the Hour of Joy as Miss Delight, along with identical other versions of her, were created by Playtime to act as teachers for the orphans. She would speak about the silence in the school since the Hour of Joy, and mentions how something locked the front door to the school this morning, with them being unable to open it. Little did she know this was catnap, trapping the teachers within the school and forcing the teachers to make weapons. The teachers would begin starving, with them arguing amongst each other and seemingly looking to resort to eating each other. After many more days, Mr. Light would eat her sisters, the other teachers. Mr. Light would manage to open up the door shortly after and meet with Catnap, the one responsible for locking them away. They would create a sort of alliance, sharing intel on the goings-ons within the facilities. With all the other humans dead within the facility, and the bodies from the Hour of Joy now running out, the toys would begin to have a serious food shortage, which would result in the bigger toys starting to eat the smaller ones in order to survive. The prototype would promise toys within the facility food in return for their loyalty, with anyone not following his rule being killed or punished as a result. On the other side was Poppy Playtime, who united numerous other experiments to fight back against the prototype's rule and begin a kind of rebellion, working together to survive. We also have an inventory list for the goods that were mentioned in the shipping report, but this time it seems that a toy within the facility has had access to the goods, as it seems to be eating the poppy seeds, mentioning numerous times how much they need more tasty seeds. The internal conflict within the facility would go on for years, until Poppy mysteriously would disappear from her people. Unknowingly to all of them, Poppy has been captured by the prototype, and placed inside of a doll case as punishment for rebelling against him. Dowie the Dough Man would take over as leader of the rebellion in Poppy's absence. A great war would happen in 1997 between the rebels of Safe Haven and the prototype's people. It is suggested that 60 toys died over the course of the year. It got so bad that the rebellion's leader, Dowie, would almost flee his people and the fight altogether, but eventually he does return after thinking it over. February 9, 2001, Hoppy Hopscotch, along with other toys aligned with the rebels, are attacked in an elevator while trying to move supplies, losing the supplies in the process. They would return to safety before Dowie tells them to rest up while he goes to get more food and bring more backup to Playcare. It's in October of 2003 that the toys released a newspaper article to all other toys. It talks about a group of toys that fled the factory shortly after the Hour of Joy, led by Gentle John. 23 bodies were found in the Innovation Wing and confirmed to be these defectors, saying that John refused to fight for them during the Hour of Joy, and to spare no tears for him and his Joyless, reminding them all that there is no hope above them. It also mentions the Safe Haven, calling it the Unsafe Haven, Food supplies are low, and reports are that toys within the safe haven are eating each other, smelling of soggy plush and blood. It goes on to mention that rebel leader, Dowie the Doughman, has a big appetite, and previously at one point ate one of his own parents. We have a reconnaissance report within Playtime facility on the 15th of December 2004. It mentions how the Doctor has booby-trapped much of the construction tunnels with freezing traps in order to restrict Dowie's movements, as losing Dowie would be catastrophic for the rebellion, since they rely on him so much and he protects much of them. They are attempting to figure out the best course of action for escape, listing each of the cell blocks, and reasons as to why they wouldn't be successful escaping if they went to each one. They seemingly decide on the barracks, which contains a security system that could totally kill them all, but they are not sure if it's still operational, deciding that their best bet is going to this place that might kill them instead of a place that they know will kill them. Another reconnaissance report can be found on the 10th of January 2005. The prototype has continued to find ways past the traps, and they are unsure how. They have to keep changing the setups. The prototype has spent the night right outside the security door, staring and tapping on the wall. They have double checked every single entrance and made sure that the place is good and locked down. They are unsure how long the defences will last, but they are now completely surrounded, all sides above and below. This is the end of the line. There is no place left to run or hide. We know around this time that the prototype would meet with Sawyer. They speak about a mysterious project, with the prototype questioning if sparing Sawyer was even a smart idea. Sawyer wants to access the labs, and tells the prototype that it will take time for them to perfect something, with the prototype denying his request and telling him that time is something they simply do not have. Sawyer points out that they have almost no test subjects to use, not to mention 0 staff to carry out the procedure. It is all down to only himself. Even Playtime at their peak struggled with these two things, let alone now. The prototype once again urges speed, saying that if Sawyer is stalling or planning anything worse, that he'll just simply kill him, since after all, the only reason Sawyer is still alive is because he was deemed useful. In 2005, an ex-employee of Playtime is sent a letter. The letter describes the impossible, that the missing Playtime employees that disappeared almost a decade ago are actually alive within the facility. It requests the employee to return to the facility and to find the flower. This would be the player character, and we now get into the present time of Poppy Playtime and the events that take place for this ex-employee as they investigate this mysterious letter. We're going to have fun with it, but just understand that we might be going over some things already discussed here in the outline time part of the video, as we find these pieces of information, and of course the countless amounts of lore that can be found throughout the employee's journey that isn't dated, which we have not yet covered at all, which provides a bunch more context and a complete experience. I hope you enjoy it. We're given a very small piece of background information as we head into our new story. Firstly, we are an ex-employee of Playtime Corporation and have returned to the factory after everybody within the factory went missing. A short video plays as the gentleman tells us about a brand new doll named Poppy that has just been invented, calling it the most intelligent doll in the world. Poppy can apparently have an entire conversation with a child. It actually has the ability to answer questions, and they even have a goddamn advertisement for it. For just $2.99, you too can be murdered by Annabelle's distant cousin. Come, join us at Poppy's Playtime. Yeah, I don't think so, pal. We get ourselves a letter stating that everybody thinks that the people disappeared 10 years ago, but they're all still there, and to just simply find the flower. If you've been missing for 10 years, and you're sending me cryptic messages in the mail, you better believe I am not replying to that crap. That is some serial killer type of bait that quite frankly I will not fall for, but we wouldn't have a game if we had common sense, so here we are, inside one of the creepiest damn buildings imaginable. We have trains that move on their own, and decade-old VHS tapes that we can get some backstory from. Firstly, we hear about a man named Leith Pierre. He is the head of innovation at Playtime Co. Toy Factory. The tape in question is actually played on loop whenever the factory is empty, so he points out that if you're hearing this tape, that means that you're an intruder. Playtime Corporation specializes in both children's toys and deadly security protocols. He gives us a warning telling us to leave if we know what's good for us, and of course we choose to ignore that threat and face the threat head on. Another VHS tape explains a contraption used around the factory called a grab pack. It's essentially a jetpack with hands, something I think that even Elon Musk would be quite proud of, to be honest. Introducing our very first creepy puppet. Created in 1984, this is Huggy Wuggy. Yes, that is the name. Remember that these hellspawns are meant for children. Huggy Wuggy is considered by Playtime Corporation as being one of the best toys for connecting people together. The founder of the company, Elliot Ludwig, created Huggy Wuggy with the intention of being able to hug you forever. It was a success by using Playtime Co.'s 4-step process to create lifelike toys, and is actually the most popular and best-selling toy that they have so far. Doing some puzzles gives us a key, and we can continue further into this hellscape. We have to divert some power around and find a company poster that pretty much points out that old Pierre didn't like getting spooked very much. When we arrive back out, Huggy Wuggy is gone. Of course it is. Another VHS tape suggests that Huggy Wuggy's boxes have been going missing on a regular basis, according to the workers, mentioning how the toys are meant for orphans, since the whole hugging thing. But they've been getting a lot of heat from the higher-ups for constantly misplacing the boxes. We get ourselves our first upgrade by finding our right hand for the grab pack, and head further into the facility. This time to a type of toy assembly area called a Maker-Friend. Elliot Ludwig invented the Maker-Friend machine in 1960 and is deemed one of the most creative, impressive, and advanced things that he has ever created. It is solely responsible for every single Playtime Co. toy sold on the market today, using parts and paint to assemble the toy, and can even do a quality inspection on its own. Essentially, this machine is responsible for probably hundreds of people losing their jobs, in all reality, but quite an impressive piece of machinery, especially for the 1960s. Another VHS tape is an interview with a Playtime Co. employee named Stella. She is asked why she wanted to work at the facility, stating that she has loved playing with toys when she was young, and seeing it as magical, and she wanted to provide kids with the same magical experience that she felt as a kid. Then she goes really deep and quite morbid, explaining how you don't really ever stop being a kid. Your body just gets older and older, and while you're still a kid deep down, you just sort of get old until you die, pointing out how human bodies can't handle getting older, while things like trees can stay alive for much longer than a person. The oldest person to ever live is still younger than most trees, pointing out that being young is always relative to something else. Just the sort of morbid conversation that we need from our child toy maker employee. Great stuff. We get the machine up and running and begin feeding parts into the Maker-Friend machine until it pops out this little cat bee thing. Using the toy, we can exit the room, since nobody can leave without a toy. Holy crap! Some frantic running through the tunnels, and some close calls later, we can find writing on much of the tunnels, saying things such as stop, turn back, and danger. We send Huggy Wuggy on his way into the depths of the facility, which is apparently hundreds of feet deep. Surprisingly, they seriously have an entire evil lair here. What is also quite interesting is the fact that Huggy Wuggy, which is supposed to be a toy, seems to be leaving an awful lot of bloodstains wherever it hit on his way down. A great lack of stuffing, which is quite concerning to say the least. Another VHS is a log of an employee in relation to something codenamed 1006, named the Prototype. It mentions how coordination and cooperation are part of its skill set, much like the other experiments of his type, pointing out that the missing people are likely in relation to him, and that his absence was a flaw in the scientific process, since he should never have been unaccounted for. This log serves as a lesson and warning going forward to new employees. Future experiments are to be contained and disposed of in a secure location. The person speaking goes on a bit of a rant about how great he is and what this means for science before biting the bullet, just like the rest of them. We can find the big flower that references the flower mentioned at the beginning on the letter from the missing people. Totally not a trap at all. Not to mention our little bee cat friend from earlier is now hung from the roof with blood on it and numerous written warnings. So nothing ominous about this situation in the slightest. We head inside to a much better decorated area, if I don't say so myself. Look, they actually have wallpaper and lights. There is, however, a creepy room down the hall that leads directly to the Poppy doll. Remember when I called Poppy the cousin of Annabelle? Well, I mean, look at the casing. You cannot tell me that that is not a reference to the real doll. Poppy awakes and mentions how we opened her case and it cuts to black, and thus marks the end of Poppy Playtime Chapter 1. However, I do want to share a hidden VHS that can be watched on the Mob Entertainment YouTube channel, which gives some insight into Poppy. The VHS tape is titled Poppy Playtime Doll Maintenance Video and had a clear warning to not actually continue watching the tape. A warning that we will continue to ignore, because this is a horror game, damn it, and we will never heed any warnings. First step, paint her face. Second step, polish her shoes. Then we just skip 3 steps and brush her hair. Now we've thrown steps out altogether. What the hell is going on here? So it seems that Poppy also has human blood, and the maintenance person has removed what appears to be a device from her back. She is all better now, still creepy as all hell, but better. Timeline-wise, we're jumping off where we left off in the first chapter, and we are greeted with another amazing Playtime Co advertisement. This one is titled Mummy Longlegs, and is dated February 2nd, 1991, and of course contains a spooky face that appears for like a millisecond. It's actually embarrassing how long it took me to pause on this exact frame, but there you go, nightmares, you're welcome. Mummy Longlegs has elastic arms and legs that allows her to tie herself around objects and do some crazy spider type crap. In normal Playtime Co fashion, we have our advert going from bright, fun and energetic to dark, dismal and horrible in a matter of seconds. As images of a person running through the city is shown, the voice of Poppy can be heard saying to wake up, and she even makes a subtle appearance with her face appearing in the image. We find ourselves back in the Red Room, now with Poppy missing from the container that she once resided in. It leaves us heading back into the facility as we can see pictures of Huggy Wuggy and another toy. Now it's a little bit of a spoiler, but this character is named Bron. We actually briefly saw the toy version of this guy in the first chapter, but keep his name in mind. We find the door with the name Elliot Ludwig above it. This is the owner of Playtime Co, and we saw him briefly in the video at the start of chapter 1. The door is locked, but the voice of Poppy can be heard calling out to us, telling us which way to go. Again, I don't think I'm going to be listening to the newly released Demon Doll, but we are already so committed at this point. It is what it is. We find a cardboard cutout of Huggy Wuggy, looking much more pleasant than our previous meeting. We can hear his voice now, and to be honest, he sounds a bit like Goofy.
Does someone need a hug?
You can't fool me, pal, I'm familiar with your game. We get the key and open Elliot's door. The room is full of children's drawings and of different Playtime Co toys and messages to Ludwig, not to mention another VHS tape, and a note describing an experiment 814. It mentions an experiment utilizing a live rat. It was fed 3 food portions daily for 2 weeks. At the end of the 2 weeks, the rat was killed and submerged into a poppy flower and preservative gel mixture. A week later, an electric shock was applied to the rat while it was still in the gel, in an attempt to revive it. The rat remained unresponsive. They still believe in the potential of the poppy flower. Its unusual properties lead them to believe that the proper mixture and procedure could actually have life-altering properties. Not to mention that the poppy flower also holds heavy symbolism, something they believe has great meaning, before signing off mentioning that perhaps something larger than a rat would yield different results. This VHS is sort of a type of documentary, explaining just how much of a great man Elliot Ludwig was, with a notable black box placed over his face in each of the pictures of him. The video goes on to explain how much of a hard worker he is, and how he constantly looks to innovate and create new things. In the 1960s, Ludwig lost a close family member, and focused his time into creating the Playtime Corporation, pushing through his issues and depression. Just as it is about to explain the story from the beginning, the tape cuts off, as an ominous noise plays over the tape. Well, back to the corridors. We come to find Poppy as she is attempting to put the power back on, and she asks us for our help in doing so. Once the power is back on, she thanks us for freeing her, and tells us that she would like to repay the favor by helping us out of this place using the train codes that she has. She plans on guiding us and, more importantly, following us throughout the vent system. Poppy can be found sitting next to a giant hole and gets grabbed and pulled down by a long pink arm. An educated guess would tell you that this is likely Mummy Longlegs. We jump down in pursuit, since the spooky demon doll is really our only lead out of here. It doesn't take long until we find Mummy Longlegs with Poppy. And not only does she steal our right hand, but also goes down the saw route and asks us to play a game for the train codes that Poppy was going to give us. We need to win 3 games to get the codes, and if we break the rules, she threatens to gut and eat our insides while we're still alive. Nice. Great. Once again, a lesson why you don't go into anything abandoned with reported disappearances or deaths. It's very simple. We head into the PlayStation and can find more drawings from kids with the Playtime Co toys, showing that they actually really do seem to like Mummy Longlegs. A recording is playing, welcoming us to the game station. The person on the recording is somebody called Stella. the same employee that was having a life or death crisis in the first chapter. The first room we visit is the musical memory game, which involves us building and creating a green hand that will replace our lost red hand. We end up in another room with a bunch of televisions around, and we begin our game. It tests cognitive ability through sequence repetition. You see a color on the screen and a pattern. You need to repeat that pattern. Quite simple really, except for the twist that Bunzo, another Playtime Co toy, is descending from above us. If we succeed, Bunzo goes further up. If we fail, Bunzo gets closer to us and we have a very bad day. Mummy Longlegs arrives but mentions how long it's been since this place has been up and running, and also putting out that old Bunzo there is quite hungry after all this time. We managed to get the puzzle done, till a point that it becomes goddamn impossible, so we hit the big old eject button, stopping the machine. Luckily, Mummy Longlegs thinks that the machine just broke and gives us part of the train code as a reward. We can come across Bron just sitting dormant, and not really doing a hell of a lot in the rejected room. Quite frankly, I appreciate it. It's a nice change. We find a tape and can see a toy speaking while sitting on the toilet. I was 100% convinced that this was Garfield when I first saw him, but apparently he has just been demoted as a toy due to its disgusting nature, with the whole fact that the toy is called Sir Poops a Lot, and its whole gimmick is that it's crapping. I mean, the box even has a bunch of dad jokes. Management literally left a note for this thing saying that whoever came up with the idea should be ashamed of themselves, and quite frankly, I agree. But I'm not sure if the Sir Poops a Lot is a bloodthirsty demon toy just yet, but if he isn't, I'll give him a pass. We get back to the game station and get ready for our special second game, Whack-a-Wuggy. You remember that guy from Chapter 1? Yeah, it's got to do with him. It's time to test our reaction time. A Huggy Wuggy will pop out from the holes around us and we need to hit the crap out of them. Pretty simple stuff. Mummy Longlegs mentions that the toys used to have strings attached to them to stop them from getting too close to the kids, but we of course don't have that luxury. After some Wuggy whacking, we get another congratulations and yet another train code and head back towards the game station. We do, however, get a visit from this friendly chap, a pink-looking Huggy Wuggy, who opens up the door for us and politely lets us through without murdering us. A step in the right direction. This toy is called Kissy Missy. We saw her a few times in artwork throughout Chapter 1 and 2. We get another VHS and... hold up, is that Jacksepticeye? What the hell? I can't say I expected to see him here. Well, it's not actually Jacksepticeye. He's playing a character called Marcus Brickley, another employee here at Playtime Corporation. He describes seeing a creature during his shift that startled him. Explaining to Leith Pierre, he describes it as being 50 feet long with thousands of legs and it's absolutely terrified of it. Pierre tries to dissuade Marcus, mentioning that it was probably just a bunch of people. Something Marcus is quick to dismiss. Pierre asks if anyone else knows about this, to which Marcus replies that nobody else knows. This tape is actually quite interesting because it puts a few things into perspective. Firstly, the VHS is called Potential Problem, which doesn't bode well for Marcus's fate. Also, this shows that some, if not all of the general Playtime Co. employees don't actually know what's going on with the living creatures here. Now, if you're wondering what creature Marcus saw, we'll be meeting it very shortly. We arrive back at the game station and can begin our third and final game. This time, statues. We can see a poster as we head into the area of a centipede-like toy. The exact name of this is PJ Pugapilla, and this is likely the creature that Marcus saw. We get into the arena and begin our game. The basis of this is that the lights will flicker from on and off. When they are off, we can move. When they're on, we cannot. PJ Pugapilla here will follow us throughout, trying to catch us. And I mean, look at this thing. It is like the worst puppy imaginable. Mummy Longlegs comes back and explains how the orphan children would come here to play at the facility and would call her mummy since she was the closest thing that they had to one. But she feels wronged by them since they would leave her after playing the games. She feels that she was left here to die and doesn't feel that she deserved that. But since we were a previous employee here, we do deserve it. We start running for our damn life in what is one of the most nerve-wracking games in the facility, I won't lie. We break into the control room and can find 2 more documents. The first is an assignment form written by Sarah Abel. It is a test subject form, stating that a subject named Michaela Hyssop is being assigned the toy of Candy Cat. It is evaluating Michaela's scores throughout the games at the game station, which now appears to have been used to assess orphan children for suitability in some kind of experiment. Firstly, Michaela got a rating of 3 in the musical memory. the rating being between 1 and 5, mentioning that she would get panicked whenever she got the pattern incorrect. In the Waka Wuggy game, she also got a rating of 3, struggling with the grab pack and was slow to notice them in the first place, but did actually react quite quickly when she did notice them. And finally, she got a rating of 1 in the statues game, the worst score possible, since Michaela wasn't paying attention and apparently was screaming and pointing at nothing. The note ends abruptly with blood in the corner, suggesting that Sarah was possibly attacked while writing it. From the other document found was another test subject assessment form, written by Matteo Lata. It is also for Michaela Hyssop, but this time around her scores are much better, scoring a 4 in musical memory, a 3 in Waka Wuggy, and 4 in statues. But it also states that she lacks focus on the statues game, pointing out that there's something that's drawing her attention elsewhere. The page ends abruptly also, meaning that Matteo was likely attacked or killed at the same time that Sarah was. We head downstairs as Mummy Longlegs calls out to us, mentioning that we won, and return to her immediately so she can give us the final code. But it is pretty damn obvious that we would not survive that encounter, since she openly states that she wants to kill us. We find another document upstairs, this time a transfer request for Mummy Longlegs, or otherwise known as Experiment 1222. It even states a real name, Marie Payne. It points out that she acts violently towards staff, but motherly towards other experiments since she is very protective of them. The staff view the hostility as problematic, but think that they have a solution. They want to transfer her to the high security maintenance, and have her see the children on a more regular basis, as they believe it would not only improve her behavior, but she would also be unlikely to act out in front of the children. We find another VHS later that is Pierre addressing the complaints from people about a very large spider that was spotted by staff. He emphasizes that no spider that size exists, and that a specialist team will come down here to investigate, and to just continue on with their jobs and quit complaining. Dear God! Oh, I hate jump scares so much, I really do. Mummy Longlegs reminds us just how much she hates cheaters like us, and has decided to play one final game before she kills us. Hide and seek. While running throughout, we can find another document, this time addressed to Warren Barch Construction Company. It is written by Eddie M. N. Ritterman, in response to previous communication regarding the construction of an underground laboratory. The project needs to be in complete secrecy, only to be known by those with the proper authority at the two companies. Eddie offers $100,000 in exchange for the secrecy, and is also willing to provide excavation equipment, mentioning that the more independent that they work, the more he is willing to compensate them. It needs to be built within a 12-month period, but more than anything it needs to be done correctly. This is likely the experimentation area that was mentioned earlier. We keep going into the facility, and enter an incinerator to hide from Mummy Longlegs. I don't know how that's meant to work, but sure. Turns out it doesn't do much, since she pops back up and continues the chase. That is until we lead her into a compactor, which screws her up something wicked. A hand that resembles Mr. Scissorhands or Freddy Krueger appears, and gently pulls what is remaining of Mummy Longlegs under the door. We can find another VHS tape in the next area that mentions an Experiment 1006, and we can see the same Scissorhand from before. It mentions how the experiment almost breached his containment, disabling the digital security measures in his room, using pieces to create a laser pointer, which he then used to disable the security camera. This gave him exactly 28 seconds of being unmonitored. When the security camera came back up, the room was empty. A specialist member went in to check and found 1006 hiding in the blind spot of the camera, still within the room. The experiment attempted to escape, but another specialist locked the door in time, while the other specialist remained inside, resulting in a single casualty. It points out that 1006 is considered the most intelligent experiment thus far by quite a margin, as well as a ready willingness to commit serious acts of violence. We now find ourselves above the game station and collect the final train code, not to mention another document asking for windows in the game station since there isn't any. I won't say much more on it since it really doesn't add anything meaningful to the lore, but hey, Dr. Matthew Wason wants some windows. Do with that what you will. There is also a guide to proctoring in the game station. This is likely who Sarah and Matteo were. It gives a step-by-step guide on what they wanted as well. Report to the control station while keeping a minimal distance of 20 yards from Mummy Longlegs due to the hostility mentioned before. 8 AM the train arrives and all the children will be put inside the game station at once. The game order is the same as we did them. Musical memory, then Waka Wuggy, and finally statues. One child should play the game at one time, and their performance recorded as relevant. The qualities being looked at are composure, memory, and pattern recognition and musical memory, hand-eye coordination and reaction time for Waka Wuggy, and finally, agility, strength, and speed for statues. Once the children have left, give all the reports to Stella Graybar.
Yo,
We speak
Cam,
with Poppy,
what's up,
who
my
was
boy?
much more monotone and creepy than before.
I'm doing alright.
I didn't
A little
even
under
think
the
it was
weather.
possible.
Nose is driving
She
me
seems
nuts.
pretty happy about Mummy Longlegs' death.
Hope you're
and tells
doing
us that
alright.
it's time for us to leave using the train. We enter the code and begin our journey. The train here really reminded me of the train that
He's
we saw
currently
at the
eating a
beginning of
little
chapter
bit
1 that was moving on its own.
while watching
Poppy
some
thanks us again for
Poppy
saving
lore.
her, calling us perfect. Too perfect, in fact, to leave, and changes the route on the train. She goes on to say that she's been waiting so long for somebody to open up her cage. She intends to set things right and
Hope you're
believes
doing
that
well,
we
my
will do
boy. I
whatever
appreciate
we
you
must to
working,
help
man.
her. The train begins going very fast, and we attempt to slow it down, but it ends up crashing instead. The screen
Reanimal
fades to
could be a
black
cool
as
game
chapter
to
2
check
comes to
out.
an end. However, just like the first chapter, we have special VHS videos that can only be found on the Mob Entertainment YouTube channel. Firstly, the disappearance video. A man is seen driving a car while talking on the radio. He mentions that they have eyes on 1170 heading southbound. They are trying to cut him off, stopping him from getting to the public roads. We can also see cam footage from the 18th of June 1992, of which 1170 runs from the facility, which 2 staff members saw and hit the emergency alarm. We can see that 1170 is Huggy Wuggy from the footage. Within 3 minutes, security staff and vehicles have begun pursuit, and it's mentioned that Huggy Wuggy has travelled over a half mile in that time frame. They find him and prepare themselves as Huggy charges the car as the security team shoots tranquilizers at him, hitting him once in the left leg, but Huggy flees into the woods. They continue on foot and expand the search zone into nearby residential areas. But the increased range has caused issues with the team's radios. Now, 1 entire hour after 1170 escaped, we can see cam footage of one of the security members that gets ambushed by Huggy Wuggy. I won't lie, these tapes are 1000% scarier than the actual game moments. These toys are no joke, man. In total, Huggy Wuggy killed 5 people, and there is now 6 people missing, all while sounding like the most horrific creature known to man. It took 4 hours to finally locate and successfully sedate 1170. The second tape is called Relocation, dated August 8, 1995. The staff is tasked with moving the giant from storage, the giant being Kissy Missy. They strap her for transport on a bunch of boards and load her onto the train. The tape has been tampered with and has changed the 4th step to loosen the straps binding Kissy. We can see that this is likely the train that we rode at the end of chapter 2, moving Kissy Missy, while more steps are changed in the tapes. Once arriving at the location, we can see the staff dead alongside Kissy Missy. The final video is called Restoration, as we get a glimpse into the experiment room of Playtime Co. It mentions a test subject named Thomas Clark. He is 59 years old and is dying of cancer, and also notably a previous employee of Playtime Co. since 1955. He has even volunteered himself for experiment, codenamed Bigger Bodies Initiative. The staff can be heard speaking to the Bron toy, asking if Thomas can hear them, and Bron moves his eye. He is even given the 1199 experiment number, and he has displayed cognitive ability, but it is estimated to be roughly half the intelligence level that he previously was as a human being. The staff believe that he probably fails to comprehend what is happening to him and how he became a toy. It's also noted that other experiments have noticed that 1199 is different. We can see footage of 1199 as the other experiments all surround him and actually attack him, almost killing him. The security team jumped in and stopped it, but 1199 still sustained considerable damage, particularly to his thyroid and throat, which were completely devoured. 12 hours of surgery was required to save his life and is now kept separate from the other experiments, and what I would personally describe as a worse fate than death. We open up with an entire animated short of the different toys at Playtime Co. called the Smiling Critters. Is it just me, or is the design choice to go back to having the entire eye black while the eye itself is white just adds this chilling undertone to these characters? The toys are having an issue falling asleep due to the loud winds outside when a knock at the door shows another toy arriving, much to the delight of the others. A purple cat named Catnap. Using a kind of what I would presume is a toxin. It causes them all to fall asleep in the most horrific way possible, and it cuts to a news report, as the reporter mentions how the new catnap toy might be dangerous for your children to play with. It was intended to release with the same toys feature within the cartoon, as they begin to sell in stores. But it's now facing controversy due to the inclusion of catnap. See, catnap seems innocent enough at first glance. You pull his tail and he seems to spray something from his mouth area of the toy. But things have begun to take a turn for the worse since parents are reporting that their children are experiencing strange and violent nightmares. The one thing in common among all of these children? The catnap doll. Personally, after watching the end of that cartoon, it seemed pretty damn obvious that there is something much more sinister at play regarding that damn company. But at least the parents are finally starting to clue in. Playtime Co. have recalled every catnap doll released within the Smiling Critters line, and even removed him from all the promotional material. While the cause of the nightmares and dreams is still uncertain, it's clear that your children are not safe with catnap. Cue the title screen. We continue from our previous story point in Chapter 2, as our main protagonist was knocked unconscious during the train crash. But while awaking, we can see that something else currently has us in its grasp and is throwing us down a tube. A giant purple cat. I'm sure it's just a coincidence and not at all related to the cartoon that we just watched. We're in a trash compactor and we need to get the hell out of here quickly, which we do, eventually finding a VHS of Claire Harper. It is an interview as Claire is being asked questions regarding an incident. Claire explains that the children were going to sleep like any other night, while Catnap had the red smoke in the room with them. But suddenly, a scream. Claire mentions that this was not just a regular old nightmare. The pupils were dilated and their lips were quivering. I mean, look, if this was the thing tucking me in at night, I think I would also have the same goddamn reaction. That seems like a reasonable level of fear to me. Claire points out that the child's eyes were darting around the room, and even reported that it felt like her blood was boiling beneath her skin. Claire panics a little at the thought of what that child saw in the nightmare, to which the interviewer assures Claire that she will be getting the best support needed at Playtime Co. But before that, asks Claire if the child described what she saw. According to the child, it was a monster but colourless. Claire pointed out how hard the child's heart was pounding and that her movements were wild, arms flailing and kicking her legs. It was a dream, but for the child it was as real as anything. It was right there in front of her. Claire asked the interviewer if she can see the child again to check up on her since the event, but the interviewer advises against it, saying that they have many concerns that need to be addressed at this time, but assures Claire that the child's vitals are normal and they will continue to monitor her progress. Claire loses it, screaming, telling the interviewer that she isn't comforted by that, before subtly suggesting that the little girl is actually her daughter. We can actually find a note that gives more information on this young girl mentioned by Claire Harper. Firstly, it's an incident report that was filed by Harper, and it clearly shows her as a counsellor within Playcare. It goes over the same description of what happened to the young girl after she awoke from the nightmares, but this time we can find out that the young orphan's girl's name is Marie Payne. This is where it gets crazy. Marie Payne is the same name given to Mummy Longlegs, meaning that the young girl that was experiencing the nightmares and required medical aid is the same orphan that Playtime Co. used to create Mummy Longlegs. It also mentions that a bunch of boys have been picking on Marie, teasing her during playtime. Harper says that it should be addressed, before warning Playtime Co. to not allow anything to happen to her little girl again. We find a phone on the wall ringing and a young child answers. He mentions that he doesn't want us to die and that we look lost, so they plan on helping us, providing us a battery in order to get out of the room. We can even find the train wreckage from before, to which the child points out that Catnap found us in there. He says how mad we must be at Poppy for trying to stop us from escaping, but emphasizes that she needs our help. They need us, and we are their mission, believing that we could save a lot of people. We're pointed towards a place named Playcare, a home of Catnap, and it's mentioned how there used to be 8 of the Smiling Critters, but now there's only Catnap left, and that Playcare is his church and hunting ground. This, by the way, is a great big example of why we should not go there. Avoid that place at all costs, please, for the love of God. The kid introduces himself as Ollie as we head down the tunnel. We get inside a tram as it begins to move and a film is played. The film in question is narrated by none other than Elliot Ludwig, the creator of this place. He goes on a big speech about a particular thing that he believes the world needs more of. Asking different people, he got a variety of answers, including money, consideration, and faith. But for him, the answer is smiles. He points out that a smile is hope, love, and understanding, and he loves nothing more than being the reason that a child smiles. Creating a world with more hope and love, a place where children can smile and be protected, a safe home. So, Playtime Co. created Playcare, an on-site orphanage. It is its own community and ecosystem beneath the facility, a place dedicated to ensuring a child's smile. I do have to say, by the way, that this sequence really felt inspired by the opening sequence of BioShock. Think about it. The creator of the world giving their world perspective that leads them to create their optimal world. The slow panning shots while the narration plays in the background. Not to mention that both worlds being under something. Rapture was underneath the ocean, hidden away from the rest of the population, much like Playcare, hidden below the facility, away from everybody above. Oh, and also, who else did we speak to over a radio that guided us through the city? Just a thought. When we arrive, it's actually not too bad at first. That is, until you take 2 steps and can see the blood on the stairway. Nice. Ollie rings and mentions that kids used to live down here, and now it's a mess. Yeah, no crap. We need to head down below the central statue in order to power everything within Playcare, and this place is quite large. We can find these little boards that show different members of the Smiling Critters, including Picky Piggy, Hoppy Hopscotch, Crafty Corn, Bubba Bubbafant, Kickin' Chicken, Bobby Bear Hug, and Dog Day. The one missing due to the rubble is Catnap, of course. We get the key from Ollie and head to the one place that every good orphanage needs, the gas production facility. This is the place that creates the red smoke that Catnap is breathing out. Ollie needs us to divert the remaining red smoke to the left instead of the right. We go about all the puzzles, but somebody turned off the power right before we could get the gas to go to the left, and now we need to turn on the backup generator, which requires us to go to the terrible haunted house up on the hill. Inside are pictures of some of the children that once lived here, and rooms filled with that red gas from earlier. A radio can be found, and when played, it mentions that the body of a young boy was found on the estate of the late Elliot Ludwig, showing that Elliot Ludwig is no longer alive. The child's identity is still unknown, but the remains of the child were found in a duffel bag upstairs in the house. It was reported by police on the scene that the remains had been disturbed, since key skeletal fragments and even organs are missing from the body. It is still open to the possibility that the extraction of organs and bones could have been the cause of death as well. Playtime Corporation were contacted for a statement regarding the news and responded with this, and I quote, "It's sickening. Elliot Ludwig was a great man, and those who knew him understood that he was not capable of such violence, let alone what others now claim. He had a deep love in his heart for children like this one, making the actions of whoever planted this body all the more sick. We look forward to clearing his good name both in the public eye and in the eyes of the law." A phone can be heard ringing down the corridor. Ollie's on the other end telling us to run, and oh my, yep, right with you on that one, Ollie. The radio continues mentioning how the public still doubt Ludwig's innocence due to his reclusive personality, which lends suspicion to the claim. His neighbours even mentioned how he would return to his home at strange hours of the night and would depart again before the sunrise. The drastic change in voice is a nice touch.
Sunrise. Some believed he was sick. Others that don't move an inch. Playtime Co., it seems.
Not to mention the cat claw marks everywhere. We reach the kitchen of what I can only describe as a literal embodiment of a hell house. We can find happy and fun, why was it done, etched into the wall alongside a VHS tape. If it isn't Huggy Wuggy, the video is addressed to the staff within Playcare, mentioning all the great things that they're doing for the children here, and also that if they are feeling unhappy about anything going on, the Playtime Co. is here to listen to their every concern. How gracious. Oh, and this.
And should you come back years later, your conscience finally getting the better of you, may you descend into the dark and the dust, finding all that awaits you are incomprehensible horrors, each hungry for your return, each eager that they might find you. Perhaps they'd smile at you from a shadow, their smiling mouths full of teeth and meat and plastic, watching and waiting patiently for their turn at a warm welcome. Or perhaps they won't allow you such time to figure your place in the world you'd left. A world that's theirs now. Welcome home.
Yeah, that's some straight paranormal It type of stuff. Dear God. It catches us and we awake back in the house. It's likely that we saw the nightmare due to the red gas from earlier. A neat observation is the cardboard cutout of Mummy Longlegs. These cutouts have been scattered throughout each of the 3 chapters. Upon pressing the button you get a nice little voice line. But this one of Mummy Longlegs doesn't actually say anything. Instead it's just static, making me wonder if this is due to Mummy Longlegs getting badly hurt in the 2nd chapter. And if their fate relates to the cutouts, does that also mean that the voice talking is not a recording at all? Instead it's the actual creature. I guess the smiling critters would have been static also if that were the case, but hey, maybe they're still alive. We use a gas mask to traverse the rest of the house, since the red gas is everywhere, and we find another VHS. This time it is about Subject 1322, who was pulled from Home Sweet Home due to abnormalities in his neural signals. We can hear a voice in the background ask the narrator what Kevin is doing here, asking if he is sick and why he would be taken away. The narrator is clearly concerned, but assures the voice that Kevin is sick and needs help getting better here. He assures the child, who is revealed to be named Joseph, that his friend Kevin is getting the best care that he can. Randomly in one of the rooms we can find Kissy Missy just sitting, looking at a picture of a child. Considering what we know about the experiments taking place, I wonder if that child was actually her. Another VHS can be found of a bunch of young children asking their teacher who was picked. The teacher informs the student that Dr. White has selected Samuel Lee. Ominously, the teacher asks the class to give Samuel one last goodbye as he heads off with Dr. White. We are to presume that that is young Samuel there in the video. Oh God, it follows us around. I couldn't even imagine trying to get sleep with that thing in the room. Those poor kids. We get the hell out of the house for obvious reasons after starting up the backup power. As we leave, however, Kissy Missy grabs us and holds us to the ground. But thankfully Poppy jumps in and saves our ass from being toy food. Poppy reiterates that we can help them and is thankful that Ollie has helped us get to where we are, and mentions that he is the only reason that they found us at all. She rides on Kissy Missy's shoulder like she's Pikachu, and asks us to follow her so she can give us an explanation. Poppy opens up a secret door that has a notable flower on it. The same flower seen at the secret door in Chapter 1, and the letter that we received back there in the first place. She goes on to say that she isn't our enemy, but she also cannot allow us to leave since what is happening here is bigger than all of us. She needs revenge against the monsters who have hurt us. She points out that these creatures are just simply tools of the prototype, the real head honcho behind everything that is happening. The prototype is the claw hand thing that took Mummy Longlegs in Chapter 2. We turn the power back on for play care as Poppy mentions how the prototype is the reason that she was locked away in the case for so long, and that it would not allow us to leave alive. She wants us to kill the prototype, since we're proven to be capable, since we killed Huggy Wuggy and Mummy Longlegs thus far. Catnap can be heard as Poppy leaves, mentioning how Catnap is the prototype's final obstacle, and mentions that Ollie will continue to help us. Ollie calls back, and using his guidance we do some electrical work, restoring some power to the central statue. The crappy part is the fact that we need to reroute power from each area of play care. Alright, on to the next one. We head to the school since Catnap apparently leaves that place alone for some reason. Honestly, music to my ears. Oh, never mind. Thought we'd get a break from the killer toys for a moment. Silly me. Another Playtime Co-toy begins speaking over the school speaker. This time, Miss Delight. She actually recognizes us and mentions how we used to work here, but is curious how we're still alive. Someone named Barb tells her that we are looking for our co-workers. She tells us to leave since Catnap wouldn't like us, snooping around the school. We find another VHS of Mr. Light asking someone where the children are and if they're safe. The other person doesn't tell her where the children are, but does assure her that they are safe. Then Mr. Light gets a little nuts.
And that was it. That's all he'd tell me. Probably because he knew I'd kill them all.
A note can be found mentioning something called the Hour of Joy, which took place a few weeks prior to the letter being written. It mentions how all the children have been taken from the school and how silent it is now without them, before mentioning how something or someone locked the front door to the school, and the teachers have been unable to get it open since. They heard a knock at the door, something breathing. It wouldn't speak when called out to, and Mr. Light believes that it's likely this thing that's responsible for locking them inside the school. Spoiler alert, it's Catnap. She's created a weapon out of pencils, rulers, tape and twine, which she now calls Barb, intending to use it as a weapon when the door opens. There hasn't been food for days, and Mr. Light feels that she has been singled out to die since they blocked the kitchen with their bodies. She is so starving that all that she can think about is food. She can barely get herself off the floor, but Barb is now speaking to her, telling her to stay completely still so the other teachers think that she's dead. That is, until she can strike. Barb tells her how she needs to eat, and the other teachers wouldn't see it coming. We continue through the school, and Mr. Light threatens us once again, saying that she can't wait to hear how our screams sound, and if they sound like the other humans that she's killed. Nice. Another note has Mr. Light apologizing for eating people, saying that they just needed to, and they had no choice. Just some casual cannibalism thrown into the mix. We start up the backup power, and Mr. Light arrives and shuts that crap down so quickly, and gives me the biggest scare yet. She's a bit like those weeping angels. If you look at her, she won't move, but if you look away or lose sight of her, she will chase you down. It does, however, turn out that gates seem to be her one big weakness. Guess she didn't see that coming. A nearby note shows that Mr. Light and Barb found Catnap at some point and realized that he was the one that shut the door and forced them to eat each other. Mr. Light wanted to kill him but knew that she was not able, instead making a deal with Catnap. They would report what they see to one another, and most importantly, him. I know, it sounds like the meme. He is him. Is he him? I'm pretty certain that the prototype is him. We get beneath the school in what I can only describe as the type of Batcave that would make Bruce Wayne jealous. A nearby VHS tape has an ex-Playtime Co. employee speaking to another staff member, most likely Avery, about the poor conditions that he feels that the children are being held in down here, saying that they deserve more than a painted sky and fake walls. This is the same employee that can be heard in the previous 2 chapters talking about his issues with the company. In Chapter 1, we heard Avery mention how Rich is the more vocal of the two, always complaining. This complaining actually got Rich demoted in Chapter 2 to the Rejected Room, the same place that Poops-a-Lot is currently residing. He complained for years to the company, but never got a response. Overall, he seems like a pretty decent guy, actually caring about the orphans, further showing us that not all staff at Playtime Co. were evil or even knew what was happening. Bro. This is very easy to miss, but if you take a quick look down, you can see Catnap praying to a type of shrine. I had to grab some extra footage just to see up close, and it appears that old PJ from the Statues game in Chapter 2 is not doing all that well anymore. Many puzzles in the Batcave later, and we get through into another area of and it appears that old PJ from the Statues had to grab some extra footage.
Yeah, wow, and PJ is
just to see up close, and it
I did not realize that
PJ from the Statues game in Chapter 2 is not doing all that well anymore. Many puzzles in the Batcave later, and we get through into another area of play care called the Playhouse. The rooms are much smaller, as we can see little toys now wandering around this place. Thankfully, our little upgraded handgun allows us to deal with these little suckers. We can find an interview VHS with Catnap being interviewed by Playtime Co. staff. A very interesting point is made when the interviewer addresses Catnap. He points out that he should try his real name before calling him Theo. He tells Theo, or Catnap, that Dr. Sawyer is out at the moment, so he'll be standing in as his replacement. The way it's presented suggests that Dr. Sawyer is not breathing any longer. Theo has been in this new Catnap body for 4 years now, and the interviewer congratulates him for it. However, Catnap has apparently not been getting along well with the kids like the other smiling critters have. But now, with the red smoke, the kids love Catnap. I'm just going to play the game audio for the final part of this interview because I think they really captured the creepiness needed for this thing.
Is his, voice thingy still broken? save you. This prison is where you belong. We'll let you out here and there to go see the kids in play care, but your home is here. And as for the prototype, his home is in the labs. This is your life now. Get used to it.
Prototype is in the labs while Catnap is stuck in play care. Got it. The place is designed like an adventure course for kids. A bunch of tunnels and obstacles to climb and have fun with. Down in the depths of the place, however, is a bunch of jail cells, which I am almost certain aren't in real playhouses. But then again, it's been a long time since I've been to one of those places. And in one of the cells, we can find Dog Day, looking pretty damn rough if you ask me. Dog Day is a member of the Smiling Critters and was presumed dead since, to the best of our knowledge, Catnap had apparently killed them all, before pointing out that there's nothing really much to save anymore, and that we're in Catnap's home, which means that millions of eyes are now watching our every move, pointing out how they all want to get under our skin and eat us alive. I think he is referencing the little guys that we were annihilating earlier. And if I can be honest, pal, I think that we have them covered, to be honest. I mean, I was using them as literal target practice. Dog Day makes an interesting point, stating that the prototype is Catnap's god, and Dog Day is an example of what Catnap does to heretics. The little guys are scared to get the same treatment as Dog Day, so they just follow Catnap and in return they get fed. The Smiling Critters tried to fight the prototype's control, and as a result Dog Day is the last of them left, and there isn't even much of him left, to be honest. He tells us to leave and save this place with Poppy before these little critters come out to pay old Dog Day a visit. Oh my, as if things could get worse for him. They somehow did. They possess Dog Day, chasing us out of the area, and we get ourselves back to the surface pronto. Ollie gives us a call and mentions the shrine we saw earlier, saying that Catnap made it in honor of the prototype, not to mention some background information on Catnap. Apparently before Catnap became Catnap, there was a serious accident where he almost died, but the prototype saved Theo's life, giving up on his own freedom in the process. Catnap views Prototype like a superhero that saved this place. Anybody that opposes Prototype gets killed by Catnap, and Ollie even mentions that the shrine is just a smaller version of what the real thing it looks like, which is incredibly worrying. We waste no time and head to the councillor's office, reconnecting power lines. We have another VHS tape of a couple looking to adopt a child named Jeremy from Playcare. This is the same Jeremy that walked in and asked how his friend Kevin was going. However, it turns out that there was some complications, stating that some kind of testing was going on so they wouldn't be able to adopt Jeremy. Oh god. Getting through the office requires us to have a mask on the whole time, since the rooms are full of that red smoke that Catnap loves. However, Catnap does ambush us, and locks us within a room and takes away our mask, causing us to fall asleep and enter one of those nightmares of Catnap. Within the dream, Poppy can be heard asking us to find the flower, and that this place is not easily escaped. We can see the children of the orphanage and the creatures watching over them. Poppy asks us if we know what we're seeing, and if we know what they once were, showing us just why we need to end this place. We can see Huggy Wuggy as the screams of people can be heard in the background, while the prototype looks over. We awake as Catnap gives us a final warning. Leave Playcare or Catnap will be turning us into beef jerky. I vote to leave, but we're pretty committed this far, so why not? We get all the power together from the places that we've entered, and we have now charged up a big-ass battery. This battery is our ticket out of here, and Ollie is going to help us through the final steps. We get back down to the containers at the red gas and turn the power back on so it diverts the gas to the western side. Catnap arrives and is not pleased by this decision, to say the least. I must say he is looking a lot more gaunt and less furry than normal, but we manage to use the elevator to get out of the room that's now flooded with red gas. We find a log upstairs about experiment 1006, aka the prototype. The interviewer mentions how Prototype has been awfully quiet as of late, but has learned a lot about him anyway. Before he can explain, Prototype speaks again, asking a question. We can hear that Prototype can mimic voices, and doesn't actually have a singular voice, instead opting to constantly change voices throughout a sentence. It's almost robotic in nature. He asks the interviewer if he feels any different, since he sticks them, beats them, and tears at their flesh, speaking as if it consists of multiple personalities instead of a singular person. The interviewer says that there is an incredible secret inside of 1006, and that they will burn and prod until they find it. The interviewer doesn't seem to care how 1006 reacts, saying that anything he does teaches him more about the secret inside of the prototype, and 1006 has a pretty damn spooky response.
Oh, don't fight or give in. Regardless, I learn something new about you every day. It excites me. Thank you. You thank me? Absolutely. I learn something new about you every day.
Catnap arrives again as we do our side hustle as an electrician, but manages to use the electricity to empower our grab pack and fry Catnap with it. That is until Prototype arrives to help Catnap like before, remembering that Prototype had saved Catnap's life earlier. But this time around, Prototype had different plans it seems and hits the killing blow, presumably killing Catnap for good. We return to the main room where Poppy is waiting, mentioning how we have successfully diverted the red gas and killed Catnap, but we deserve the truth if we're going to keep going. She plays a VHS tape, explaining that this is what happened to our co-workers that disappeared. After all, that is why we returned to playtime, saying that it's something that they called the Hour of Joy.
God, I want to see it, then it stops. Evil.
In a moment's notice, everyone was killed, as each of the toys came to life.
I remember hearing every moment of it. It went on so long, so agonizingly long. They tried to hide, to run, anything to stay alive. I remember their cries. What's going on? Why is this happening? What are those things? Senseless slaughter, that's all it really was. They killed everyone. The guilty, the innocent, didn't matter. All of that death didn't fix anything. And then, once it was all over, they dragged those corpses down below where they'd never be found. And they ate the bodies to stay alive. Prototype has to die for this. For everything.
So, the Hour of Joy is a pretty damn messed up way of explaining it, but I've grown used to it at this stage. We begin descending down a nearby elevator as we can hear screaming from Kissy Missy above us. We attempt to get back to her but are unable, much to the horror of Poppy. Well, if it isn't another Playtime Company television advertisement. This time Doughy the Dough Man. 4 colours, only $9.99, and it even comes with free nightmares. We see a young boy called Jack getting a Doughy the Dough Man figurine for Christmas, and to much of his excitement, it comes with an invitation to Playtime Company. Jack and his mother visit the company only a month later for their tour. Jack is obviously very fascinated by the vats of dough down below, and why am I getting a really weird parallel here to the Joker with the chemical vats? I'm sure it's nothing. Oh my, Jack is falling from the walkway. This is why you need bigger guardrails. Jack falls into the vat of dough as the other children scream on in the background, and we see an ominous shot of Doughy on the walkway as the Playtime employee shuts off the camera. We return to the elevator as we journey down deeper into the facility. Just after the events of Chapter 3, Poppy intends to go and help Missy, but warns us to be careful down below. Unlike the surface, this area isn't trying to hide what it truly is. Actual hell. Oh boy. We find a note nearby speaking about the red smoke. It is a warning to the employees about using any kind of lighters or heat-producing items down here. It could cause an explosion, if near the red smoke, since they don't have the same level of filtration down here as they do on the surface. I have a strange feeling that explosions will be the least of our concerns while we're down here, but I do appreciate the heads up. I must say, this place could really use a janitor. There is debris and destroyed smiling critter dolls everywhere. And when I say destroyed dolls, I mean it. There has to be like 1 million here. We can find a journal entry from a Riley, a 12-year-old girl near the dolls. It describes her first day at Playcare after losing her parents in a fire only a few weeks prior. She talks about how she was given a room, a big pink bed and toys, not to mention the journal that she's writing in. She is struggling to fit in with the other children since they have all been here for most of their lives and don't really know any different, while she still remembers her parents that loved and cared for her. A friendly counselor told Riley to write thoughts in her journal, only for herself, creating 2 different lists, what is important to her and the other being why it's important to her. She wants to feel more comfortable here at Playcare and understand that not only her life matters, but her parents' lives mattered also. Since anything can change in an instant, she is afraid that nothing actually truly matters. She is comforted, however, with the counselor that seems to be caring towards her. The second entry is also nearby, this time dated 5 months after the previous one. The kids are speaking a lot about being chosen, and Riley thinks that this could simply just mean being adopted, something that she isn't even sure that she wants yet. She wants to try and focus on whether or not she wants to be adopted, and how she can be as happy as the other children are every single day. Since, if she were happier, she could appreciate everything more, and maybe she would want to be chosen just like them. Since we already know what being chosen means from the previous chapters, believe me, Riley, you do not want to be chosen. Stay sneaky and unseen, that's the key. A month later, in February, Riley was chosen by Dr. White. Damn it! Even keeping to yourself wasn't enough. Riley, for the most part, is happy about being chosen and explains that there were many interviews with couples for her adoption, but she didn't think any of them actually liked her. She was either too anxious or too quiet, didn't get along with the other kids her age, etc., etc. But despite all of these things, somebody did like Riley enough to give her permission to bring her journal along with her. She hasn't felt this excited since the accident, since her parents. Writing has helped her cope a lot, and she's starting to get a more positive outlook on things. Her new list of important things involve growing up into the girl that her parents wanted her to be, and to make them proud, to get more friends and to stay happy. She even wants to open up her own orphanage like Elliot Ludwig, filling it with toys and good people. That is a very commendable goal there, Riley. However, if I may, I think maybe have your orphanage a little less like Elliot's if you can. You know, minus the whole experiments and nightmare creatures running around killing everyone. If you get rid of those things, you might just be onto something. Speaking of creatures running around, an alarm is set off as little critters invite us for some target practice, scurrying around this toy graveyard. Once we deal with those little guys, we can find another 2 journal entries from Riley. The third is not dated like the others, unfortunately, but she does mention how it wasn't what she thought it was going to be. Yeah, it's so much worse. She mentions how they took her underground, deep below everything, and gave her a shot that made her fall asleep.
Annoying.
She describes a doctor performing surgery on her, removing her organs, and even feeling her ribs and spine snapping. Oh,
That's
God,
wild.
it's even worse than I thought. When she awoke, everything hurt. Hours of her screaming, but nobody was listening. She quickly realized that her body was not her own anymore. She can't separate her fingers, and her hands are not her own, but she can oddly feel them move. She is in a room much different to the one that she had at the orphanage, and Riley points out that she's been here a very long time, but she just can't remember just how long. She is still writing, even though she's dropped the pen 3 times, still trying to get used to her new hands, and she can't understand why this would happen to her. Why did she survive the fire if this is all that she would get? Her new list is waking up from the nightmare and getting back to being herself since she only just started to like life again, like before. The fourth entry into her
My
journal
brother in
describes
Christ,
how
bro,
her
I'm just
room
waiting
is now
until I
moving
feel a
around
little
as
bit
hole
decent
opened up
to
and the room is now
start,
upside
like,
down.
being able to
There is
focus on
screaming from
something.
outside
I
the
can't
room,
focus on
but
shit.
she is doing everything that she can to just hide. Roughly an hour later, Riley decides to check outside and mentions how there are bodies everywhere, piles of them just looking at her. She calms herself and begins thinking of a plan. I will admit, Riley is handling this situation much better than most people, and Poppy described this place really well. This is hell compared to the surface. We can find a VHS that speaks about an uprising. A doctor is speaking to the security warden. He mentions that somebody helped them escape. The security warden mentions how only himself, Eddie, Stella, and Lath have the ability to get that sort of clearance. The doctor wants to make a deal. Considering the security warden is now sort of stuck and surrounded by escaped creatures that are eating pretty much all of the staff outside, the doctor wants the warden's Omni Hand that will give him clearance around the entire facility. In return, the doctor will help the warden escape to safety. He agrees to this trade. We continue further into the facility as our phone begins to call. It's Ollie. He warns us just how bad this place truly is, and that this outside area is actually nothing compared to what we can find inside. He has seen just how bad it is for himself, and he tells us to be careful. I still have my eye on you, Ollie. I'll trust you for now, but I still don't know about you. We get a final entry into Riley's journal. She mentions how this place is a prison, and she wonders what she did to deserve this. What did she do wrong? They made her into this, and then they put her into this cell. There are thousands of others, and how could this happen? She mentions how there is no food here, only bodies, but she refuses to eat them. The conductor for the train that everyone uses to get here is dead, and he has a key. That key makes the train move. So Riley decides to take the key so they can't bring more people here. She'll put it where nobody can find it. She doesn't know how much her life mattered, or if it even did, but she knows that she can do this one thing and make a difference. Maybe it could save somebody, even if it's only one person, that would be enough. Nobody should have to hear what she has inside this place. Nobody should know hell like this, or the demons that live here. Her final list of what is important is that her life mattered to someone. And why? So that she will know that wherever she goes now, hopefully with her parents, that she fulfilled a little bit of what she said she would, and make a life a little better for someone else, even if it took everything from her. We can find the key to the train in the arms of Riley here, showing that even in her final moments she never ate anybody, instead staying here and dying of starvation. I just want to say, the short story of Riley, especially that final letter, is so sad it's incredible. She is an actual hero in every sense of the word, especially for someone only 12 years old. Wow. Rip Riley, man. That is a tape recording between Playtime guards Cole and Norm. They're speaking about the differences in their guard shifts. Cole is working in the Northern District, which is the highest security, but it's largely quiet, while Norm is dealing with the Eastern District, involving a whole bunch of toys banging on the walls and some even crying out for their parents. Cole points out that they aren't even people anymore. They're just animals, sick and twisted, living off instinct. Sounds can be heard in the background as toys begin to break out of their cells. It seems that this area is largely used as a prison for the toys that have only just recently been turned from children by the doctor, and it's going about as well as every other area of the Playtime facility. We get the train operational and enter the cart in search of Poppy's allies. There is a television inside the cart that turns on as the doctor begins to speak to us. He calls us a germ, saying that we only survived by the skin of our teeth thus far, when we dealt with Huggy, Mummy Longlegs and Catnap, but down here there is nowhere to hide. The train then crashes as we fall unconscious, and why do I get a strange sense of deja vu? We get a better look at the jail, which is frankly impressive. I think I said this during the third chapter, but Playtime seriously cooked with whoever engineered and built all of these facilities. I mean, it's as messed up as you would expect, but you have to admire the craftsmanship. We find some critters having a lunch break in the cells, while their next door neighbor has done an escape job that would make even Houdini proud. Pay attention to the circle and the colors surrounding it. You'll know just whose cell this was very shortly. We can find a letter describing a weekly checkup of subject 1172. She is described as having emotional deregulation, overactive automatic nervous system due to stress, and episodes of shaking, heavy breathing, and decreased concentration. When given writing tools, 1172 has shown high levels of stress, feeling of impending doom, and a very strong desire to return to her old way of life. These issues have caused 1172 to be unable to complete her assigned tasks, but has gradually improved over time due to being allowed supervised socialization with other subjects. This was Stella Graeber's idea, and it actually helped several subjects better cope with their new bodies. Thanks to these improvements, 1172 will no longer require further corrections through procedures, and will be left to return to her tasks in a quiet setting, this time being Storage B. It seems that even after all this time, the Doctor is still using the jail as his personal experimentation grounds, since he is now putting us to the test, wanting to push our limits and just see how scared we can get. It would sort of help if these creatures were not kind of adorable. It's like getting attacked by a bunch of plushies. Bloodthirsty plushies, I will admit, but still plushies. We pass the test and get to the control room of the jail. It seems they are playing Hang Wuggy in their off time, but I feel the word there might be a little easy to guess. We input the code and make our way to the recreational area, with more warnings from Ollie along the way. We can find a journal entry from our guard friend from earlier, Cole Vaughn. We find out that Cole's job was changed from resource extraction specialist to shelf keeper after the Hour of Joy. He has mixed feelings about the change, saying that he is grateful but is struggling about the loss of his friends. He talks about how the survivors were essentially just given a pat on the back by Playtime and swiftly placed into any new role that they could find for them. For Cole, it's a glorified prison guard, guarding the very things that killed his friends. And Cole was not the only person assigned down here to the prison, as we can see that a large majority of the staff have met their demise during or after the escape that we heard on tape. With the bodies littering the hallways, it really hits home that Chapter 4 is not holding any punches, especially when it comes to the horror element. As we head back towards the control room, the jail fills with the red gas, and the Doctor tells us not to fight. We, of course, don't listen and get our butt the heck out of there. Back inside the offices, we can see a weekly checkup for subject 1424. They have shown signs of confusion, memory loss, thought disorder, disorganized behavior, and catalepsy. Catalepsy is essentially seizures, and it causes stiffness in the body, if you're wondering. 1424 is surprisingly capable of speech, but it is largely incoherent and mumbled, and won't really respond to commands directly, showing an actual disconnect from their surroundings. They will not react to things that happen to them. So, for example, if a staff member raises the subject's arm, they will not lower it, seemingly unaware of what just happened. They'll only eat food that's placed directly into their mouth, and will occasionally respond to their birth name, but it's pretty rare for them to do so.
Help me.
These procedures really do a number on these people, and all of this just for some free labor. We have another experiment, 1166. This subject has shown a much lower cognitive function than what was ideal for the doctors, but physically is able to do everything that's required of them. 1166 does, however, show an odd sense of loyalty towards the security staff, and the staff themselves are showing remorse for the subject, much like you would expect from a domesticated cat or dog. The doctors find this promising, believing that this loyalty shows that it can be bent and twisted to suit. 1166 has a name. It's Yarnaby. It sits in the corner watching the doctor, and it plays funny little music. Something that Dr.
What's up,
Harley
Sonic? How you doing? My bad if I was late to seeing you show up, man.
Yarnaby,
How
so
you
that it will
doing?
have absolutely no contact with anybody
You
but
playing
himself, twisting its loyalty.
security? I
to
was.
take
I was playing
advantage
Security
and using
Breach.
Yarnaby as a bodyguard.
My nose is
while he can
bothering
get
the
a good
heck
laugh
out of me, and
the
I was
pathetic
like
little
having a
sounds
hard
that it
time
makes.
focusing on the
Jeez,
game.
This dude is evil.
And doesn't help
Like,
whenever you
comically
lose.
evil.
You gotta
I really
re-grab
do
all
think that
the.
we
You
could
basically start
consider
off from where
putting
you last
Playtime
saved, right?
Company
So it's like
right
game
up
over,
there with
game
some
over.
of the worst
So
gaming
that's a little
companies
rough.
of all time, right next to Resident Evil's Umbrella Company.
But it's so
We
hard
reach
to
the
focus because I'm
doctor's
not feeling
interview
well.
room filled
It
with
seems like
televisions
my
in
nose has
different
been bothering
rooms.
me all
We
day.
get locked inside one of these rooms as the doctor speaks to
What's
us
up,
once again,
Reese?
telling us just how surprised
How the
he is
game
to
going
see
so
a human,
far? It was
let alone
good.
an
I took a break,
ex-employee.
started
But he
watching
can
some
tell that
Poppy
we're
lore and
different
shit.
somehow. And he intends to find out
I was
how.
hoping to feel a
He
little bit
points out
better
how the
and then
previous
start
subjects
like
that we've faced so far,
getting back to the game or
1170,
something, but my
1188,
fucking
and
face, dude.
1222, this being Huggy Wuggy,
It's been an
Catnap,
issue all
and
freaking
Mummy
day.
Longlegs, respectively. He proposes us
Appreciate
facing
y'all
something
coming,
a little
man.
bit
Y'all are
different
dope.
before calling for Yarnaby.
Hope y'all have been doing
And,
good.
oh my Goodness, I hope that glass
I haven't been playing Dragon Ball for a good freaking minute, that's for sure.
Yarnaby for the next section of the prison.
I didn't quit the game though, just in case you want to know. Life got in the way, and then
subject 1163.
the season wasn't the greatest anyway, so it didn't really keep me intrigued to stick around. But I'll be going back. Why are you watching this vid? Because I just beat Poppy. Chapters 1 to 5.
Now it's limited and depleted.
And I was deciding to watch up on some of the lore,
saying
just
that
because
1163 is more like a rabid animal, eating whatever's put in front of it, regardless of its appetite. And it cannot even play the piano rhythms in tune,
I feel like I got a
something
cold.
that does not intrigue the Doctor at all. Dr. Harley sent 1163 for testing, expecting it to probably die in the process, stating that there will be no more experiments like this and that improvements have to be made in the future. As we continue to avoid Yarnaby like the plague, we can find more journal entry from Playtime employee Cole Vaughn. He speaks about Stanley being attacked on duty, which is odd, since Stanley is actually one of the nicer guards down here, even trying to sneak candy and toys to the creatures to try and make them happier. He tried to sneak food.
Do you guys have any idea
Boxy
what
after
streams
hours
well on
when numerous other guards
TikTok,
with
for example?
noticed that he went into
Poppy
the
was
cell.
doing really
If
well,
not for them,
right?
Stanley
Chapter
would
5
be
and all
dead
that
meat.
stuff is going
Cole
on.
couldn't believe how stupid it was for Stanley to walk into a cell like that.
I don't know what
especially
else
a
to
big
stream on
one like
TikTok that would
Boxy
do
Boo.
well.
He went to visit
Besides,
Stanley
like,
in the
obviously, Five Nights
infirmary
at
to
Freddy's.
ask him why he would even risk it.
It did
Stanley
alright.
reminds
It did
Cole that these
fantastic
are not
with the
just
little
beasts.
stream that I did.
They were once more than that. Cole asked him
Like,
how
I know
he
it
could
can,
believe that, with Stanley responding
like,
that he's
spread
been watching
faster
and
than it
peeking
was.
at the reports that the scientists have
Poppy
been
was, like,
passing between
really
each
spreading
other.
fast,
Cole
like 1,000
forces
views
Stanley
in
to
a
agree
in
to
a
never
stream.
do that again and leaves, but has been
FNAF only
pondering
got, like,
what
100
Stanley said ever since,
like 40,
saying that
120?
it can't be true. They're all
Something like that,
12
which isn't
feet
horrible,
tall
but
monsters, nothing else. Well,
I
at
know
least
some
somebody
do
at
better.
Playtime has a heart. I like Stanley, man. I hope he made it out okay, but let's
Poppy
be honest,
chapter was a
he
little
probably
while
did
ago.
it, but a guy can dream.
Was
Using
Chapter 5
some
really
of
that
the
long
events
ago?
we make it into the
I guess
server
that
room,
Poppy
we
is
can
just
find another
relevant
VHS
still, or at
tape.
least
This is
pops
a
up a lot of
conversation
people's feeds
about
a lot
Harley
still,
Sawyer between
maybe.
Eddie Ritterman, Stella Graber, and Laith Pierre.
Because on
They're
YouTube,
mentioning
I'm
how
still
Sawyer
doing,
has no regard for the safety of staff, facilities,
shorts
children,
of,
or
like,
anything
some
here at
of the
Playtime.
older videos.
Despite Stella setting
I still gotta
boundaries
edit
with him, he just doesn't
chapter
seem
2
to
and
listen.
all the
Laith
chapters for
points out that
Poppy
the
still,
Bigger
and then
Bodies
create
initiative,
shorts for
which
those
is
if I can
headed by
find any
Dr.
like
Harley
highlights.
Sawyer, is still a money hole.
But,
And this prompts Eddie to suggest actually
I'm
just
trying to
getting
come
rid
up
of
with,
Dr. Sawyer, making
like,
him
what's a
disappear
good
like the
game
many
that
they've done before.
will do well
Laith
in the
refuses to kill
algorithm.
him, saying that they actually need him even if they don't.
Not that I only want to
Stella
do things that
suggests
trend,
maybe
but it
demoting
helps,
him
you know?
or stripping
Definitely
him
helps.
from his power over the Bigger Bodies initiative, especially after the Huggy Wuggy escape into the woods, Catnap's drama.
No, chapter 1 I know was a
Stole.
while ago.
They mention how none of these compare to the theater.
But because of
incident,
chapter 5,
something that they don't elaborate
Poppy was
on
relevant
further.
again.
Laith finishes
And
the
my stream for
conversation with
Poppy
an
Playtime
idea
was
of how
doing
to
really
deal
well
with
because
Harley
of it.
Sawyer without killing him.
So it'd be good for me to know what games I could stream on TikTok that are semi-relevant, that could still do really well. Like, I was thinking about like Resident Evil, since Resident Evil 9 is relevant right now. Playing Resident Evil 9 is a trap though. I can't play that right now.
He can't wrap
But
his head
Resident
around
Evil
the fact
2
that they were once
or
people,
4 or
thinking they were
something
just
could
some
actually work.
homegrown animals.
Just the fact
Cole
that Resident Evil
decides
is
that he's
trending
going
could
to
help
find out the truth
let
for
that pop
himself,
off a little bit.
but he needs to be careful.
Five Nights
since
at Freddy's right now, I
punishment
think,
here
is
at Playtime
not super
is a little
relevant.
more than
Like,
being
not a lot of
fired
people
or
are
yelled
watching
at.
a lot of
being caught snooping
FNAF
around
content.
is a very quick way to become Boxy Boo
And
next lunch
because of
meal.
that, it's not
Even though
doing
the risk is
super
great,
well.
too many people have lost their
Like,
lives to
if
these
a
things,
part
and
3
they
for, like,
cannot
let's
be
say a movie
blind to
trailer
what is
drop
actually
for
going
Five
on
Nights at
here.
Freddy's, a new
Cole
trailer
does
drop for
manage
a
to
new
sneak
movie.
into the archive
It'd be
and gets a
relevant
prison
again, you know what I
profile
mean?
document
Or a
about
new
Dr.
game.
Harley Sawyer. Not a name that
At
he's
that
ever
point,
heard
streaming
before,
Five Nights at
but he
Freddy's
will
wouldn't
be
feel so
investigating it further.
slow,
Stanley
I
might
think.
have actually been onto something after all. Oh my, yeah, he was onto something, all right. Never
Like, when
too
Secret
late
of
to
Mimic
get some
came out, my
cardio
Secret
in,
of
I
Mimic
guess.
stuff did really
The
well.
VHS
It did really
collection
well.
that
So
Playtime
that's why I
has
know,
on
like,
hand needs to be
you
studied.
want to do
As we
something
have
that's
Stella
semi-relevant,
Graver
you
and
know?
Laith Pierre talking once again. Stella is struggling with seeing the children that she is responsible for being taken for testing, and while she doesn't think that she will shake that feeling, she has done some soul searching and begins thinking about the bigger picture. While it is difficult to lose the children, what they are doing is nothing short of a miracle. Laith points out that Dr. Sawyer was cautious originally about giving the information of the Bigger Bodies initiative to Stella since she had such strong affection towards the children, thinking that it could be a liability. Stella mentions that she took the job to change the children's lives for the better, and while it is hard seeing what is being done to the kids, at least what is happening will one day help so many people, and also other kids in the future. This is for the greater good. I still fail to see how turning people into human.
Yeah, like for example, when Chapter 5 came out,
is a good thing overall.
A lot of people were playing Chapter 5, but also people like me who never played before were playing the series for the first time.
To introduce you all to
and when I was playing, or when I was live streaming Chapter 1, 2, and 3, and 4, a lot of people showed up because they were also playing Poppy. Like, I was on chapters that they were on, right? And we were like almost playing at the same time in the same place. So I got a lot of followers because they were playing the game basically at the same time as I was, coincidentally, right?
Yeah, we get to follow.
So it's like I need something like that, for example. A game that people are currently playing that might, but it can't be overinflated, right? Like obviously Resident Evil 9 is a bad idea because everyone's playing Resident Evil 9, so you don't have no chance to grow, you know? So you want to play something that has a name or is trending or relevant, but doesn't have too many people streaming it at that same time. That's why something like Resident Evil 2 or 4 could work, just because Resident Evil 9 is popular right now. Those two games might do well, or any of the Resident Evils might do well.
66 people and a dozen extraction specialists. They wonder how
but I
Playtime
also
will manage to push this under
know
the
about
rug
other games that I want to play, but TikTok makes it hard because
investigator is someone
you
using
can't really
the name
put
Campbell Lockhart. Another specialist doesn't
the
feel an
category
investigation is
to
necessary
be a certain game
considering it should
sometimes
be
because it
obvious
just
who
doesn't
is
exist
responsible.
in TikTok
Due
for
to the
some reason.
severe muck-up, there are
Like there's a
plans in
game like
play
Monterey
for a
Jack
big
that I kind of
price
want
to
to
be
check
made
out. That's a
for all
small
of these
little horror
creatures,
game,
meaning that
but there's no
people like
category
him
for
and
Monterey
incidents
Jack,
like this will be a thing
and that's
kind of
lame.
going forward. It's not mentioned who they are referring to in this.
I feel like Monterey Jack could do well.
But thanks to an ARG recording that we can listen to,
because it's not a super well-known game.
We have a conversation.
Then when you go on
between
Twitch,
Pierre, Eddie
Monterey
Redmayne,
Jack is
Stanley
literally
Kramer,
it only has
and
one
investigator
freaking follower
Gerard
on the
Lockhart.
category. You know what I
Talking
mean?
about the cleanup
So Monterey
after the
Jack, I don't
theater
think would do
incident
really
and finding
well
who was responsible.
on Twitch,
They are
just
taking
because
measures
there's no
to
one
make
that's
sure that
even
this
following
incident
the
is not
subject.
heard about outside
No one
the
would
walls
get it.
of the factory. Stella asks
Like
if it was
no one would
really
even
necessary
see it
to
on
do
their
what they did to
feed.
those people. Which
So
Pierre tells her
playing
that
Monterey
it
Jack
was,
is a
but
bad idea
regardless,
because it
whoever
wouldn't
is
work on
responsible
Twitch. It
will be
could
made
work
to
on
disappear.
TikTok, but there's no
And
category
Lockhart
for it, so it
interrupts
may not
the
even work
meeting
on
and places
TikTok.
a folder on the table, telling
So it kind of
everybody
forces
that
you
the
when there's
person
certain games
responsible
that
for the theater
have a
incident
category,
was
but
none other
certain games
than
don't.
Dr. Harley
You know?
Sawyer. Now this makes a lot of narrative sense. If you remember back to chapter 3, you might remember that Dr. Harley Sawyer was responsible for checking up with subject 1166, aka Catnap. But we came to find out that at some point, Sawyer was taken away from Catnap and play care as Laith Pierre pointed out that Sawyer was now out. Nobody heard from the doctor after that point. And
I'll be
now
right
it
back,
seems
boys.
that this is due to Sawyer being punished for the theater incident and Pierre ordering his removal. Dowie puts his doe-like body to use and creates bridges for us to walk across as we continue to follow him throughout the safe haven sector. I'm going to take a bet and say it's not so safe. Dowie's voice gets a lot more ominous all of a sudden, asking where Poppy is, and saying that Ollie told him that we're to be trusted and that he really hopes that that's true, for our sake. Oh god. We briefly get split up from Dowie, but we can find a reconnaissance report near the prison yard. This now takes place in 2004, and it mentions how there is no way of escape since the elevators aren't working and the construction tunnels are unpredictable, and likely trapped by the doctor. They mention how Dowie is the only one here that is able to keep them safe, and they just cannot afford to lose him. The northern cell blocks are off limits, since the doctor uses them, and the eastern cell blocks have a bunch of critters running around, and also is within the doctor's control. The northeast cells are barricaded, but something feels off there apparently, and the western cells have skeletons and claw marks, suggesting that people were likely kept there after the Hour of Joy, and they don't want the little ones to see that. Then you have the northwest, which only holds bad memories. The barracks, however, runs on its own emergency power, and all the security is designed to kill them, but there is no way to actually confirm if it's still operational without actually going inside. They decide to make a decision on what they know will kill them versus what might kill them, and presumably decide to escape via the barracks. Dowie is kind enough to lead us to the generator they've been using to continue through the facility. It isn't long before we come across a small note, written to the Ayers family. This is Jack Ayers' parents, the young boy that fell into the vat of dough at the very beginning of the chapter. An anonymous person tells them that Jack can live. They request the parents to return to Playtime Co. factory 6 weeks after the letter was sent, signing off as a friend. We are now in the kitchen area, which is some hanging body bags and a trail of blood. Never a good sign. Not to mention a toy mouse infestation, which is probably the worst offence of them all. We're stopped and pulled into a crack in the wall by Kissy Missy and Poppy. while what I can only describe as a monstrous alien-looking creature moves past. It seems on the good side that Poppy was able to retrieve Missy, but her injuries, however, are looking pretty damn severe. We're now in the safe haven with a bunch of little talking critters. Dowie and of course Missy and Poppy. Poppy mentions how Missy needs help and that Dowie is concerned for her well-being, but is oddly curious about Poppy actually being there in front of him. He tells them to seek help in the back while he checks to see if there is something outside the defenses. Poppy tells Dowie that it's him. He's down here, presumably meaning the prototype. This quickly angers Dowie, yelling at Poppy about bringing him down here, but focuses more on keeping him on the outside. Damn, she really has seen better days, huh? Poppy points out to us that the children were not killed during the Hour of Joy, but instead taken downstairs to the prototype's home. They're alive, but they're sleeping, and the prototype knows that we're here and that we want to rescue them. She creates a plan. We'll fill the foundation with smoke and then use old mining charges as the ignition source. We all free the orphans and friends here at Safe Haven and use the explosion to blow the entire Playcare facility into the sky afterwards. We can see a bunch of drawings on the wall of previous events that have happened, clearly drawn by the little critters. As we head to speak with Dowie, we can hear the little critters speaking to one another. They mention how they don't fully trust Poppy and are worried that she will only bring more trouble onto them. Not to mention us, a previous employee at Playtime, and to be honest, that's a pretty fair concern. We speak with Dowie as he explains that they need our help, mostly with the doctor, the same person that has been speaking with us from time to time, and that doctor is of course Harley Sawyer, the person responsible for turning the children into these very creatures. Dowie is unsure how the doctor is still alive or what he even is anymore, but he points out that the doctor has been working hand in hand with the prototype, hunting, starving and hurting all of them down here in the safe haven. Dowie is getting visibly angrier, but he does manage to control himself. He asks us to retrieve the Omni Hand. It's essentially a master key that executives use to command anything within the Playtime factory, everything except this generator down here in the safe haven. We need to get that Omni Hand for the generators to reroute the red smoke to the foundation and then to take control away from Prototype and Doctor. He points out that everybody down here is his family, and while he does understand that Poppy wants to destroy the prototype at all costs, he asks us to consider the fact that if we throw everything and everyone away just to kill the prototype, how much do we really waste? We take a final look around the safe haven before heading out in search of the Omni Hand, and we find another VHS. It's Eddie and Warren Bark speaking about the construction of the lower levels of Playtime. Warren Bark is mentioning to Eddie how they've built so much for Playtime over the years and always have been accommodating, but he does not like what he's being asked to build here. The game station, for example. At least it would be fun for the kids, or even the underground production plants. It would at least help with toy production, sure. But what on earth would a toy production company need with an underground prison? He points out that when they built Playcare, Mr. Ludwig would always talk about how much good it will be for the children, and just simply looking at the man was enough to believe every single word he said. But Warren Bark isn't sure that this is the same company, and he needs Eddie's word that whatever this prison is created for is something good, like maybe a game for the kids. Eddie reminds Warren Bark that in 1972 he signed a contract that is legally binding, stating that Warren Bark would build whatever is asked of him, and for 18 years, that is exactly what Warren Bark did. But then in 1990, he signed a renewal. But it seems that Warren Bark failed to read the small print, that any and all directives would be accomplished in appropriate time and with appropriate compensation should the project be completed to satisfaction. So Eddie reminds Warren Bark once more that Playtime has given a directive, which means that Warren Bark must now obey. He pushes Warren Bark near a ledge, stating just how great things are coming along, and that someday a lot of people will be very, very happy. He finishes with one final threat, saying that he is a businessman and that he likes getting jobs done, and this is just like any other. It will get done. I know I mentioned earlier about how impressive the building was throughout the Playtime facilities, and Mr. Warren Bark, you sir get an A+ for effort, my friend, but you have literally made a deal with the devils. There is actually a document describing the Safe Haven project that was led by Cyril Warren Bark. Its initial purpose was an easily defensible position for the security staff. It was designed to be completely self-sufficient from the rest of the facility in the event of an emergency, and it had a bunch of fail-safes, escape routes if needed, etc. The little critters are complaining about how hungry they are, saying that they can't even remember when they last ate. Yeah, don't get any ideas, little fellas, alright? Keep your teeth to yourselves. Another VHS tape shows Poppy crying while Ollie is speaking to her. He asks her if the bad men hurt her, to which she responds that there isn't anything that they could do that they haven't done already. Ollie pushes further, saying that there is something clearly bothering Poppy and that she should talk about it. Poppy refuses, starting to get upset at the idea, while Ollie still continues to push. Poppy eventually loses her temper and yells at Ollie that if he really wants to hear her talk. This seemingly excites Ollie, hoping that she will, but Poppy tells him that she is scared and angry and that she doesn't even know what to do, and explains how the playtime doctors and the staff, they don't care how much they hurt people, they just keep doing it anyway. But what really terrifies her is that despite the amount of surgical procedures and the pain that she endures, as they continue to do these to her, she's beginning to feel less and less, scared that she's becoming less and less of a person and more of a thing. Ollie tries to comfort her, saying that to him she is a person, and that through speaking to him it makes him feel like there may even be a small part of him that is a person also. On the topic of Poppy, while we're beginning to head through the sewer system, we get to actually eavesdrop on a conversation between Poppy and Dowie, with Dowie asking Poppy to reconsider blowing the whole facility up, stating that everybody in here are not just things to throw away, but they're actual people. Poppy agrees that everyone here are people, but it doesn't change the fact that the facility needs to be destroyed. Dowie explains how the little critters look up to him, and that he's done his best to care for them, but Poppy disappeared, and they looked for her for ages and found nothing. He asks her why did she leave. Poppy tells him that she didn't have a choice, but Dowie doesn't like the answer, stating that they've been starving down here and hunted like animals, and now she's asking them to burn themselves with the facility. They end the conversation as the medic bot, who is now returned from helping Kissy Missy, agrees to talk to one another about it later. I have to say, I think I agree with Poppy on this one. The facility has to go, for sure. But I think we do need to try and get as many of the friendlier creations, get them the hell out of here before the explosion, and I doubt that they could ever return to a normal life, but their life still means something. We have a report about a subject 1322C. The child's name is Matthew Hallard, a thoughtful child, kind and considerate. Not the brightest in the classroom or even the most physically talented, but he has an undeniable charisma. The counselor points out that everybody down here loves Matthew, but unfortunately he was already 15 when he came to the orphanage, much older than the typical child that adopters look for, something that Matthew understood. While he seems happy on the outside, it's pretty obvious that he is suffering. He blames himself for not being able to save his family. Claire Harper, the counselor that was watching over Matthew, mentions how he is considered much like a leader to these younger children, reading them books for hours and breaking up fights, and he guides them. Claire even puts in the suggestion that if Matthew were to grow too old to be within play care, then to consider possibly bringing him on full time into the playtime staff. A small note below Stella's suggests Matthew to be a good candidate for 1322C, should his personality mesh well with the other two subjects. She asks the doctor to be gentle with him, since he is such a fine young man, and it would be a waste to lose any more like him. A VHS tape gives us more information on 1322. The scientist is speaking about the acquisition of a 1322B, a child named Kevin Barnes, for Project Dowie. Kevin has neural abnormalities, which has caused him to have behavioral problems in play care. He's been seen as aggressive, confrontational, and he even has trouble getting along with others. He is a problem child by the scientist's definition. He excels in all of the physical tests, all well above average in the game station examinations. This causes Dr. Sawyer to think that Kevin is perfect for Project Dowie, despite his issues with behavior. Other staff, however, are concerned that they're making a ticking time bomb, since they are trying to create an experiment that can fulfill multiple roles, and no single consciousness should be able to throw the others off. Even if one thing goes wrong, then they will have 900 pounds of very angry dough that can shift through small gaps and cause complete mayhem. But regardless of these very real concerns, Dr. Sawyer has accepted Kevin Barnes as the B personality of Dowie, while 1322A and 1322C are now being collected for processing the following day. You might also remember from Chapter 3 a tape that mentioned how a young boy named Joseph walked in on a doctor, asking about his friend Kevin and if he was okay. This was the interruption that was mentioned by the doctor. Now, we know that 1322C is Matthew Hallard, and we also indirectly know who 1322A is also, that being Jack Ayers. You know, the kid that had the whole Joker moment falling into the vat? These three children make up the creature of Dowie the Dough Man. Another reconnaissance report can be found that shows that the prototype has essentially got a group surrounded, staying outside the security door the entire night and just tapping on the walls. Ooh, dear God. Prototype really pushing the creepy meter to its limits, huh? We continue towards our goal with Yarnaby, once again following us like a bloodhound. We see more piles of critter corpses, and it really makes me wonder, are every single one of these once a child or a person? Like, there has to be tens of thousands of these things throughout the facility. How is that even possible? Oh yeah, that's right, Yarnaby. By the way, did you know that yarn is incredibly flammable? We put that to the test, and I gotta say, it's pretty efficient. Anyway, back to the little critters. We find a VHS tape with Hoppy bringing one of the smaller toys back to the safe haven after they were injured. Dowie asks what happened when Hoppy mentions that they got jumped while trying to bring supplies up the elevator. They lost the supplies in the process, but Dowie is just grateful that they're both okay, despite the wound. Dowie treats the wound with some cream and takes the responsibility of getting the food for play care on himself. We actually find Dowie nearby, and he mentions that he's been collecting parts for a generator when something comes out of the vent, freezing him in place. We help him, but he's been pretty badly hurt by this freezing agent. Despite my head pats to try and make him feel better, he's still in a lot of pain. He mentions how he is weak to the cold and how much it hurts him, and it's exactly why the doctor has essentially booby-trapped the area, to stop Dowie from being able to move around freely. We leave Dowie to rest and end up stumbling across the doctor once again. He tells us that we are exactly what the prototype feared, and it surprises him that Playtime had somebody of such rare quality, but never noticed. Sawyer points out that even he himself doesn't remember our face, but asks what brought us back to Playtime. Surely it couldn't have just been that silly little letter, wondering if somebody that we loved was here once. Or maybe we lost them. You know, I mentioned at the start of Chapter 1 that going to an abandoned building where people went missing at some stage, by yourself, at night, based on a random obscure letter that was probably not a great idea. So maybe, just maybe, this could be our first clue as to a hidden reason for our return to Playtime. The doctor continues to tell us that everybody died here from the experiments, and that Poppy simply told us a lie, and that she was hiding some pretty key information from us, including the fact that Poppy knew that the hour of joy was coming, as she is simply using us to get what she wants. Violence. The same thing they all want. You can see the evidence everywhere. Once they had choices and freedom, they turned this place into a living hell, trapping us all in it with them. We stumble across the main surgery room that the doctor was using with instructions on how to deconstruct the human body. Ugh. Not to mention that just outside are a bunch of medical tents with conversations between children and Dr. White about their adoptions. And with the red smoke and the dead critters everywhere, this literally looks like a war zone. Another VHS shows the moment that Dr. Harley Sawyer awakes from his procedure, with Dr. White being the very person that performed it on him. Sawyer quickly realizes what happened and calls the Playtime staff traitors. Dr. White speaks to Sawyer, asking him how he feels, and this angers Sawyer, immediately asking if White enjoys watching him writhe around like one of them. He begins complaining about head pain, stating that White must have done something wrong, and yells out to be told who gave the order for him to be turned into one of these things. Laith Pierre is quick to tell Sawyer that it was him that gave the order, saying that Sawyer kept making so many careless mistakes and was never able to clean up his own messes. Sawyer points out that Pierre couldn't do any better, besides they need his intellect and knowledge. Laith makes a good point. There is a reason that Sawyer is able to speak with him right now, and isn't in the stomach of Boxy Boo. From now on, Sawyer will answer any and all questions the lab boys have, and will carry out any and all procedures that they order him to do. That is it. He is now an open book. Sawyer vows to kill Laith Pierre at the very first chance that he gets. Look, these experiments are horrible, and they need to be stopped, but if any person deserves to go through it, Harley Sawyer would probably be at the top of the list. Inside the operating room are a bunch of monitors showing a bunch of creatures. 2 even look like PJ Bugapilla and Huggy Wuggy, which means that the Doctor has likely retrieved them after our previous fights with them and is either trying to fix them or harvest them. As we look into the next room, we can actually see that it is PJ Bugapilla. Still looking pretty dead to me and even missing an eye. I'm not sure if there's much coming back from that, but I don't really want to have to deal with these guys again if I can help it. We can find a lab mission statement that shows the moment that Dr. White is promoted in play care by Eddie Ritterman. He is now the head of the secondary laboratory, and he is responsible for maintaining staff and presenting his findings to the primary laboratory every week. They pretty much threaten Dr. White, stating that people in his job before him let ego or personal ambition get in the way of their job, and if he doesn't want to go down the same path as they did, then he will need to do his job properly and exactly as Playtime wants him to do it. His job is to make something useful out of the experiments that refuse to cooperate, to essentially rip them open and salvage anything that he might need. Any knowledge that he needs can simply be extracted from Dr. Sawyer, since everything with him now is only a single button press away. So this suggests that they aren't actually healing or treating the previous experiments down here, but instead salvaging parts from them to use elsewhere. I wonder what they could be using the parts for. The prototype, perhaps? We continue through the laboratory in search of the Doctor, but get caught in one of his traps, forcing us down into a locked room.
I think
he
I'm
asks
done.
us if we
I
really
thought I could
thought
maybe
was his
see if
own
I felt
pet
better,
before releasing
start
Bubba
playing
to
for me
chop
again,
him
maybe
to kill us.
later.
I
Who knows?
got to admit, the little sheep guy here
But
is not quite as
right
scary
now,
as Yarnaby, but I'm not taking any chances.
it
Bubba
is not
Chops,
working.
of course, is part of the Nightmares Critters toy line, and numerous other Nightmare Critters have been scattered around Chapter 4 as small toys, or some are even bigger versions, such as Poe here in the cage. It takes a while
I'll be
before
back
we manage to
soon,
force
maybe
our way out of the
tomorrow,
room, but unfortunately
with
we
another stream.
trade one
Hopefully I'll be
prison
more
for another,
energized.
inside a chamber
didn't think
with
I
a
would
small
feel this
toy
bad today.
version of Simon's Smoke. The Doctor
I
tells
played
us
like
that we have a simple choice. One
2
life must be
hours
extinguished
of
if we want to leave the room.
security breach,
Either
maybe,
ourselves
and it was like
or a little
3 hours of
Simon
this,
Smoke.
and
Just pull the lever and whatever
at this
piece of
point,
humanity that was still within
it's
that
over.
doll will die along with it. The Doctor points out that
So
Poppy
I'll
will
join
kill
y'all
the
on the
doll
next
as
one, guys. Y'all be safe, alright? Take care of yourselves, and I'll see y'all in the next one.